Good morning. Today is 26th of April 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we're going to be racing at Randwick. This is in New South Wales and this is probably one of the best tracks in Australia, especially in New South Wales, hands down. We've got about 10 races here today. The ground reading is soft and the last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 410 meters. We've got 10 races here today and we'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock or there are circumstantial changes, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the live racing. The second one is RaceNet, where we refer to the odds and the scratchings. The third one is Palmerbet, where we take a look at the winning numbers if it becomes difficult from the feed to make out which one is the winner. So that's all that we have, and we'll see what's going on today. We'll take a look at the first race. That's race number 1. Scratchings 1, 4, 6 in 13. I hope 1, 4, 6 in 13 has been scratched. Yes. And we'll take a look at the odds. 3, 11, 12, and 2. Three, 11, 12, and 2. Let's see if we got the feed.
But he's good. And Rock Rib, the map looks excellent for him to be up there on the pace of his fit.
I had Warby on top the other day and I reluctantly stayed, and not with huge confidence. I just think it could be churning out by the time we get to race 9 on the inside.
Yeah.
But to be honest, just a dilemma of what else to pick. I think
We'll be relying on your perhaps pick of the yard for the last race.
Well, let's see when we get there. Mullane obviously draws poorly, but it could be an advantage. I am Artie and Poetic Drum, 42, 3, and 11. That's 9. Time for a special, Maxie.
I'm with Zoo Baby, 6-6. I think Tim said she was at about $5, $5.50. Good each way bet, and around the $10, 3-7 Sky Forger each way.
Meridiana with that electric turn of foot, all going well on a heavy track, and that's Molly the value. Let's look at your quaddie.
Race 6, the Mick Dip, and I've had to try and trim up to 3 because I've had to go wide, otherwise, like you, it gets out of hand.
That's right.
So I've got 6, 8, and 1 in the Mick Dipman, then 1, 6, 10, and 4, 2, 7, 1, 5, 16, 11, 3, and 4.
Alrighty, let's have a look at my quaddie. Yeah, I had to strip back that Princess Stakes, and I easily could have had 5 in it, to be honest. So I stripped it back to the one that I think has got the best sprint, and that's Meridiana, and of course the favourite there as well for 160. All right, that is a look at our 9 races here today. Tim, do tell us who is the favourite today's Jockeys Challenge, given Ryan Maloney's no longer riding.
Yeah, good luck today, Bernie and Maxie. Karen McAvoy, favourite for the Jockey Challenge. He then heads north and he's a $4 chance in the Jockey Challenge. $6 about any other jockey, Noel Callow and Angela Jones, and even Damien Thornton also a $6 chance there. $7.50 Andrew Marion, $10 Martin Harley, and $11 CJ Graham. Repeating our tab.com.au lay of the day at Eagle Farm, race 2, number 6 Dillian. We're taking on the odds-on chance there. That wraps up our Eagle Farm preview. We'll take a short break here on Sky Thoroughbred Central. We'll join you on the other side with the Newcastle preview with Richard Callender and Belinda Smith.
Welcome to Newcastle. 8 races on the card. They tipped Armageddon. It's a bad tip to start the day from the Bureau of Meteorology, but you never know, we might get a bit of rain throughout the afternoon. Very excited to work alongside the lady who's been tipping winners just for fun the last 2 years. Belinda Smith, how are you, mate?
Really well. Thank you for having me. Yeah, I'm dressed for Armageddon so far. I'm sweating, but overall, let's hope that we get through the meeting. We're currently on a good four. A soft 7. The rail is out 4 metres throughout. So working here previously the last few months, I wouldn't be surprised if they do get out towards the middle of the track throughout the afternoon if it is a genuine soft, but just fingers crossed this weather holds off.
Yeah, rail out 4, soft 7. I did have a little bit of a walk. I got up here early thinking, I was listening to the radio this morning, they were talking about traffic and holidays. I said, I better just leave 40 minutes earlier than I was going to leave. Never struck another car on the road coming all the way. Let's get stuck in before we head back to Randwick for the first race. Interesting race at Randwick too, the 2-year-olds in race number 1. Let's have a look at them. Belinda in race number 1. The favourites from the Jeremiah Sterling Alexio stable and Chad Leaper's on board. Geez, he's riding good. Western Lane, $2.90, $3.60 Harlex. So Sue Me, I've seen it at Newcastle, a local for Nathan Dawes at 4. Ocean's 11 from the Jack Pilkington stable is at $6. I was looking at the speed of the first, and I think a few of them will try and go forward. I think there'll be good tempo here for a lot of horses on debut.
You'd expect so. And I'm keen on Western Lane here. He's had the 3 trials overall, and the 2 have been really nice this preparation. He's showed abundant speed and finished within 4 lengths of Lyles. He went to the line under a hold, and Lyles is ridden out. That looks good trial form for a race like this. He's trialled up well after that under a hold. I think if he brings that trial form here, he'll be right up on the top of the speed and take a lot of beating. The danger has to be Harlex. If there is any with a query on the heavy track, or the soft track, I don't think it's him. He's tried up well on the heavy. He's been a different horse his preparation. In his trials, he's shown good speed as a gelding.
Lewis, welcome back, Lewis.
Necessarily improvement from last preparation, where she didn't show much, but the trials suggest she's come back better. And so Sumi can be forgiven for the last 6-length defeat, where she had genuine excuses. She was off the track and pulled up lame there, so she can bounce back at home. 2, 3, 9 and 4.
2, 3, 9 and 4, Belinda in the first. This is the horse that I'm really keen to see. I was at Kembla Grange when he debuted. I think he's a real nice colt. His name's Beefman, named after the best jockey I've ever seen. James and Huey, they're punching up there, and Oliver and all the like, but he's the best I saw, Darren Beeman. $1.65 from the Peter Snowden stable. Mitchell Bell on board. Winkers go on. Swag is the other one in the market. Michael Freeman is hard to beat with these babies. $2.70, and then we've got double figures the rest.
Yeah, Beekman, he's clearly on top for me. He goes around a short price, but he looks a pretty good thing. He was excellent on debut. Steward's reports reads that he was a little bit awkwardly away. He was squeezed up out of the barriers, and that saw him back and wide throughout. But I love the way he closed off over the 1,000. He stepped to the 12.50 in a really winnable maiden. He looks very hard to beat. If there is a danger, it has to be Swag. I think he ran into a pretty handy one, Rainbow Glow, on debut down at Canberra. He's come back, he's trialled up nicely. His most recent trial, he was beaten 4 lengths by Beedman. In saying that, I doubt there'll be as much between them on race day. The 16 Southern Prince, he's had the one run last preparation where he ran into Peloton, so he's back to provincial grade this prep. He's trialled up nicely. And 14 on any Tuesday, the local galloper. The first trial at Musbrook didn't have me convinced, but the most recent on the heavy track suggests she could give some cheek on debut. 4, 9, 16, 14.
4, 9, 16 there for Belinda. Let's go to race number 3. This is the Bernie Callahan 80-year-old classic super maiden. Buccanara, I assume named after the former Hawthorn great, Gary Buccanara, $1.80. Ella Venus at $3.90. Torfig Toms at $5.50. Covert Thinking is at $6. Control is at $13. Big, only a small field of 7. And the top one, Buccanara, pretty sure he's been gilded this time around.
He certainly has, and the blinkers come off. And I don't think you'll get a better opportunity to break the maiden at a provincial grade than what he finds today. Outside of him, with all due respect, it looks a pretty average bunch. He's tried up okay. He's shown enough last preparation, and he'll take a lot of beating here. Off the 7, Elavina. She's went around on debut at the home track, where she's done a good job to place there. She ran above market expectations. She can come on for that. She only has to replicate that form away from home to give some cheek. The 4 Torfik Tom has placed both runs back in the country. He comes to the provincials but finds the home track, and Covert Thinking looks the best of the rest. 1, 7, 4 and 6.
1, 7, 4 and 6 for Belinda in race number 3. Race 4, it's the maiden over 1,300. A few scratchings here. We get 5 scratchings leaving a field of 5. Now the top 2, Done Deal Flyer and also Navy Boy, both come out of the same race behind Deep Emotion at Goulburn. 2.15, 2.30, and then Caledonians at $7. Think Back at $7.50. You with the top 2 that come out of the same race, Belinda?
I certainly am. Obviously, there was nothing between them on debut. Navy Boy beat Done Deal Flyer home, but just taking into account that was her debut run, she'll take good experience from that. She's bred to get out over further, so the extra 100 should only help. And
This morning.
Frank, welcome back, Frank. Right, this is the first one, so I'm not going to be putting anything on the first one. It's a soft 6 today here to start with, so we'll just observe the first one. But if we look through the odds, it's 3, 11, 12 and 2. And so the 3 is here. The 3 is the favorite. 3, 11, 2 is also there, and what? 12. So now the 11 has just one race. We're not able to get the data on certain stuff here, but it looks like it has the highest pressure here with the horse. But is it actually translating to the highest pressure? That's something that we don't know. Like here it is 33, but it is 103. Having said that, this is the linear. All right, the linear is 291, which is a pretty good linear. It's in good hands. The management is good. Everything is good on 11, but the problem is it has just one race, and there's a lot of pressure on the horse itself. Whether it is translating to a pressure is something that I can't calculate at this point of time, but that's something that's there. Out of 3 and 2, we can calculate the pressure. So 3 is the favorite. It's a neutral. Neutrals are neutrals. They generally do not do the stuff, but they do get into places. But this is like 2, 8, 9, 10. That's the gate numbers. So the force is here. Now, whether 11 is going to win or 2 is going to win is something that needs to be taken a look at. But let's say, 2 is in a better hand. 2 is in a better hand. 2 is also a little relaxed, which is there, but the pressure is high. This is good. This is 103, and so if we look at the others, then 12. There are 2 outer drifts which are here. One is a 325 and there's a 410. 31. This is 31, but there are others which are with 32. This is 100. This is 128. So honestly, the 10 has more advantage. The 10 has more advantage if we actually go through this. But we are not going to speculate all that. These horses have just these ones have no races. They have won races, have done nothing. Whether they'll get in, not get in, that's a separate issue altogether. But the primary issue in hand is the difference between 11 and 2, which we are not able to make. And 11 happens to be the linear, which 1100 meter linears generally do not fail. But this one is just with one race, and it's a soft 6. The pressure that we are calculating, 3 is definitely not the one. 3 for two reasons. One, it's good, but here the pressure will matter. So it's between 11 and 2. I'm not sure what kind of a pressure is translating here on 11, but even if we give it a benefit of doubt that it has just one race, and on the horse itself there's a lot of pressure. But this is Randwick, and they have some of the best stocks. It is something I mean, I don't want to argue that. So definitely this 11 is something that is there. I'm not sure whether it will get in. I mean, will win or not, because at the end of the day, it's just one race. That's a lot of pressure. This one has 3 races. The pressure translating here is the highest, more than 3. So it is, the inclination is towards 2. The inclination is towards 2 because they are also one of the best hands. If that happens, then it will not. Then the 11 is nowhere in the picture. Then it will go straight to an advantage, which is here. This one 100, 101, 100, 128. A better jockey is on 12. Better jockey is on 12. So 12 is the right odd. 12 is the right odd. 12 basically is the right odd. The jockey is good on here. The kind of, with management, good hands, everything looks good. So it is, they're also tailing gates 8 and 7. If the jockey is smart, it'll tail to 12. 11. If 2 wins, then 11 is not there probably. Then since it is through the rails, then probably 3. 3 is winning for 3 on a 1100 meter with that pressure. We can't calculate 11, but we can calculate 2. So that looks dicey. That looks dicey too. I think it is 2, but I'm not going to get on with the first one. We'll see how it plays. It's a soft 6. Dawes, welcome back.
Sterling Alexio. Well, he's an improving horse with race experience. I still think he's learning his craft, but he has plenty of raw talent, and certainly it has to be some sort of force here.
Yeah, he's still holding good condition as well. He's had obviously the 3 starts for his first preparation, but still looks really well.
Here is the favourite, number 3, Hidden Motive, Ash Morgan on for Nathan Doyle. Yeah, I think he's a bet at $3. He was very competitive in the Breeders' Plate last preparation. He resumed. He was nudged out by a very progressive type there. There was a gap to third. That was 1200. So
back to 1100 on a soft sixes should be no issue with the gate speed that he does have, and I think he's going to be very, very hard to beat.
Yeah, he's a real strong top horse. He's just a ball of muscle. Looks really, really well. Attitude's great. Yeah, he seems to be very focused. He looks great.
Now we get to 4 first starters in a row here, starting with number 5, Federal Reserve, a gelding by Justify, Reece Jones, Sarah Ryan.
Yeah, he's got something, this horse. He's had 2 trials, won this prep. He's been placed in both. I love the way he lengthened late in that most recent trial. He's probably, on face value, might be a 3-year-old in the making, and he might want further, but I'm sure he's going to be doing good work late.
Yeah, he's a beautiful type of horse. He's very leggy. I couldn't agree more on him. Probably next preparation he's going to be much better. He's got a lot of sort of filling out to do, but he seems very alert and up on the toe. He looks well.
Number 7, Solid by Wootton Bassett, a gelding, Team Hawks, Jay Ford.
Yeah, starts off in a tongue tie today. He's had 2 trials, this, one in November and one on an April 11. The latest, he warmed through the line nicely, showing talent. So I would have liked to see support for him. So he might be better for the run, but he has ability. There's no doubt in the wide world.
He's a beautiful big horse. He looks more of a 3-year-old rather than a 2-year-old. He's really walking out well. He's a big lump of a thing, I know that.
Here's 8, Tyrone's Power, a colt by Yes, 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 Richard Lick and Tom Sherry.
He's had 2 trials. He won his latest one where he was ridden up and strong late. I can't say no from that inside draw with a little bit of gate speed.
He's a bubbly type. He's been up on the toe since walking into the yard. Really nice horse. He's a good style of horse. Well put together. Coat's glowing. Yeah, he's quite excited. He looks well.
A colt by Morris is Viva Maurizio. Adam Hieronymus riding for Chris Waller.
Yeah, I had eyes for him at the trials. He wasn't extended in 2 of them. He might be more of a later on type, but he looks to have something, barrier 1 suit, and who knows? Who knows? He might have last crack at him here. I would have liked to have seen him be a bit more fancied, but I think he's got talent.
He's another one. He's a really good style of horse. He's handled the parade super since being in the yard. He hasn't really turned a hair. Walks out well. Attitude's good.
Number 10, the Little General, Rachel King for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott.
He's been gelded this prep after 182 days since that run behind Comedy, where he was in the market. So he's wound up with 2 trials, although Tyrone's Power had the better of him in a recent trial. So trials aren't everything, especially from this stable. So he's had a good grounding.
He's a nice style of horse. Doesn't really sort of jump out at you as far as looks-wise goes, but he walks out well. Got a nice, good, healthy coat on him.
Here's 11, Acacia, Braithnock riding for Peter Snowden.
Well, she was well educated with a handful of trials before a professional winning debut. She has race experience on a few others, and she gets in light after Braith's claim here for a filly that's won 1 from 1.
Yeah, she's a real casual type of filly. Obviously, first time I've seen her, but she's really taken me by looks. She's obviously a little bit immature. She's got a little bit of filling out to do, but no knock.
And Hayek number 12 for Jason Collett for Bjorn Baker.
Well, he was well fancied in that race behind Acacia, and he got tired late. So he has the SP profile from there, and he does have style going forward. I just would have liked to have seen him finish off a little better.
But nothing as far as appearance-wise goes. He's handled the parade well also. He's walking out well. Attitude seems to be terrific at this stage.
Okay, before Corey's thoughts from the yard, Hidden Motive here, the favourite for Nathan Doyle. They've got 3 runners today. And you've only got a couple of smart ones in Hidden Motive's only couple of starts.
Yeah, he's actually unlucky in the breeders up there when the fur line. You got a bit of a squeeze up there in the fence, and got a bit tightened up for him there late. So I thought it was a terrific first up run. We'll try and sort of get into a slipper, obviously, but he went a little bit shin sore, so we'll give him a little bit of a break. But he's come back in terrific order. The other day at Warwick Farm, that's 5 lengths back to 3rd. So shows they're 2 very good horses, first and second across the line. We have to carry that extra 1.5 kilos extra, probably tied a little bit late, and as you can see with the way he parades, he's a roly-poly horse, so he'll benefit from the run as well.
Okay. Deprivation looks good, hoping race 6 second up.
Yeah, probably at his best when he can lead, so we'll roll forward, see if we can lead up. Naturally, it's a step up from midweek 78 to Saturday 78, so he needs to take that step, but he's here fitting well.
And fit, talking of fit, Hooper Bright.
Yeah, she's got a few runs this preparation. She's honest as ever, draws a good gate. good gate probably needed today. It's quite a competitive race on paper, but she'll present fitting well, and fingers crossed.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Corey, who do you like?
I really like number 8, Tyrone's Power. I thought he paraded really well. He's a horse, he's been up on the toe. You don't like to see him overdoing it, but he felt very fresh and well, drawn soft, should get a perfect run directly behind speed.
M3, 9, 2 and 11, quite keen on Hidden Motive here. Nothing wrong with his parade. He's had the run back from a spell. He looks fitter, and if there is a concerning thing with him, he's just too good a price. Down to $3.10 now with some stepping on a few others here. So, yeah, I'm happy to go the line with him. I think Viva Mauricio can run well. That is debut here. I think Grand Eagle with race experience and learning all the time won't be far away. And I'll throw in Alicia, who was quite good there. Acacia, I should say. Who was quite good there at Kembla Grange and might be an improver. I am 3, 9, 2 and 11. Tim?
There's very little change to this market today since the scratching of the early favourite Beskar. Hidden Motive is a $3 chance, and that is unchanged today. Did actually get in a little bit short than that, 3 into 280, just back to where it started the day after scratching time as a $3 chance. Hold wise, it's around about 33% of the hold, so what you'd expect for a $3 chance. We're a little bit in Ron's corner in the fact that we're not that keen to push against it. It'll go forward and make its own luck, and that form line through the Breeders' Plate where it ran so well there looks good for an off-season 2-year-old race like this. So $3, we're not that keen to lay the favourite here. There has just been a firm for the second pick in Acacia. It had been 5 into 480, but we just laid the 480, so it's now into $4.40. So best push possibly there for your second favourite Acacia coming through that Kembla Grange race, where they did run quite fast time.
8
So big step up.
EW. That was
Sydney on
best of luck.
They did run fast time there, and firms again now a $4.20 chance. So it is the best push late here. Acacia 5 into 420 today. Grand Eagle with Hawkesbury form, it's just in a roll today, 7 into $6.50. Surprisingly, Hayek, who started shorter than Acacia at Kembla, has been quite a significant drifter. It's been 6 out to 8.50. No money for it, no money for the little pumper. First up from a spell here today, it's been $6.50 all the way out to double figures. Now a $10 chance. Tyrone Power is $11 unchanged today. There's been a little bit of specking for Solid. This first started 21 into 16 today. Federal Reserve also seen specking pretty much all week. We did that bigger than 50 to 1 about Federal Reserve earlier in the week, and it's a firm today 26 into 17. While Viva Mauricio, the first start that Ron gave a bit of a push for, there's been no money at all for it. It's been a significant drifter. It's been $12 out to 19. So your favourite Hidden Motive still holding there as a $3 chance. We're not that
Frank to win.
far past that $3 mark. Acacia, the firm today, 5 into $4.20.
You know,
with a bit of specking at longer odds for a couple of first starters. So
I think 2 should not fail, but the ground is soft, and
Great challenging
if
condition
that becomes a hindrance,
in Sydney. Four
that's
apprentices probably
that's
going
a
right down to the wire.
Yeah, it's
That's
a great
a
top year
thing.
for these young guys coming through and girls.
That's
they get
a
lots of
thing.
opportunities once everyone sort of starts heading the bridge. But he's riding in terrific form at the moment. Rafe Knott is finding all the right spots. He's got beautiful hands on horses, and he's looking.
Bucephalus is resting. He's going to kick in after the second race because he generally gets timed out by the last few.
Important time coming up for them. Rail out 9 metres. I can almost reach out and touch it, Corey. But there's plenty of track to move with.
By the 5th race, he's like
Maximum
dead.
rail they're
So
allowed to get out to here at Randwick, believe it or not, is 14.
we'll get Bucephalus
They have got
after
as far
the
as
second
12.
race.
We're at 9 today. Here is Darren Flindell for his call of race number 1.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. The Little General's next to move into the gates, and the race favourite Hidden Motive, a $3 favourite, went toe-to-toe with Aerodrome all the way at Warwick Farm last time out, and Aerodrome was a little bit stronger there at the end, but Hidden Motive very well fancied here. That's Morgan in the saddle, and they're all in. There's the light, and we're ready to go for race 1 on Bookies Appreciation Day at Randwick. Waiting for the all clear. And they're off and racing, and the favourite hit a motive, one of the first out with Hayek showing very good master. Acacia jumped well, the Little General improving.
The two is not racing.
Field in the white jacket, clear from
The
Federer.
two has retired.
They're followed then by Viva Maurizio in advance of Solid and Grand Eagle. He's going to sell last of all, so Hayek shows the way. Out by 2 on motive, the Little General rails through.
For what joy he is doing that.
Acacia 2 for the back, Federal Reserve on the outside of Tyrone's Power. Then Viva Maurizio.
Did he not get paid for this race?
Last is Grand Eagle as Hayek extends the lead coming around the corner. Hayek about 4 in front.
What kind of a nonsense is that? I don't get it.
They're still travelling well coming up the rise in a gap to Tyrone's Power and Federal Reserve. Hayek leads at the 250, but they're closing in now. Head and Motive.
Now you try and do the circus. What kind of a circus are you trying to do?
Grand Eagle is scoring, and this has come from tailed off. Grand Eagle over the
Boom, 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 boom.
Grand Eagle from last has been
Boom.
back into Federal Reserve from Solid. Hayek got really tight from Tyrone's Power.
Boom, baby.
And the Little General.
Grand Eagle, natural winner. It's going to be, for a moment there, going up
Two.
to challenge Hayek, and then it looked as though Acacia had
2-11-3, I think.
Dash at them all.
2-11-3.
Number 2, Grand Eagle. Nashawilla will be first, beating Acacia, number 11. Brace knock.
2-11
And Hidden Motive will be third,
3
2 lengths away.
and 12, I think.
To fourth, it will be too close to call.
Yeah.
He's a nice horse. He's still doing things wrong. He's raw. His head's going everywhere. But to come from last on the turn in a 1100 metre race, it's an encouraging start to the day. There's
2-11-3.
no doubt about that. The stable has got a couple of lovely late season 2-year-olds. There's no doubt about it. And you can
Rank 6 in Eagle Farm.
there. Another one of these Farnans who are doing a great job.
We'll take a look at what happened. So we were not able to calculate the 11, which came in second. It is the linear. There is no question. So, and that's where it played actually. 8, 9, 10. 2 was with the pressure. It is a good hand.
A replay of the start.
Go to the
Nash
next.
just goes right back to last, and the clear last. And he's launched at them.
3, 5, 6, 11, and 13.
Also hidden motive to score impressively.
11 and 13 all
Corey,
scratched.
how far back was he? He was
Oh,
a
it's
mile back passing.
10, 2, 7,
was
8.
an absolute mile back, and but Nash is obviously feeling something well. You can tell by his body language there. He obviously still had a lap full of horse. Cut the corner.
10,
to come
2,
from
7,
there
and
with the
8.
dragon where it is. But again, I thought it was super impressive.
Gerald Ryan, big win.
Good win. Good win. He's always promised to be a lot. And I always thought this wasn't very far behind King of Pop. But King of Pop's so professional, this was one to do a little bit wrong. Nash rode him word before he went to Newcastle and come out on Friday morning and rode him and put a really good rap on him. And after he won the other day, John Moore, once again, John and George picked the good horse. I think they're taking him to Hong Kong, and Matt said don't take him to Hong Kong and win the races here in the spring. So he'll go out.
Okay, so we'll go out and come back with bigger targets.
Correct.
What about Nash early in the race? He was just out the back minding his own business, but a long way back.
I think that's a face. Nash has got the horse. He reckoned that Hawkesbury was 2 pairs too close and got to the front too soon. So he didn't want to do it today.
Spot on. Yeah, good on you, John. Okay, Nash will be coming up in a moment.
Racing here today, we've got horses in the yard for the first, and this is a Class 3 plate. It's over 1,200 metres, and Tough to Muss is your favourite. So Action King, the first horse to look at, Maxi, in a point to $11 for Kelly Schweder and Cody Coles.
Here we are on a heavy 8 and probably an improving track, and he's never been on a heavy but gone okay on soft. It's been 2 months since he's raced, and he's a horse that can run well here, nice and fresh, especially from the good draw with a couple of kilos off.
Dory Beauty's a big price at $31. Matt Dunn, Andrew Mullion.
Fit and ready to go third up. The 2 runs back have been encouraging here. He'd have a chance.
Thank you, Henry's a great chance. Tony Georgiev and Boris Thornton.
He's only had the 1 start here at Eagle Farm and ran second to Adriel before the break. His 3 runs back have all been very good. Can't fault him at all today.
Here is the favourite, number 6, Tough to Must, David Van Dyke and Noel Callow.
He's drawn the inside barrier, so probably not a great draw for this first race. Talented though, there's no doubt about that, and he's had a couple of nice trial performances in preparation for first up. His trainer did say that he feels he will be better up on top of the ground though.
Okay.
He has had a couple of wins on soft settings.
Tuned is the 7 here, Annabelle Nisham, Rob Archibald and Damien Thornton.
3 goes on soft for 3 wins and has been coming through the grades nicely at the provincials and midweeks in Sydney. Have a hope.
Carwheels is number 8 from the Matt Hoysted stable with Nikita Berriman.
Gate number 11, not ideal, but she usually gets back anyway. She can produce a big burst in the straight.
9's already on the track, Cosmic Beauty, Jeff Dunn and Ange Jones.
Won well first up at the Gold Coast, but that was in a lot easier grade.
Here's Miss Hellfire from Group 3 to Class 3, Annabelle Nisham, Rob Archibald and Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Yeah, most of her racing has been in stakes races. She needs to snap a run at 10 outs. Her first up run was okay for this easier.
El Dolfito is the 11, Matt Hoysted, Kieran McAvoy.
They're keen to watch. There has been some market support. Blinkers off, tongue tie on, interests me. And the first up record, 2 goes, 2 wins, first up does as well.
Here's Sicilian, Tony Goll and Emily Lane.
Ready to go. She was good at the first start for a long time. Run down late here by Enterprise Lucia. That was a month ago. She's been waiting in the wings.
Rob Heathcote trains 14, Sultry Side, Bailey Wheeler.
She's first up. She's quite a talent. Just drawn a bit awkwardly today.
Rightio, that is how they looked in the yard. They are now behind the barriers for the first of 9 here today. 4 features later on in the day, but we kick off with a little lazy Class 3 play, but a damn good one at that, Max.
Yeah, and punters are finding it a bit tricky. Tough to Mass has been the easing favourite at $4.40. Tuned has been very strong, supported, 6 down to $4.80. Becky Henry's been out to 7, back into 6, and Aldefito, how do you say that, Bernie?
Aldefito.
Yep, 750 in, 2 points from 950. Did win its first 2 starts in Victoria, now trained by Matt Hoysted, so there has been money. I'm with 5 though, thank you, Henry. I think everything looks good. This is a good quality Class 3, just needs to be good enough to win. 6 Tough to Mass, 7 Tuned, and then number 10, Miss Hellfire.
Yeah, Aldefito can mean noble wolf, brave wolf, all sorts of things. It's a good name. Look, I'm sticking with Tough to Mars, and I surmise the reason why he's blown so much is that he was sweating in the yard, but that's just him. That's what he does, and obviously he's naturally going to be a little on the fresh side here today as well. So looks really tuned up fitness-wise, but was sweating. I can understand that for some, that is a bit of a put-off. All right, here is Josh for the call of race 1.
7. So good backing for Tuned. Tough to Mars, the late drifter in the market. Noel Pillow heading back aboard Tough to Mars now. Light turned on, first at 9, opening favourite now, Tuned, racing, and Tuned away well, likewise, thank you, Henry, also right up there is Miss Hellfire going forward, Tuned is now third as Sicilian, rips over from out wide, so Sicilian's in front, the second, Miss Hellfire, Tuned up into third, back to fourth, the outside, thank you, Henry. Further back to Cosmic Beauty, the inside Tough to Mars, and wider out there as they swing down the side is El Dolfito. Further back to Action King, Midori Beauty, Cartwheel, second last of all, Sultry Siren. So Sicilian's in front by 2, second Miss Hellfire. Tuned on the inside third, further back to Thank You Henry, next the inside Tough to Mars, and wider out Cosmic Beauty, further back to Action King, Midori Beauty, and wider out is El Dolfito at the 450, grabbing the lead, or still in front Sicilian, the inside trying to come through, Tuned, still there Miss Hellfire, coming through as Tough to Mars, further back to Thank You Henry, but driving through, Tuned has grabbed the lead, down the outside Miss Hellfire, still there Tough to Mars coming through strongly, Churn, Tough to Mars, tuned in front, Tough to Mars on the outside, Tough to Mars going to Churn, and Tough to Mars has won a half end to Churn. Third will go to Cecilia, not far away, Miss Hellfire, Midori Beauty, and not too far away as a put up there was further back in the run, Cartwheels, and then coming Action King, and then Sultry Siren. Further back in the run was Eldol Feet. I'll thank you, Henry, about the last one agreed to judge.
Boom, Frank. Now you've got 2 booms, Frank. Next time.
Has got up to beat the Sydney Visitor.
It's a don't type boom. I'll tell you what to try type. Even I forgot.
And then Miss Hellfire, number 10, back in 4th placing. And Midori Beauty just in behind those. So Tough to Mars has made it to picket fence. 3 consecutive victories before the break. A good spell, and he returns a winner. So he's been runner-up twice, and then
Good start, yes.
successes. So it's on with
Brilliant.
for him. Had the barrier blanket on, got himself a little bit warm in the mounting yard, but this is what it's all about.
Right, this is the second one here at Randwick. If we look through the odds, it's 10, 2, 7, and 8. That 10 is the favorite, which is a 3-year-old filly. Is it in good hands? It's in very good hands. But there is a problem. The problem is, again, it's 1100 meter. Benchmark 72. The first one was open. This is probably a maiden race. So this one is the favorite. Now this basically is the second horse pool, right? I think that is also going to be a little tricky. But let's consider this is second horse pool because this is larger. This is 35.96. This is 33.66. So this is larger, and it has definitely, the push through the rails. The problem is between 2 and 1. Now the 1 definitely has a larger pressure. The 2 has lesser pressure, but to deliver this pressure, you also need a jockey with the right handicapping. So I checked with 1. It is being ridden by Anna Roper. So Anna Roper is not a bad jockey, but if you look at how the handicapping has been done, so I think it's not an advantage. It is not an advantage here. That 2 went through with the pressure, with the jockey. There's a jockey in play. I mean, jockey in play as in like the jockey handicapping has to be there. Here, I am a little confused about 2 and 1 because Anna Roper is a good horse. We've got a lot of strength on this horse. It is the linear. The pressure is adequate to beat 2, but the problem is the jockey. So, and 1 is not there. 10 is not winning for 10 is tricky. That's for sure. 2 is has a little bit of management issues. So that's there. There's a management issue on 2. Is there a good jockey? That's a good jockey. 2 is probably the best jockey with management. And this one is the tricky part. Whether it is 1 or 2. I mean, with pressure, we have 1. We've seen that cannot be beaten. So this is where the trick is going to play. We'll take a look at the 1 and 2 both. We'll take a look at the 1 and 2 both. I don't I mean, these numbers has got nothing to do with the stats of the jocks. It is just, you know, the problem with the jockey handicapping. That's exactly what they call the jockey challenge, I think. Frankie on 10. Looks good. Okay. Won previous race 7 lengths. This one looks a little dicey. This one looks a little dicey. This one.
From Solid, and 3 lengths last is Grand Eagle as Hake extends the lead coming around the corner. Hake about 4 in front to Hidden Motive. The Little General being pushed along Acacia. They're still travelling well coming up the rise and a gap to Tyrone's Power and Federal Reserve. Hake leads at the 250, but they're closing in now. Hidden Motive and Acacia on the outside. The 2 favourites, Hidden Motive and Acacia. They go to the front together. Grand Eagle is scoring, and this has come from tailed off. Acacia hits the lead, but Grand Eagle over the top. Grand Eagle puts the head in front, and that is a win. Grand Eagle from last has beaten Acacia and Hidden Motive. Get back then to Federal Reserve from Solid. Hayek got really tight from Tyrone's Power, Viva Maurizio, and the Little General.
Yeah, sort of found the key to him, I think. He's shown us good ability from day one, and probably early in his races, he was overusing his energy early in his races, and before his race, things like that. But sort of had a chat to Gerald before his run there at Hawkesbury and said, just try and ride him cold today and see if it turns him around. And he was explosive there. Actually sort of hit the front too soon when I let him go. And today it's good speed on, but they really give a kick here a long way from home here at Randwick, and we were still going through our gears. I was still very green. He hung out last time today. He actually wanted to hang in, but you know, he's got nice abilities. Always we'll have a bit of fun with.
Super.
Thank you.
And we've got an odds-on favourite here in Sunrise. Tim Ryan was keen to keep it safe in the preview this morning, and it's $1.80 with the NOP. You $1.80?
Yeah, we're a little bit short of 175 with Tab. I'm going to delay other runs.
Okay, you are going to keep it safe. But everything else, it's open slather as far as Tab's concerned. Sunrise we'll get to in a moment. Is mounting out for Harvey Norman. All you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Start with fielding, number 1, and a roper riding for Damien Lowe.
Yeah, look, it was pretty good at Wyong, 2 starts back behind Wonder Each, but didn't finish off there last time at Warwick Farm, went on the soft 7. And we are on a soft 6 today. Looking at the first 1, 5, 19, 36, 37, they went out hard. So that's a genuine soft 6 where I would suggest at this stage. I think would have been better on a drier track considering last run.
He's a beautiful big horse. To look at him, you wouldn't think that he'd be 1100 metre horse. He looks more of a staying type of horse, but looks really well, walks out well. Again, attitude terrific.
Oakfield Badger number 2, Jason Colladon for Christian Buchanan.
Yeah, racing very well this prep. Soft track, no issue. Just probably a touch more depth here, but that has been offset with a few scratchings here. So he's quite popular for a few.
Couldn't knock him as far as appearance-wise goes. He looks well. He's just starting to get a little bit wintry like, but no knock.
Angara number 4, Alicia Collett riding for Paul Perry.
I think he's worth a spec at the price. He's had a 38-day freshen since running in a 900 and 1,000. This is more his go. A softer track at 1,100. So he's the
Adaman!
He's definitely feeling well. He's been up in the ride.
Welcome back.
Really walks out well. Another one, attitude's good.
Next is number 7, Everyone's a Star, Adam Hieronymus on for Mark Chiavelli.
She's found a race she can win here. She had support at 1,300 last time. I don't think she runs it. The soft's good for her. I know she hasn't won in a year, but she's usually right around the mark in these 1,100 metre races here.
I've said it in previous starts. She's one of those horses.
Dow's
Out at you.
will wait for you.
She's a casual, cruisy type of customer. Still holds really good condition considering how deep she's into the preparation.
Number 8, Mad Darcy. 1 of 2 for David Pfeiffer here. Jay Ford rides.
Has midway form, was unfancied first up, running into just a few dead ends late there. She strips fitter here. I would have liked her a lot more if she come in for support today, because she did appear to need the run first up.
She's always been a nice, neat type of horse. Always looks really, really well. She's another one. She's a real casual type of customer, although she's got the earmuffs on. She parades well, and same again here today.
Staros number 9, Braith Knock and Terry Croft.
157 days, no trial. I think he's a better horse than what his form suggests. I'm a little wary of him slipping under everyone's guard at massive odds here with good fresh form.
Looks well in the yard here today. Obviously, we'll take a small bit of improvement out of today's run. Still looks a tad soft for mine, but looks wise, looks well.
Right, to the favourite, number 10, Sunrise, Rachel King, riding for Mitch Beer.
Yeah, she's only a little racy type, isn't she? Not much of her. 5 weeks since absolutely bolting in record time over 1,000 there at Kembla Grange. If you want to judge her on that run alone, she has to be hard to beat here with great credentials.
Yeah, she hasn't walked a stride since she's been in the yard. She's definitely been up on the toe. Totally agree, Bonnie. There's not a lot of her. She's a neat type, but obviously feeling very, very well.
And here's 12, Explosive Torpedo, David Pfeiffer, his second runner, with Zach Waddick, who can claim 1 here instead of his normal 2.
Yeah, well, the market tells me they think she's a better chance than the other mare here, Mad Darcy. So I've been quite taken with her 2 trials. She might be an improver, and that specking in the market has really pricked my ears.
She'll definitely take improvement out of today's run, but she looks forward enough. Yeah, no knock at all for mine.
All right, Corey's thoughts in just a moment. Mitch Beer here with the favourite. She's up on her toes, Sunrise.
Yeah, I'd be worried if she wasn't. That's sort of her. She's a quick filly and a fast filly, and she looks like she's ready to go.
So just put that into perspective for us. A 7-length track record win at Kembla first up.
Yeah, it was nice. They've got to go on and back that up. I think it was a perfect storm for her where nothing took her on. There was no pressure, and she was really allowed to go through her gears that suits her. You don't get that every start, especially when you go from a Class 1 to a benchmark 72. But I think rail out small field certainly helps our course today.
But you knew she'd come back in that sort of order?
Oh, she trialled enormous, and she's been a real work in progress. She's always been very fast, but it's taken us a whole preparation to be able to sustain that and get her to toughen up. And she had a great spell, put on a good amount of condition to strengthen up. So now we could let her use that speed without her sort of falling in a hole.
Let her be fast today.
Let fast horses be fast. That's what the good racehorse trainers say.
Thanks, Mitch.
Cheers.
Good luck. Here's Corey. Who do you like, Corey?
Yeah, I'm with her, Sunrise. She was just a bit of a standout for mine. Like Mitch said, there's not a lot of her, but she looks well. She's up on the toes. She's nice and bright, fresh, and she's drawn perfect. She'll take total control of this race and look the winner for a long way.
David Pfeiffer with 2 runners. You've got Mad Darcy here, Fife, second up. and a 1200 metre Randwick winner not that long ago.
No, it's her last preparation. She, same path, actually went to Hawkesbury first up, didn't like the firmer track, come to Randwick and won. So, we're hoping for a similar result. Probably only concern is the track's might be a little bit soft for it, but hopefully it keeps improving. But look, she's in good order, she's got a great barrier. Mapped well for her.
But a plan to be here on this day.
Yeah, no, the plan was always to get here. So, yeah, and just had a little bit of juice in the track, so.
What about your runner first up, Explosive Torpedo?
She's going well. Obviously, a long time to make breaks, so she could be a little bit vulnerable. But her 2 trials have been great. She looks fantastic.
Okay, good luck here.
Thank you.
10, 4, 9 and 7. There's no resistance. I don't know if there's any value in her, but there's no resistance in the market. She's very, very solid odds on. $1.80. So, yeah, she's going to take some running down. I concede that. I think there's 2 good real long shots here, Angara and Staros, who's stayed quite firm after being 50s earlier in the week before scratchings. And I'll throw in everyone's a
All right, let's go with this.
Nice little map for her. And
Then
she's quite capable in this grade when she gets
Frank.
to the 1100 on softer footing. But 10, 4, 9 and 7.
You mentioned on no resistance in the market. There's no real resistance.
There's a lot of high hopes on 10. Let's go 10.
Take on this shorty. She's been 190. Did get into a short.
Let's not argue. It's Randwick odds.
Pretty much the only horse we are laying around, just pushing towards 70% of the total hold in the tab book. So she's a loser for us. You'd expect around about 55. A little bit more than that for a $1.80 chance. So 70%. That makes her a losing result for us at tab.com.au. We just like our racing style.
PC.
She should go to the front with the advantage with the rail out. 9 metres.
Welcome back, PC.
Much support for much else in the race. They had that a few during the week, but that money's dried up.
The 2 has a better jockey. The pressure is actually better on 2.
$5.50, but it's not significant
But
money.
the 1
The lack of money around about
is being discounted royally.
into $5 everyone to start. Oakville Badger was in the second pick this morning. It has been really soft today. We're keen to push against it. It's been $4.80 out to $7.50. Mad Darcy, he's $10 unchanged today to get into a short $9.50, but just back to 10. The stablemate Explosive
Lee, welcome back.
Earlier in the week, we bet 50s, less a fair few deductions, but it was a firm in. It's just been a bit softer today. 11 out to
Gamble
13.
against favorite.
21 into 16. That's probably been the best go at longer odds today. 21 into 16.
Okay, if that's the case, let's
earlier in the week, and then
go
to
1.
$19 Angara. There's not a lot of money around for it. It's $19.
Let's go 1. Gamble against the
Now towards a minute
favorite.
30 from start.
1.
We've just gone out to 185.
I'm
and then
going
back
to
into
1.
180. We did write a bet straight away after going to that 185. So
Man, it just dropped down to
180 is favourite Sunrise, not that keen to oppose her. Everyone's a star's come in. I guess it's the best back of the horses around her. No money at all for Oakville Badger, Mad Darcy. And just that little bit of specking for Staros at longer odds. So it's pretty much one-way traffic in the first here, Greg.
Okay, Ronnie, they've run 65.19 in the first, which is a slow track time, isn't it, for 1,100 metres? They were 2-year-olds, but Paddock ran them along at a pretty good pace there in that opening race, and we saw the winner come from last.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to line this next 1,100 metre race up compared to the 2-year-olds in the first to get a better guide on the track. And we didn't have any short course races last week, so there's no guide onto the track last week to this week yet. Because I think the shortest race we had last week on a soft 6 was a 1,200 metre race. So whether they go hard here or not, that's up to Sunrise, because I don't think there's any.
Lee, 10.
She should control the tempo.
10 will get a play. I mean, 10 is the favorite.
Slow it down too much because her asset is her speed.
Well, she's got that glaring figure from last start at Kembla Grange, which appears on officially a soft 5 track, a track record 55.58.
And which is this one now?
First up, and the margin was officially 7.3 lengths, and arrives here in Sydney. A next step up in class, and midway The benchmark 72 and runs odds on. What price, Tim?
Yeah, still $1.80, but I'm not sure for how much longer. We're just
The problem with one is the jockey. The jockey handicapping is very weird on one. There's almost no chance.
Odds on Rachel King on board. Barrier 1.
Combine for a break over 1,100 metres.
Anaeropa.
And Sunrise began all right.
Run, baby.
Duck up there to go forward, and
Please
Sunrise is going to
don't.
lead. Fielding goes forward, but then Gar Explosive Torpedoes
Run,
out pretty
baby.
wide. Then Everyone's a Star, Matt Darcy
Just
down on the rails.
run.
Oakfield Badger deeper out. 3 lengths to Star Ross at the tail of the field. Sunrise shows the way with Fielding going to second.
Okay, you're
and
good.
Gara Handy third inside Explosive Torpedo.
You are
Then
good.
came Matt Darcy on
Take
the
it
inside
off
of
the
Everyone's a
bend.
Star, 2 off to Oakfield Badger.
Take
and a
it
similar
off the
margin to
bend,
Star Ross at
baby.
the rear of the field. Sunrise at a controlled speed. The odds-on favourite leads around the turn from the long shot field.
Now this is your field.
Leaders back third from Explosive
Miss Anaeropa, please show us what you can do.
Track and Matt Darcy's looking for the run.
You are in
Rachel
trouble.
King. Let the favourite go now, Sunrise.
You are in trouble.
And Sunrise opens up by 3 or 4 lengths. Everyone's a Star at Oakfield Badger making ground, and then Matt Darcy up the inside. But Sunrise 3 lengths clear from Everyone's a Star Oakfield Badger. Matt Darcy. Here's a big win again for Sunrise, spreading its rivals. Oakfield Badger grabs second.
No.
Third, Everyone's a Star and Matt Darcy.
Dead.
They gap the others. Explosive Torpedo, Staros. Further back to Fielding, and then Gara was last to finish.
Good start.
Fluke in her first up win. Sunrise has done it again, this time in a midway in town on a Saturday for bigger money. Rachel King and Mitch Beer. Sunrise, number 10. will
Jocks
lead all the way
asleep.
and look strong to beat Oakfield Badger, number 2. And will line up third into the prize. Oakfield Badger is Christian Buchanan and Jason Collins.
2,
And who's going to get the name down
7
right
and
on
8.
the line?
10 to
Everyone's
7 and
star will be number 7, Mark Shimley, the trainer. Adam Hieronymus, the rider. Yep, those numbers are now official. 10, 2, 7, 8.
Yeah, definitely no.
10 to 7 and 8.
Because when you reprice this race, you're going to have a lot short than $1.80. The way that unfolded, the way she sprinted the line, there might be not be much of her. So what there is, it's all energy.
Played exactly the odds.
There's no doubt in the wide world about that. She just simply outpointed them.
Yeah, it was totally all about the winner, Ronnie. She just got out front, took total control. She didn't go steady neither. She was running along at a nice clip, especially on a
Rang, boom.
But a turn of foot was terrific there from about the
Okay, let me bring in Booster Fellas.
They're going to have a lot of fun with this one.
Comparing times, first race to this race, they ran 65.42 here. 65.42, compare that with 65.19 for the 2-year-olds. For the 2-year-olds faster, but they've run home faster there in 35.9. Sunrise 35.9. The first race 36.37. So Mitch Beer, the winning trainer, has
Malmo.
got a great start in his preparation for Sunrise, and it's onwards and upwards from here.
Yeah, and I must thank the ownership group. Like, last preparation, we knew how fast she was and we knew how good she was, but I just said to them she's not physically ready and not mentally ready. When we got her, all she wanted to do in her track work was sort of bolt and also go on her races. And we had to
3 out of 3.
teach her to settle
The
and
next time, Frank.
And thank you to the ownership group because that really...
No, 3 out of 3. So Frank type slay.
Not very big.
No.
Type slay.
Big thanks to Nick Gannon, who does my data
Slay.
and our bloodstock agent. They found her in the Magic Million Broodmare sale. They said, we'd love to get involved. So, we love these trial horses and the beach table. She spends most of the time down there. And I'm just wrapped with the little system that we've got here at Kembla. It's been terrific.
All right, well, what's next for the beach, baby?
She'll go back to the beach tomorrow, and I'd like to give her a crack. I had her in a listed race in Brisbane today, and she drew 13, and obviously this looked a far better option, but I might take her to Scone and give her a crack while she's still 3 and see whether she's sort of up to that level, but we'll worry about that tomorrow.
Okay, well done.
Thank you.
Good on you.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm for race number 2 on the card. This is our staying event of the day, a benchmark 80 handicap, and it's over 2,400 metres. Odds on is your favourite Dillian. That's $1.85. Let's take a look at them from the top, Maxie. Galifianakis is the first chap to take a look at. He's at $5.50 for Jack Bruce and Emily Lang.
Looking at Treat in the mounting yard, still carrying
15, 1, 4 and 11.
At a bit of racing. He's on the 7-day backup, not a problem at all.
Yeah.
And when he strikes form, he usually holds it. He's just got to run the trip. Most of our races here in Brisbane on a Saturday, these types are to 2,200. We don't have many further than that, so it's whoever can stay best.
Jack Duggan is number 3, the first of 2 greys in this race. Jason Deemer and Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Yeah, 2 ago, he ran second over this distance at the sunny coast behind El Jasor. He's tough, he's fit, ready to go.
Dillian, let's take a look at this favourite now. Number 6, Peter and Will Holbert, Martin Harley.
When trained by Kieran Maher back in the spring of last year. He placed 4th at Flemington over 25.50 and then 4th at Caulfield over 2,400. Just the one run for Peter and Will Holbert. Terrific run. It was expected. He was thrown in that Class 1. This is a lot harder, but definitely up to it.
Shazane is the 7, Annabelle Nish and Rob Archibald and Damien Thornton.
Yeah, look, she was beaten numerically 8 out of 11 last start at Doomben, but the run was all right behind Phillipsburg, and I reckon she'll stay the trip.
And then we get to Mistress of Illusion, number 10, with blinkers on today, Chris Waller and Rod Stewart.
Yeah, is a winner on soft, and this track following the first birdie, just looking at the times, probably consistent, I think, with a soft 7.
Yeah.
So I think the track will be okay for her, and she's got a bit pull in the weights.
Like a Beal, we know loves a wet track, Paddy Busserton and Robbie Dolan.
Yes, and will run the distance like a Beal.
Sign of Peace is the 12, Chris Waller and Mark Duplessis.
Yeah, I just don't know whether she's up to it, Bernie.
Okay, and Flash Prince rounds them out, Corey and Kylie Gear and Taylor Marshall.
A little similar to this guy. His last win 3 ago was only benchmark 58.
All right, the stayers are behind the barriers. Mistress of Illusion had her tongue tie attended to. Jockey's back on. Ronnie Stewart, everybody seems happy. And favourite, Dillian, is $1.75, Maxi.
Yeah, he started his career, well, he's an Irish bred, but in England and France, and ran some useful races. But sort of battled to get a win here, but got one first up in a Class 1. He was so well handicapped and thrown in that
BC to win Eagle Farm.
This is a lot harder, but geez, overall form suggests he should win, really. And I'm happy to go with him here. Number 6, he's got a bit of a weight pull over my other choices here in Jack Duggan and Galifianakis. He does drop 4 kilos on that win at Doomben, Dillian. So 6 on top of 3, 2 and 7.
I'm playing Mistress of Illusion each way, and here's Josh.
2,400 race number 2, just waiting for Flash Prince and attendance in. Should have seen your Bobby in the head there racing. And Dillian the inside hopped away as well as anything. Sign a pace of rolling forward. Handy Galifianakis over on the outside. A length and a half to Flash Prince, and Jack Duggan's out very, very wide. And further back in the field to Like a Beal. Shasanya second last, and Mistress of Illusion's gone back to the rear. So Sign of Pace in front, and a no-man plan. Jack Duggan loafing forward, and third is Galifianakis. Dillian 4th on the fence, and length further back to Flash Prince, and 1.5 to Like a Beal on the inside of Shasanya. And last of all is still Mistress of Illusion. Up the railway side, they head, and Sign of Pace in front by 3/4 here. The second, Jack Duggan. And the race favourite, Dillian, sharing third, back near on the inside as they make their way towards the 16.50. Galifianakis over on the outside. A length and a half to Flash Prince, Like a Deal, 2 lengths away to Shasenya. And still last of all, the inside, Mistress of Illusion. So Sign of Peace here by Neatland, second, Jack Duggan, 2 lengths away, third, Galifianakis, and the race favourite, Dillian, 4th the inside. 1 further back to Flash Prince. Further back to Like a Bill, Shasanya still second last over on the outside of still last of all, Mistress of Illusion. So Sign of Peace by about a neck or so. Second, the outside, Jack Duggan. 2.5 lengths away, third, Galifianakis, and still 4th, the favourite, Dillian. 5th, the outside, Flash Prince. 1.5 to Like a Bill, Shasanya. A length and a half to Mistress of Illusion at the 1,000 metres marker. So Sign of Peace here by Neckline still. Second, Jack Duggan. And third, the outside, Galifianakis. Dillian 4th, the fence, and further back to Flash Prince in 5th. 6 the inside like a bill, creeping forward Shasenya over on the outside, and Mistress of Illusion a length and a half away. So Sign-a-Peace being joined here by Jack Duggan. A length away third, Galifianakis over on the outside. Flash Prince out deeper, scrubbed along. Dillian fifth on the inside, travelling okay, looking for the way clear. Shasenya's over on the outside, and they're clear from further back as like a bill. Last of all, Mistress of Illusion. So Sign-a-Peace narrowly, Jack Duggan the outside, Galifianakis out wider. Dillian fourth, looking for the way clear, further back to like a bill. Shasenya still just in front, Sign-a-Peace, but not for too much longer. The heavens have opened up for the favourite Dillian, and he's rushed through to grab the lead. Galifianakis on the outside, like a bill plugs home, but Dillian's well clear, 3 lengths in front. He goes further in front, and Dillian, very, very impressive as one. Second, Galifianakis, and third's a photo. Either Mistress of Illusion or like a bill, followed further back by Sign-a-Peace, Shasenya. Jack Duggan dropped out and Flash Prince.
This is the third one here at Randwick, 15, 1, 14 and 11. If we look through the rails, then we get that, and 15 is the linear. 15 is the linear, it's a 269. The pressure line is highest on 15. The jockey is good, but there is a better jockey on 14. However, there's no pressure line on 14. So that's more or less what we have. So 15 possibilities that might happen. So if we look at what happened in the previous race, it's a 1100 meter. 10 won. Though the pressure was here, it did not win because of the jockey handicapping. 2 came in second because of the jockey, and then 7. Finally, the 8 came in here. That was the lowest. This is how the jockey is being calculated. All right. So if we calculate the jockeys here, so 15 wins definitely. Then that's the largest outer drift. Here is the largest inner drift, 11, which is there with not there actually. 11 is another one. So this is just there. But here is the largest outer drift with one of the best jockeys, 14. Gate number 11 and 10 is in very good hands with another pressure line. Chances are 10, 14, 10. Let's see if that happens. But, 15, 14, and 10. But should be winning 15 and 1. One's a neutral. I don't know. I'm going to go with 15, just 15. We'll see if that works. One I have no issues with, but the jockey is a problem. Here, it is just because of the jockey. The jockey handicapping on 1. That's 40.8. So that actually interacts with the gravity, and here the 1 is 62.2. I don't know how this will play. This probably is a claimer jockey. Things that might happen is 15 definitely in. If we look through the rails, then we've got the 6, but that's how these two jocks are. That's out of I don't know if that'll happen. They're good horses. They're good horses. But the pressure is he is 74 and 29 on this. I don't know what it is translating, but definitely jock is a problem. 15 is on with the pressure. It's one of the best jockeys, but the best jockey is on 14, which is from gate number 11, and it is the largest outer drift. 8 is the largest inner drift, which is gate number 14. Now, if we look at these two horses, then 14 definitely has advantage. I mean, we'll see how it works. 8 is the largest inner, 14 is the largest outer, but one of the best jockeys. So that's 15. And then we have the other one here on 10, which is a 3-year-old gelding with a dedicated jockey.
She has been really well beaten in the trials. The first of them, she was beaten 7 lengths by Harlex, and then beaten 11
15 should not be a problem.
Impressionism. Happy enough to see what she does here.
Key Rouge, Jake Hole, Mitchell Bill on debut here for this filly. And I can tell you, if I just went down my screen, the price $9.50, and it's been 13 into $9.50.
Yeah, every chance of giving a bit of cheek early. This little girl, she's had the 2 trials, and I thought the most recent was quite encouraging. She just had the one this prep where she really went with Harlex early in the piece. Condition looked to give out late, but positive signs from the yard. She's a real nuggety little girl. She would have a lot of fitness improvement to come.
The next one down we go to, of course, number 7's out. Number 8 is Miss Caris. Craig Roberts trains here at Wyong now, sorry. Jenny Duggan's on board, and I can tell it's $19.
Yeah, she's first up. She's had no trial this preparation. Looking at her in the yard, she was a little warm, but she does look like she's done plenty of work. I couldn't really tip her off what she's shown us later in the last preparation. Admittedly, her best run overall was first up last prep.
And the bottom one from the Paul and Martha Cave stable, Vanta Black, the filly by Deadman, hasn't raced since January, only had the 3 starts. She's $12 and rock solid.
Yeah, I don't mind her. I think she could definitely improve and possibly be a place chance here this afternoon. Her runs were okay and decent quality form races last preparation. She's first up. She's trialled up really nicely. I think she's the big improver.
Belinda, race number 1. Your numbers in the first here for the punters. She's been on fire, ladies and gentlemen. What are you tipping?
I'm 2, 3, 9 and 4. I'm keen on the chances of Western Lane here. Trialled up beautifully, shown abundant speed. I think this 900 metre event grade looks really suitable here. Really wary of Harlex, the local galloper. He's a beautiful type. His manners really improved when the jockey jumped the ball. He can run a big race. Vanta Black looks a big improver, and so Sumi deserve it of another chance. 2, 3, 9 and 4.
9 and 4. We'll get to Jimmy Ryan in a moment. Nathan Perry's alongside Belinda.
I'll talk to you about the 2 in this race. First of all, Harlex, you've gelded in this preparation. It looks to make all the difference.
Yeah, that's it. He's certainly got his mind on the job. 2 nice trial wins, and hopefully he can come today and produce what he's done in the trials. Yeah, look, he's not a fantastic worker, but he's better out of the barriers. So he's drawn a little bit tricky today. But Aaron ran him the trial the other day instead of gave him a nice fill. So.
And a filly Dima V, better for today?
Yeah, just need a bit of experience, a bit of racing.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Rightio, there's Nathan Perry. Let's go to Jimmy Ryan. Jimmy, that wasn't a good result in Eagle Farm, but can you...
Lewis, 4, Newcastle.
Yeah, did you need to remind me about that? Terrible. The later day one easily at Eagle Farm. Punters looking a little bit wider here at Newcastle. The favourite is Western Lane. Linda's tip, just a touch easy. 3 out to 320, just back into 310. He's just the most popular runner, but just a touch easy from the open this morning. Harlex, a big drifter. It's been $3.50 out to $4.20. We can't lay so Sumi. $3 out to $4.80 today. The firms have been Miss Caris. This is the biggest one in the race. $34 after scratchings this morning. He's now an $8 chance. We've got as much as $51 about him when markets first went up on Friday. So 34 into 8 for Miss Caris. Key Rouge, has been 13 into $8.50. And Ocean's 11 has also seen a little bit of support, 15 into 11. So three big firms there, Miss Caris, Key Rouge, and Ocean's 11. Venta Black, just a little bit easier, 11 out to 12. So Western Lane will run your favourite here. But some big goes here for some runners at longer odds, Richard.
Rightio, there's Jimmy Ryan from tab.com.au. They'll be the best of the market throughout the afternoon. They're almost set for the first. Good luck, punters. Phil Roberts up in the broadcast box.
Late Alex. Right, it was so soon John Van Overmeer out of the saddle. Got King Rouge to come up. Vanta Black is still out the back. Alex likewise wide in this. And Ocean's 11. We've got a change of colours on Ocean's 11. Was listed to go around in the white with the green shamrock. It does have the navy blue and black cap of Newcastle Racecourse. So club's colours on the top in this. So Harleck's about to come in, starters out front. Harleck's coming up. Vanta Black looks like it will be the last one to load. So the line just about set. First of 8 at Newcastle today. And red light. We're set to go. Race 1, 900 metres. Ready. Starter is stepping down off his ladder. Got an issue here. Back to the ladder now is the starter. Red light turtle's never turned off. Now it's the Erotic So Sumi up in the gates. And the starter back down off his ladder. Maybe we have an issue with So Sumi. It went in riderless. And it looks like it's been backed out. So Sumi. It's Western Lane that has been backed out.
Big races at Morph and Ascot.
Back to the ladder.
We don't get any of those feeds.
Like word to come through. Western Lane heading back up into the gates. Starters back atop his ladder. Looks like Chad Lever about to jump back aboard Western Lane. And Chad Lever getting set again on Western Lane. Red light continues to flash away. Starter in position. And they're away. And out wide, Vanta Black with Harlex were both away well. So Sumi is showing speed. Western Lane not that far away. Back on the inside was Miss Caris and DMV.
No Morph.
Back there as well, followed by Key Rouge, and tailed out is Ocean's 11. It makes the start hopelessly.
I mean, I don't get a dedicated feed. If they're showing it here, then it's okay. But I don't know whether they'll show, they will not show.
Deeper than DMV, Western Lane. Vanta Black, the widest runner, and Ocean's 11 incredibly erratic in the home running. And Harlex moved up to So Sumi, dashed to the front, little length and a half on So Sumi. They're clear then over Miss Caris, Vanta Black, and then came Key Rouge, Western Lane, but it is Harlex forging clear inside the last 100, coming right away. And Harlex resumes for a long break here, eats down to win very
Maybe on the MV feed. MV I have. Mooney Valley. Got that.
DMV and Ocean's 11 back to the trials with it. So finished tailed out.
This was Newcastle, I think.
Easy as you like, number 3, Harley.
That's Moon Valley.
For the local trainers, these Group 1 days, we're always trying to fend off the Victorians and the New South Wales visitors. Andrew Lewis looking to do that. We've got 4 key chances across the day, Andrew. It's nice to have...
Okay, we've got that, I think. We'll go back to Randwick.
Well done, 3, 4. We're still waiting the third number, but 9. Yep, 9's official now. 3, 4, 9, and 2. 3, 4.
That's Morph. You've got bets on Morph? I'll play.
3, 4, 9, and 2 on race number 1. We're going to head to a break. On the other side, we're heading back to Greg and the team at Royal Red.
Okay, so let's watch Randwick. Let me know, PC, I'll play. If that's showing, I'll play.
third of the day is the Tab Highway, and we drop back to 1,000 metres here. This mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Speedy Henry. Right down the bottom we'll get to is the favourite at $3.10 with Tab. But we start with number 1, Masira. Wraith Knock is riding for Matthew Dale.
Yeah, well, he's an ex-Godolphin galloper flying for the new stable over the short course. He's been treading water for 56 days, probably waiting for this race to come along. He just sits off a good speed here, and he'll be hard to hold out.
Yeah, he's another one. He's a neat type of horse. He looks really, really well. In good condition, coat's glowing. Yeah, big tick for mine.
Number 2, Never Fails. Ben Osmond on for Jeff Crobbers.
Yeah, the blinkers are off. 27 days in the trial since probably overachieving at 100 to 1 there last start, but this is a much harder race.
Casual type hasn't really jumped out at me as far as parade goes so far. No knock though.
Okay, now here's number 3, Jules State. They're just coming into the yard now with the red earmuffs. Anna Roper is riding for Sam McGurran down from Grafton.
Yeah, look, found plenty after being softened up, winning last start. So running a highway at the end of last prep. When it was in the market, well, she was in the market to a certain extent, but she had respiratory problems that day. So judge her on a last win, and she's not hopeless.
Yeah, she's a wiry type. She's tall, lanky. Couldn't knock her as far as appearance-wise goes. She's maybe just starting to support that wintry type of look, but yeah, no negative for mine.
Perito from further north at Moreland Dave McComb, Dylan Gibbons.
Tough win on a heavy 10 there first up at Ballina. I think he's held in pretty high regard, this horse by David, so I find him hard to line up. I mean, remember he bolted in his first start there in the Sunshine Coast on a wet track, and he's lightly raced and might be untapped.
Yeah, first time I've seen him, but he's not bad looking. Nice, neat type of horse. He's paraded well so far. He's got a nice, healthy coat, and another one.
Frank to win Morph.
6 is Schwartzel, Jason Collett and Brett Kavanagh.
38 days and second in the Tamworth trial. Just forgive when she just stood in the barrier there last start. Previous run here was good, so can turn things around.
She's another one. She's an unassuming type of horse. She doesn't really jump out at you as far as looks-wise goes, but she's paraded well so far. No real negative.
Next is Tai Lung, number 7. Zach Waddick is on board for Terry Robinson.
Yeah, hard to get confident about him, but he's had a 56-day freshen waiting for this race as well. He pulls a big run out now and again. All these 3 wins are on wet tracks, so I think he's a little blowout chance today.
He's a big lump, I think. He's obviously had a good few runs this time around. He's just starting to get quite warm.
150 to 1 2.
Abstruse, number 8. Felicia Collett and Natalie Jarvis.
Okay, without raving first up, and a harder race now.
Yeah, couldn't really have it on looks. Again, another one of those just starting to support that wintry look.
Miss Rebel, number 9. Jake Tracy Holmes on for Cassandra Stummer.
I think she's worth a spec around that $10 mark. She's had a nice little break of 129 days. Loved the trial win at Scone. She's talented. Very good in the highway last preparation. She'll be strong at 1100. Has natural speed. Ticking a few boxes for me.
She's paraded really well as well, Ronnie. She's a nice style of horse. She holds good condition. She's nice and bright. Walks out freely well.
Ishiros, number 10, Matthew Carl, rides for Scott Collins.
Well, he's a 3-year-old who's put a gap in them, winning his past 2, but a wide draw here and some fast horses to get across makes it a little hard.
Yeah, no, not for mine. I couldn't find a negative for the horse. He's paraded well. Another one looks, nice healthy coat, walks out well.
Zimpano, number 11, Ash Morgan on for Melissa Dennett.
I thought he stuck on pretty well there first up. He's got a bit of pedigree about him. The inside draw helps in the toughest race he's contested, but he did win that romantic dream as a 2-year-old. He's got something.
Nice, relaxed, casual type. Has paraded great so far. Yeah, no negative for mine.
Sabuko, number 12, Jay Ford on for Larry Fairhill.
Yeah, needs improvement from what we've seen so far this preparation.
Nice style of horse. Holds good conditions. A little bit short in his action as he parades, but yeah, no, not for mine.
And a couple of emergencies getting a run into the field. We got a bit of Hoffer, number 14, Tom Sherry on for Anthony Warren.
Yeah, okay, went wide first up, but still preferring a few others here.
Nice style of horse. I couldn't really find a negative for him. He's nice and buzzy as he parades. Yeah, no, not.
And here's the favourite, Speedy Henry, number 15, unbeaten 2 out of 2, Reece Jones, Rod Northern.
He's a neat focus type, isn't he, for a horse that's only had 2 starts. He's an unbeaten 3-year-old. I thought he was great winning with plenty of determination and solemn time there at Scone. First up, the market says that he's above average. The stable's getting a lot of winners lately, so I think they can line him up with a few, and the market says yes.
He's a speedy type to look at as well, Ronnie. Noticed him when he first walked into the yard. He's fairly wound up, not getting hot at all, and yes, big tick for mine.
Heading to the gates here for this 1,000-metre scamper in the Tab Highway. Corey Brown, who do you like?
Yeah, I'm with the horse from Ballina, number 4, Perito. I just thought he paraded really, really well. Lightly raced horse, obviously by a narrow margin, got there last time over the 1,000-metre mark. I thought he'd drawn a little bit awkward, but then going through the speed of the race, where he's drawn, he should be able to fold across and sit outside lead. But yeah, he looked really well in the parade.
I am 9, 15, 1 and 7. Just going with a little bit better value of Miss Rebel here. The boy from the bush, Jake Pracey Holmes, is here. Travelled here to ride her, and I think she presents in pretty good shape. The favourite's definitely the one to be. He's very well fancied, 2-1 chance now, and I thought he was great. He just like he'd been here 20 times, not his first time here. On his third only start in a race like this, it's not easy, but I think he's more than capable. Masira's going to launch on them late here, getting the right run in transit, and throwing Tai Lung might squeeze through late here and run a race. 9, 15, 1 and 7 looks pretty solid, this favourite, Tim.
It is very, very solid, and I did not anticipate the money that we've seen for this favourite. I put it up as an equal favourite on Wednesday as a $4.40 chance. There had been some money for it leading into today, $3.50 chance after scratchings this morning, and now sits there as a $2.80 chance. The way things are tracking, it may even start a little bit shorter. I do like to oppose these horses having their first go in a Tab Highway, just coming through country races. Of course, this horse won a maiden and a Class 1. So we usually like to push against them late betting, but geez, it's been a strong go. I guess I did take a set against it on Wednesday, putting up that $4.40, but really, really well back, close to 45% of the total investment on the race. It is our only loser and a decent-sized loser for a Tab Highway early in the day. The second pick, Masira, is a little bit tough to lay. It hasn't moved far, just $4.40 out to $4.80, but there's not a lot of money around for Masira. Perito, the horse that Corey liked, has been a bit easy, $6.50 out to $7.50. Ron, your tip, Miss Rebel, just starting to write a few bets for it. It was $8.50 out to as much as $10, but just now back into an $8.50 chance. So it is solid today after going up $6 earlier in the week. Joy Cell's a big drifter. It's been $7.50 out to $10. Zampano, can't write a bet for it. It's a horse I liked from Barrier 1. I thought it could get a nice run, but it's been quite easy. $7.50 out to $10. Jules Statement is the other firm outside of the favourite in the race. Money came this morning for this, and it's been 18 into 12 today, Jules Statement. So an interesting move for it at longer odds. And Tai Lung, another horse that Ronnie gave a good mention this morning on the preview as a horse that might be a bit of overs. It was 18 out to 21, but some bets for it in the last few minutes to come back into a $16 chance. So a little bit of a trim up there for Tai Lung. Jules Statement a firm today, but it's pretty much one-way traffic for the favourite. As I prefaced earlier, we do like to take these horses on late in betting, the ones having their first go on a highway, and we've just pushed it back to $3. So looking just to get a little bit more out of it late now that it's bottomed out in the betting. But yeah, it's been a pretty big go this since Wednesday. Speedy Henry.
A lot of these horses have been put on ice, waiting for the highways to start up again.
PC1.
Rod Northam, who's got the favourite here, won the highway last Saturday with Ballandary Sal. He's got Speedy Henry here, who only raced 12 days ago, but some of these horses are off 56 and 38-day breaks waiting for this 1,000-metre highway. There's one of them, Tai Lung, 56 days since its last run in a highway, over 1,000 here back on March 1. There's the favourite going in, Speedy Henry. Depending on what happens today, there might be a race in a couple of weeks on his home track. Rod Northern may be looking at that with Speedy Henry, this 3-year-old by Hellbent. Who's backing away there? That's Perito. Now, Corey, your pick of the yard, or your pick from the yard, by the time I got to the barriers, it just started to sweat up a little bit, and now a bit cantankerous and not wanting to move in.
Yeah, when he first walked in the yard, Greg, he was a little bit wound up, but then he relaxed down and he paraded really, really well. But like you said, once he stepped out on that track, a little bit of nervous energy. Obviously, first time here, so his surroundings aren't normal for him, so maybe that's a contributing factor. But yeah, it's not good when you like them, but when you see them not behind the gates.
And he's kicking out now too. You can just see from behind the barriers he's starting to kick out, and he does not want to move up Pareto. Barrier 9. I think they've got it in now. What price Speedy Henry, Tim?
Yeah, it's still $3. We're equal top of the market now at $3. So it's just looking to get a little bit more money out of it late. We think he's bottomed out in price there. The late money, just in the last 60 to 90 seconds or so, has been for the second favourite, Masira. From a high of $4.80, it's now into $4. So a good late push for the second favourite against the favourite here late.
Burrito's in, Dylan Gibbons back on board. Here's Natalie Jarvis' horse, Abstruse, about to come up. And there's only a couple out. So here's Darren for the highway.
And Skiros now burdened with the outside draw as the last two to move in. Matt Carl aboard. And the favourite remains at $3, Speedy Henry. So there's the light, and we're ready to go. In the Tab Highway over 1,000 metres, stand by for a break. Fielded 13 to run. The starter climbs the ladder. Presses the button now, and they're off and racing here at Randwick, and Dual Statement jump well together with Pareto going up to challenge. Nasiro settles handy as Miss Rebel is pushed on to go forward. In front of Joao Cell, then came Zampano improving on the rails on the inside of Week, but got a better offer. Skiros out deep from Tai Lung. Now Speedy Henry's in the second half of the field. Sabuku gets underneath it. Followed then by Abstruse. And Never Fails is the last one. So back in the field, Speedy Henry's being ridden up and all cluttered up. And the leader here is Pareto from Dual Statement. Masira close enough. Zampano tucked away on the rails. And Miss Rebel, Joao Cell, Sabuku, Tai Lung. Well, Speedy Henry's got it all to do well back. Inside the 300 metres, Pareto 2 lengths clear. Masira's closing in hard on the outside. Pareto a length in front of Masira. And then came Wazel. Pareto just in front of Masira. It's Pareto. Masira lunging the outside, and Masira got up.
One.
Pareto and Wazel finished in third. Tai Lung behind him.
Easy.
Speedy Henry got going at the end wide out. So he was very
One.
Miss Rebel the inside.
Easy.
The fails, the gap to Abstruse. We got about a half of Dual Statement and Skiros.
Late money was right. They waited. They were very patient. The connections of Masira. He appeared here 56 days ago in a highway running second to Spec, and they've set him for a return in another highway, and they've picked up the maximum prize here.
1-4.
Burrito, and Joaquin's going to get third, and then a 2-length gap to the rest there. Speedy Henry got going late after never travelling at all.
Yeah, good ride.
1 for 8 and 15.
Just had him travelling the whole way, ready to pounce. Then they had to really pull out an effort because the leaders have got a very brave race in front there, Pareto, but the late money was right. Braith Knock, that's what's that, his 21st city winner of the season. He's only had less than 100 rides in town, and he gets within one of Molly Burke with this win, and he's got momentum behind him. But I think the favourite will be better for the experience. He missed the start and just seemed to lose the back in the field there for the first time. He'll be better for one in the future.
1, 4, 6 and 11. 1, 4, 6 and 11, the numbers. 59, 28.
1 4 6 and 11.
35, 28, the last 600. That's the Tab Highway here at Randwick.
Welcome back to Racing at Eagle Farm. Horses are in the yard for race number 3 on the card. This is a benchmark 78 handicap, and it's over 1,400 metres. A really open race. Tabs is your $5 favourite. So let's take a look at them from the top here, Maxi. Shah of Gomez had a change of scenery / stable. Now with the Jeff Dunn.
Yeah, but it did not win.
To claim 3.
Yeah, he's had a couple of runs back. I thought his first up run was good against the pattern, and then every possible at Durnban. Just happy to watch him today.
Here is what happened. So that one went through. That was 4 kilos above the grade weight. 4 kilos, 4 kilograms. We look at what happened: 1, 4, 6, and 11. That's 1. Then 4, which was another neutral. 1, 4, 6. And 11, finally. So the pressure did not work actually. Why is what we got to figure out. It was green. Eleven win Eagle Farm.
Seeing his quad one, John Dan, Nikita Berriman.
Yeah, he's got a gate here where he gets a nice soft time of it. Usually things go wrong for him, but it should work out okay today. He's coming off a tough
1, 6, 2, and 5.
Ipswich, and he beat a handy one right on the line there in Hermanita.
Here's Scud, Paul Shaler, Andrew Mallion.
Going okay, but probably needs it a bit wetter to run top 3.
Antonito's looking great.
Eagle Farm 4 out of 1.
CJ Graham.
4-year-old on the way up. His last 2 runs have been very good, latest on a heavy 90. He beat them easily. The third horse simply excels since won. It's a nice horse.
And Sizzle Manizzle is number 19, Brett Robb and Shaylee Ingalls.
Thought he was the best roughie here. He hasn't won for 2 years, but it was the country championship final at Randwick on a heady 8. First glimpse of form for ages last start when third at Ipswich. Good enough if he repeats that to maybe run a place here.
Alrighty, Tabs is your $4.20 favourite ahead of Quackwan. Maxi?
Yeah, I'm with the 7 here, Sky Forger. Remain pretty solid in the market. Happy with that. Good old Sizzle. How the wives like saying his name.
Sizzle. You like saying Sizzle Manizzle?
Yeah, Sizzle Manizzle. I think he's got a good place chance here. Shehab, definitely. And 18, Antonita, who's been very weak in the market. 7, 19, 4 and 18. And we just had it officially with Centrestone. A change of tactics. Want a rider around midfield.
Okay. I am sticking with my pick from this morning. That is Quackwan. Great parade from him here today. And I think the upgrade is a very positive sign for him also. Let's get to Tim Ryan now for a market update.
Thanks, Bernie. Your horse, Quackwan, is a firm today. $8 into $6. There's been some good money for it late in betting. Tabs was a big go earlier in the week, 13 into 5, and firms again today into favourite. It's your $4.20 favourite. So it's been a big go all week, 13 into $4.20. Shehab's pretty solid as a $7 chance, and a bit of money too for Maxi's tip, Sky Forger, 12 into 10.
And coming up for the Melbourne Cup winning rider, Robbie Dolan. And the inform Antonito looking to give David Van Dyke a double on the program with CJ Graham riding. So Tavs in the black cap, a gold cap on Shah of Goma. And they're all in. The light turned on, 1400. Tavs our fave. All in. Gates open. Racing. Quackwan, Centre Stone. By Rumble all began well. Shah of Goma's going forward. Scud handy. Likewise, Ocean Elf Antonito, 4 and 5 wide, is going forward. Further back to Daytona, trapped out Sky Forger. Naval Trader tabs out 4 and 5 wide, but looping forward now. Pizarro the fence, and further back to second last is the inside Sizzle Manizzle. A length and a half to She Had last of all, so working. Ocean Elks in front, second by Rumble. Third the outside Shower of Gamer. A length and a half to Antonito, Quoth Quan. Further back to Tab Centre Stone. Not much room for Pizarro. Scud the outside. Wider out trying to make some impression there. Going forward, Sky Forger. Daytona is out 3 and 4 wide. She Had Sizzle Manizzle, last of all Naval Trader. By Rumble the inside. Ocean Elks the outside, still the first couple. Quothquan third. Wider out Shower of Goma. Further back to looking for the way clear Centre Stone. Tabs is coming down the outside. Further back to Antonito, struggling, but Tabs out wide, have dashed up and grabbed the lead. Quothquan trying to go with him. Scud down the outside. Shehab is waving home, but at the moment it's all Tabs. 3 lengths in front with 100 metres left to go. It's gone further in front, Tabs. Late Shehab is making ground now, but Tabs is well clear, and Tabs has won. Second Shehab, third Scud.
That's
You know, some horses get
MV.
sort of hold spot from or whatever, always pass there with the eyes or wet made effective changes. That and then hold that spot as
Yeah, there's definitely some dark clouds that have just come over Mooney Valley here, and a little bit of light showers starting to fall. But you touch on the track conditions. We saw, for example, all pink in the previous race. My actually wasn't handling the conditions at all.
Right at the start, race number 2, due in 2.5 minutes, where LOU is the favourite.
Inexperience on race
0, 480, Mark 60, extra 2, and DK at 940.
Some of them has never learned
at all, but well, last time we saw LOU, he's a quick forward, but he just has a lot of the same. He just got some fun. And you'd imagine you'd have to be pretty happy to be quite positive on him again today. So he carried 59 there, got tough. I wouldn't touch it.
No, I wouldn't have thought so either. We just saw some vision there of the dark skies and a little bit of radar information that is over Mooney Valley at the moment. Looks like we're going to get a little bit of rainfall here and hopefully not too much to open this track up.
Your assessment of those radars is right in line with where we can't spot where we are on the map, maybe.
Hey,
so hopefully at home.
Hey, my mate's called me Jay, so I've got well respected weather, I'll have you know. I can tell looking out this window, we're about to get wet.
I ready to go. I want to cross. Pretty still here today, all that stuff. Yeah, I feel like we're going to get 4 seasons, maybe 6 in one day. Hutch, no rain as yet. Surely it's a fun time to be a racing fan. We've got 2 good ones in Adelaide this afternoon. At the Stools, pilgrimage to the State Southwest for Warrnambool, but Canterbury is going to be to have the quokka from Ascot on our screens later on this afternoon. Group 1 form line. Terrific race still today. The lights ain't falling. It's like a getting set for 0 as this with also RFC going forward, with also LOU, extra 2, and also DK. It's interesting to see with LOU how much pressure it's going to get in the first 100 or 200 metres here after leading all of the way on William Reid Day. Now coming forward is extra 2. So to complete the line is DK. Second race on the program. Favourite in predominantly a pink jacket. Set to run 1200. Starter glancing over the line. Gates being cleared. And away they go.
Prince Zero towards the inside, away pretty well with RNT and LOU and Ranting. So 4 across the track, a gap DK and also extra 2. So after 200, Prince Zero with the lightweight being raced by RNT. And they're 2 lengths in front of Ranting, the inside of LOU, and 3 lengths away DK outside of extra 2. To the side of the course, 750 out. It's RNT who took that corner awkwardly, and Prince Zero on the fence. And they're about a length and 3/4 LOU, who gets close to the outside of Ranting, a length and a quarter DK. Extra 2 is last of all through halfway. Approaching the 500 metres, it's RNT, the outside of Prince Zero, who's been softened up. A length and a quarter LOU, who's had a lovely run. 2 lengths to Ranting, struggling, passed by DK. And extra 2 is at the tail of the field. They come to the corner. Prince Zero kicks up on the inside of the 250 under pressure. LOU leaves the slipstream and glides up on the outside. They've raced away from RNT and DK, but LOU, 100 metres to go, has raced away. LOU guided to the front about 3 lengths. Prince Zero, extra 2 DK late, but it's all LOU. LOU won it well from Prince Zero, DK, extra 2, followed then by RNT, and Ranting was last.
Adaman, 4.
Sticking with the horse named after the legend, the best jockey I saw in Beeman.
Yeah, I think we all grew up with the replays of Lonro. I'm with him. I'm 4, 9, 16, 14. I'm keen on Beeman. Hard to go past. I know he's hard in the market, but deservedly so. The 9 Swag and may run into a pretty handy one here this afternoon, but you want to be following him through the preparation. The 16 Southern Prince is a place hope, and the 14 on any Tuesday can run a cheeky race, but give her a bit of time. She'll be better next prep. 4, 9, 16, 14.
4, 9, 16 and 14 for Belinda. This has been a good go. I'll get to Timmy Ryan in just a moment, punters, but this is now $1.45 Beeman. Aaron Lau, the right-hand man to Peter Stone, is out there alongside Belinda.
He's hard in the market here today, Beeman, but deservedly so. Wasn't he great on debut?
No, he was really good on debut. He went back, he sat deep and made a long sustained run. Just got a little bit lost late, but seems to have trained on nicely from it.
He got back and also got a bit of a squeeze out of the gates. Was going back the intention anyway?
Oh, just majority of our first starters, 2-year-old, just ride them where they're happy that they find their feet and just work into it. He drew an awkward gate that day. And once he worked out towards the outside of the track, he just also got a little bit lost, so we just added a pair of blinkers on Tuesday, and no, it's a great order.
So being a Snowden galloper, are we still trying to find time to step into the 1250?
Yeah, we think so. Look, from a good alley, we just left it pretty much up to Mitchell, just be handy. Envisaged him being somewhere in the first 3 or 4 and just working through his gears. We've got a big long trek to work with, a lovely galloper, and just work through his gears nicely.
Trained on well?
No, he trained on beautifully. He's got a lovely mind on him. Physically, he's trained on nicely, and yeah, we couldn't be happy with him.
Race 3 California comments. Can we expect improvement?
I think so. Taking the winkers off. Just wanted to sort of get on and off the bridle the other day. Just going to leave him alone early, get him to relax, up in trip to 15. Hopefully he hits the line a little bit better than the other day.
And in race 4, you have 2 there. Done Deal Flyer was good on debut. How's she come on?
Yeah, she's a really good order. Sat handy the other day at Goulburn. Maybe haven't had a little bit of a think about it down the big long straight there, but she's trained on nicely. She'll get every chance, small field, good gate, and think back's had a lovely education. She's had a few nice trials. Obviously, so you think filly should be better in time, but she's ready to run a nice race today.
Good luck with that.
Thank you very much.
There's Aaron Lau. While that was happening, it just kept firming. Let's go to Timmy Ryan. Looks like this is one-way traffic, Tim, with Beatman.
Yeah, very much so. $1.35 now with tap.com. It was $1.60 out to $1.70 this morning. That's because we laid Swag not long after 7:30. It was $3.60 into $3, but that money for Swag has completely dried up since the parade. Beatman's been $1.70 into $1.35. The form line's looking good. Ran second to Acacia. He ran a good second in Sydney in the first race. So looks good for Beatman, and punters have really reacted. Now just back to 140, but it's around about 75% of the total hold. Swag, $3.70 out to $4.80 today. So we did lay that bet this morning at $3.70, but that money's just completely disappeared. Leverage moment, the third pick has been a bit easy, $7.50 out to $11. Just trying to find one at longer odds. There has been a little bit of money around for on any Tuesday. I think $21 chance today. Is holding around that price. It's a small illusion in our book, but all the money here for the favourite Beatman back into $1.35, as you would say, which is one way traffic.
Traffic, thank you, Timmy. 135 for Beeman now, number 4, with 8 scratch only leading a field of 9 runners. This is all over, according to the punters, is it? We're about to see. This is race number 2 at Newcastle. Here's Phil Roberts.
Breeder's Son coming up into line with Donovan Dillon on board. He's going to pick up right in the 5th. On the bottom one. That being Tesserino. Christian Breath unable to make the weight at 55 kilos. Angel Feet comes in. Leveraged buyout coming up. Seamus about to be let in. And Ray Gun Rocks will be the last. Right, Seamus backs away at the first attempt. Seamus coming up into line. Seamus goes in now, so Ray Gun Rocks to complete the line and will be set to go. Back into $1.35 late is Speedman. China Horse Club colours. Ray Gun Rocks about to come up to the outside gate. Jenny Duggan riding for Craig Roberts. Ray Gun Rocks goes in. And we're set to go in the 2-year-old. 1,250 metres. Beedman favourite. Set to go. Gate 3. Starter holds them. Light still flushing away, and they're off, and Beedman was away nicely. Gate 3, Swag on its inside and holding the rail at this point. On any Tuesday makes a line of 3, and then came a Southern Prince in the mid colours, pushing through to be in 4th spot as the favourite takes up the running. Next then came Breeder's Son, followed by, back on the inside, Angel Feet, so it's midfield. Leveraged Buyout was next, followed by back in the field is Ray Gun Rocks back second last. No, Seamus goes back to the rear, so Beedman with a comfortable lead, 800 metres out. On any Tuesday, a half length away in second spot. A length back on the inside is Swag, the second favourite, running third, tracking this leader. Southern Prince is in 4th spot on its outside. Followed next by Angel Feet and Breeder's Son. They're 2.5 lengths in front over, leveraged by out. Ray Gun Rocks and Seamus 2 lengths away at the rear. Beedman a comfortable lead coming up to the home bend. Yet to have the brakes released. Led by a length in second spot on any Tuesday. Swag trying to get up on the inside. Southern Prince is making a race to get down the centre. And Leveraged Buyout is making ground as well. That Beedman has clipped up 200 metres out and got more than a length in front of Southern Prince. Swag battles away the inside, then Leveraged Buyout of all of them for the minors, but Beedman coming away, and Beedman far too good. Beedman wins. Second is a very close photo between Swag and Southern Prince. Out wide, Seamus made ground late. Breeder's Son was next, followed by Leveraged Buyout. Didn't really finish it off. Angel Feet was next in. Second last in was, as they crossed the line, Ray Gun Rocks, and the last one in on any Tuesday.
Going solo to Timmy Ryan there at Randwick Punters. They looked after you. $1.70 this morning. $1.30 across all 3 totes. Very heavily backed and never a moment's worry. 4 Beedman wins and wins easy. Number 9 Swag, who got left, rallies again and grabs second.
Okay, this is the 4th one here at Randwick today. That one is the favorite. Now, if we look at what happened here, the one won because of that thing. And I don't know if you were with me during the day. We were racing at Doomben. It was a heavy 9. And it was only after, half of the card was over, that's when I figured out that on a soft ground, they put heavier weights for the horses to be able to get out of the mud. It's a physics that they play. So here one is the overweight, which is like that. It is 1 kg overweight. Not exactly like this one. This one went through crazy, but this one is 1 kg overweight. Right after that, it is this one too, which is this one. The 3, that's one of the best jockey as well, and this is actually supporting. So here it was 62, and so this is higher the jockey weight and higher the weight. So that is the same combination here. 162. Here it is 59. That's the highest. 159. Then played 4, which was again a neutral, which was about half a kilo less. We had another horse which was half a kilo less, which was this one. It did not get through. It went through with the jockey. All right. It went through with the jockey, and then it came back to the 6. So if we look at what's here, so this is that, and then this is the one which is the next 2 with the jockey, and then it'll go back. It should go back, and in that case it will go back to one of these two. 1.5, 1.5. 1.5, 1.5. This is this 4. So 1, 2, and 4. I think we'll check.
Well, this young man's riding well, and yeah, he's got to be a really good chance for sure.
I didn't get to see him obviously first up there at Warwick, but he looks well enough in the yard here today. He's just starting to support that wintry look about him, but no real knock. He looks nice and fit.
The soft grounds and the heavy grounds, they have a different mathematics altogether.
Miss Icelandic, Chad Schofield is in the saddle.
Yeah, I think she's great. And she's first up after 168 days. She's had 4 jump outs in Victoria, getting the pass. She likes this thing out of the ground. I think the back looks kind to her here. I'm just shocked that there's no support for her.
A good sort too, looking at her in the yard. She's all doubled up over the hind quarter. Her coat's still like she's going this spring really, so yeah, no knock at all.
Here's Extravagant Lad at number 3, Matthew Carlon for Scott Collins.
Yeah, he's a sharp horse. At this distance, it's very honest. He carried the big weight well at Orange, winning there first up, and just the draw makes it a little tougher in finding position here in what looks a pretty quick race.
She's a nice big strong horse. She's got a short little action as she parades. Yeah, no knock at all. She's got a nice healthy coat on her, so yeah, tick for mine.
Zulfikar, number 4, Tom Sherry on for Richard Litt, who takes over the training from James Cummings.
Yep, the blinkers off first up after 168 days. He's had 2 trials for the new stable. Both wins have been fresh in the past, so the support today suggests that maybe he might have to run.
He looks like he needs a run as well on his. Looks a tad soft for mine. A lovely style of horse. It's paraded well. Got a big nice action on him as he walks out. But yeah, for mine, just a slight bit soft.
Smashing Time, number 5, another first up. Robert Luke tried the trainers, Dylan Gibbons rides.
Yeah, 119 days off, hard held in 2 trials. Look, 1,000 metres might be a touch short for him. If he gets his head in order, this horse, he's very, very talented. He did beat the Sunrise first up last preparation where he chased her down. So I'm not ruling him out. If the race unfolds for him and he executes well, he's certainly got the talent.
Yeah, he's a nice style of horse, big leg type, really athletic style of horse. He's fairly wound up. He's been up on the toe since walking into the yard, so he's obviously feeling fresh and well.
Now to Passagiata, Rachel King and Björn Baker.
99 days off, 2 trial wins, very fast mare in the form stable. She's going to look the winner for a long, long way, even though there's no recent wins. She's very sharp at this distance.
Not a lot of her, so she won't take long to come to hand, obviously first up, so wouldn't be surprised looking at her that she'd run a great race first to go.
Debussy, number 7, Reece Jones on for Tony Ball.
Not a while now. I just doubt he's got the form lines for a race like this.
Couldn't really have him on looks neither, Ronnie. He's looks a slight bit soft, and again, another one just going into the winner with that Willie Cup.
Next is number 8, Air Apparent, Winona Costin on for John Sprague.
Yeah, I prefer others when his form lines here.
He's another one. He looks like he'll benefit from today's run.
And Iron Hat, number 9. From the Bowen stable at Musselbrook. Anna Roper doesn't have a claim here. She'll ride at the 52.
Yeah, look, there's a little specking for him. He's going okay, but needs it easier than this, I would have thought.
Couldn't really find a negative for him deep into the prep. Still holds good condition, so yeah, no knock them on.
Okay, they're about to go out here. Peter Snowden's got Zealously, but first back to Beedman. What a reputation this horse has got to live up to.
Yeah, don't know who'd be more relieved, me or Dazza, because there's nothing worse than a horse named after, or better, it's a privilege to have a horse named after you. But hopefully he can give me strength and reach the levels that we'd like hopefully you can get to.
Well, he looked good today.
He's a nice horse. He's got a great attitude. He's a real genuine horse, and that's what I like about him the most. He's just every day he goes out, he tries his best. He's got the looks, and hopefully he's got the moment of the match.
All right. Well, like his namesake, he's got the looks. What about Zealously today?
Yeah, he's got a good hope, Greg. It's a pretty even race, though. I thought when he goes to the depth performance, it's a fairly strong race. But he's in great shape, the horse. He's come back in good order. First run was excellent. Come on nice from that run, and they'll know he's out there today.
Your other two have got hopes later, King of Russo and also Lavish Empire.
Yeah, King of Russo especially. He looks a nice setup for him. He's got a good gate to get a run. He's had a run back and got a bit fitter and another solid race. But he's drawn to get a good run. He should do that.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks, Greg.
Here's Peter Snowden, and he is Corey Brown.
Number 5 for me, Smashing Time. Hope that's what he's doing. He's probably a back-marking horse from that barrier. Probably settled midfield, but loved his parade. He's won first up over the distance before, so yeah, number 5 for me, Smashing Time.
I am 2, 1, 5 and 6. No money for her, but I think she looked great. Number 2 here, Miss Icelandic. I think she paraded beautifully. Jump outs in Melbourne are great. She has talent, and I think she matched well. So at the 850 or whatever she is, I'm happy to spec her. I think Zealously is the danger. He's hit his mark now. He's probably at 225. Tab's probably still the best, so he's unwanted here. Smashing Time's a very interesting runner. Obviously, they're trying to teach him something, and they're going to take their medicine, but he'll charge late. And the writing's on the wall with Passeggiata, stable confidence there. Is really firming late here. Passeggiata, so expected to run one of up to her best form. 2, 1, 5 and 6, Tim.
Yeah, 235, Zealously, your tap.com.au lay of the day. It was 230 into $1.80 after scratchings this morning. It'd been a big go all week, one of the better back runners on the program. But we decided to make it the tab lay of the day. We thought it'd be overbet. We pushed hard against it. We did get to a high of $2.40. That was taken just now back into $2.35, and that's on a $2.25 NOP Zealously. So tab.com.au, your place to back this favourite. We are clear top odds anywhere in the market. Passeggiata is a horse that we like, and it is a good firm today. $3.60 into $2.90. Thought it's been trialling really, really well. Barrier 1, Rachel King on. It'll go to the front, and it's the one that they'll have to catch with the rail out 9 metres. So it's the horse that is firming and the horse that we quite like at tab.com.au. There has been some money for Smashing Time as well, $9.50 into $7.50 today. So a bit of money around for Smashing Time. First up for a spell, Ronnie's tip, Miss Icelandic, has been quite soft. No money for it first up. It's been 7 out to 9. Then we're out to the $19 chances. And Iron Hat's seen a little bit of money, $34 into $19. It's the best firm at longer odds. But these favourites at the top here, $2.35 and $2.90, Zealously and Passeggiata, just starting to get that little bit closer together. We're liking the way that this market is trending because Zealously is the tap.com.au play of the day.
Oh, there's Zealously, the favourite over there behind the gates with Jason, with Brace Knock claiming the 2. It's in with 57. That Laurie, he loves the place here in Sydney, Ronnie. He's brought 2 up today. He might just keep coming back after the autumn he had.
Yeah, well, the punters don't want anything to do with him today, with these 2 runners here, but they're not here unless they're primed up first up, or I wouldn't have thought, unless he's thinking of going on to Brisbane with them, but I doubt that. So, yeah, I'm just shocked there's no specking at all for Miss Icelandic here. I think she's talented when she's right. And some of the form for this stable when he had her early on was really good, where she put, 3 or 4 together.
Yeah, Gavin Bedgewood had her for 6 runs and then went back to Matt Laurie. But she comes here, Ronnie, with 3 jump outs in to try.
Yes, so that's encouraging. Or whether she's had setbacks along the way, I don't know. But they've been good jump outs. The last one, they didn't go hard, but the previous one, you had Giga kick in it, and you had a couple of Anthony Friedman horses in the last one. I think there was good depth to the jump outs. It's just because of the, just a jump out where they've ambled. I thought that she's had a lovely grounding. She's a lovely lay-back sort of mare as well. So I couldn't pull any holes in her as far as the way she's paraded. It's just that obviously the big boys and girls don't think that form shapes up here in Sydney. I'm not sure.
Now, have you got enough out of this favourite, the lay of the day, zealously?
Yeah, well, it's firming up. Ronnie was speaking of the big boys and girls, and they definitely stepped in at about $2.35. So we're back into $2.20. We're still top of the market. That $2.20 is on a $2.15 NOP zealously. So still keen to lay this favourite with the money for zealously. Passage just got back out of touch. Now out to a 3.10 chance, 7.50 smashing time. And Ronnie's tip, Miss Icelandic, now out to double figures. It seems big odds. It should get the right run, Ronnie. I thought zealously maybe just a bit of a risk. It's the one that's going to have to do the chasing, and I thought maybe it might do it a bit tough with the big weight, but punters, they're in the camp.
Yeah, all eyes on Passagiata at the start here.
Yep, she hasn't won for a long time, but she's back first up today. Here's Darren.
They're both being rolled back. They're all set, ready to run. And they're racing. Smashing Time hopped up in the air at the start and is going to settle last. Zealously jump well with Extravagant Ladder. Now Passadiana is zooming along the rails to join it. Era Parrot is handy and Miss Icelandic goes to 4th. Extravagant Lad dropped back a length or so, followed by Debussy, 2 after Iron Hat. Then came Zulfikar and Smashing Time after blowing the start. Here's the last one, Passadiata, held together by King on the point of the turn, a half in front to Wear a Parrot, and zealously scored 3 wide, a length off the lead. Further back to Miss Icelandic, Extravagant Lad and Debussy into the straight now, and Passadiata comes up the rise, 2 in front. From Miss Icelandic on the inside, trying to improve from Air Apparent. Now zealously stoked up on the outsiders, running on fairly. Passadiata shows the way, but Miss Icelandic now pounces on the outside. Miss Icelandic laying it down to Passadiata, stride for stride. Miss Icelandic went home a fraction the better, and Miss Icelandic
2 and 6.
And zealously after the 3 wide trip, couldn't find any extra in the straight third. Then came Debussy, followed by Air of Parrot. Smashing Time beat 3 home. Iron Hat, Extravagant Lad, and Zulfikar.
He'll want to move here, Matt Laurie. Treasure of the Moment and Vinrock have gone back home, and he brings up 2 today. There's the first one, beautifully set up. Miss Icelandic. She wasn't here for the surf. Chad Schofield, Matt Laurie, back with Matt today. Number 2, Miss Icelandic is first, beating Passaggiata, who's returned really well, and zealously in 3rd spot, and 4th's going to be a bob of the heads.
Yeah, well, everything went to script there. She just found that spot where the map said she'd be. She got the lovely slipstream of the race. Passaggiata, I must say, she controlled her speed a lot better today. It took forever for Miss Icelandic to get her, but she was just a little bit strong that last bit after a lovely grounding for this race, and gets the job done nicely. Narrowly but decisive, I thought. Passaggiata, that was good from her. And zealously, yeah, just not up to the task today, and then we got another good lay of the day.
Yeah, another terrific ride there by Chad Schofield. Obviously, box seated behind the leader, runs presented, drive at the right time. But just love the way this horse really attacked the line. And in the enclosure, Ronnie, I know you said that she looked terrific, but I thought she had good improvement in her. So, nice preparation for this horse in store.
2, 6, 1 and 7. 58.68 the race time. 34.8 the last 600 metres. Half neck 2 lengths. The win by Miss Icelandic.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm. It's time for race 4 on the card. So it is time to have a look at these horses in the yard. It's a benchmark 85 handicap over 1,000 metres. Navy on the highway is your $2.35 favourite. Ubiquitous is the first horse to take a look at as he just makes his way into the yard now from the Chris Anderson stable with Courtney Bellamy.
Mouthwash just to
make sure that he's right and ready to go. So Chris has left no stone unturned with him, and he's got an excellent record this track and distance.
What a crazy price, $18.
Yeah, probably because he's drawn awkwardly and he just could have to do a little bit too much work, but he's had 11 starts this track and distance and been in the top 3 9 times. So, and he's pretty forward. He's had a couple of trials.
Brereton is the 2 from the Tony Gollan stable with Martin Harley.
Bit of a forget in Toowoomba in the King of the Mountain. It was on a very, very heavy track. He's drawn out a little worse. He comes out of gate number 10 here. That could be a little bit of a problem, but I think he's going well enough to figure.
Here's the favourite, Navy on the Highway, Chris and Corey Muntz, Tarly at Fenland.
She's developed into a lump.
Bad luck.
Strength all round.
Not bad luck.
Likely on a toe in the
They're
yard.
playing.
Go. She has had a jump out.
They're playing. They're playing.
And looks really well placed here over the 1,000 first up, I think.
So, what happened is that one did not win. That is what happened. It had 1 kilo overweight. This one was 4 kilos on 1,000. This is just 1 kilo on 1,000. And that did not happen. What happened was the one which was neutral, that went through, and then the 6 with the advantage, and then finally the 1. This was the best jockey. The 2 was the best jockey. I went with a trifecta. I went with 1, 2, and 4. Looking at the depreciations. But that did not happen. What happened is that 2 won. The 6 came in between, that monkey. And then it is 1 finally. So 1... that definitely did not work. We'll take a look at the next. Seven, 3, 5, 6. We'll get 3, 5, and 6. But it played within the odds. That's
4 and 7. I think things have changed. This track is improving.
7, 3, 5, and 6.
I
5.
thought Enterprise the Chia might have down there with only 53. I don't think 5 kilos less than maybe on the highway is enough. And I have subsequently found a jump out for Navy on the Highway where she was fabulous. Was on the course proper here a couple of Mondays ago at Eagle Farm running second to Rothfire. She appeared to go as well as him. So Navy on the Highway, number 3, over the 13. You can back her each way. I'm sure she'll run well here with no weight to carry. Then the Inflictor, number 4, and 7 hurts so good. And
That is true, PC.
Beautiful parade.
That is true.
She looks big and strong.
Those are the golden words.
Rounded, good definition. Obviously, a jump out was good for her recently, and I think the fact that she kicks off at 1,000 versus 1,100 or 10 tells us that they've really targeted this race. You can see just how much she's matured. She's really strengthening into a great sprinting physique there now, isn't she? All right, let's get to Tim for a market update.
Thanks, Bernie. That's really
So
interesting.
let's talk about the 5th one. I don't know if you have bets here, but we'll talk about the 5th one. This is 7 is the favorite. Normal condition, 7 should be winning, right? 71. This is both 76. So those are the right odds. But in given circumstances, I doubt this will work. I doubt this will work. They're like 5 kilos depreciated. On the other hand, the 3 is the same as this 2. This is there, and then we have these 2 horses which are there. So the 2 has 3 Group 1 races, okay, and this one is like that. If we look through the L1, then those are not, that's the lowest. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I don't know if this will work actually, because if the 7 is, I mean, if we look through the pressure line, so 6 and 7, they kind of are neck to neck, but 7 is a better BB and is a better horse, and with probably a dedicated jockey, it's the linear that should ideally win when it is a good ground. Today it is not a good ground. The problem is this has been depreciated. If you look at the depreciation here, these things did not get in. No, the 7 I think got in. 4th, 2, 6, 1 and 4th. So 2 is this, 6 is this, and 1 is finally this, and then it came to 7 for God knows for what reason, how it happened. But the better horses which actually had some stuff going on that did not get through. Here, that 7 is the favorite, and it's on depreciation. How will it win on a soft ground? How will it win? It needs a good ground. It needs a good ground to win this, but that's the favorite. The other possibilities are this 3 is in better shape. This 3 is in better shape. This 2 went through. With that, here the 3 is in better shape. It's in better hands as well with a better jockey. This is not going to help. This is not going to help. So here it was 6 with 4. Here it is 4. 4. If we believe the odds, then 3, then 6, then 7 probably. And if this thing gets in, then we are all doomed, because it is there with a force. It is there with a force, with a good jockey. This one is also with a good jockey, but this is a 9-year-old gelding. This one is a 9-year-old gelding. This will discount because there are others who are here. So if we take this, then this is probably the 3rd position. I will not be surprised if it goes to the 4th. But here the safe ground is probably 3. The safe ground is probably 3. It is the best hands. And then if we have to believe the odds, how the odds are being laid, then 7, 3, 5 and 6, okay. 7 is depreciated, 3 is neutral, 4 is depreciated less than 6 is depreciated less, and the pressure is almost the same. This is more depreciation, this is less depreciation, pressure is all the same. So probably 3, 6 and then 7. Maybe. Big winner that. Oh, yeah.
Top chart yard for Streets on board this gelding by contributor. John, of course, trained contributor. Canal Trip, $16.
I didn't mind a couple of his runs over a touch further last preparation. He's here off an 11-week freshen with a six-length defeat in the recent trial. Looking at him, I think the time's done him the world of good. He's stilled out a little, but I'll be waiting for him in a run or two's time up in trip.
A little tip around town here in Newcastle for this galloper, Tall Feet Tom. Mark Minavini trains, notice the marks in the ownership as well. Will Stanley's on board, he claims a few kilos. Barrier 1, $5.50.
Yeah, when you're taking him off looks, you'd go and have something on him because he looks really well, which is typical of the Mark Minavini stable. He's holding his condition beautifully. Just how that country pro form replicates here this afternoon. I don't know if you can beat the favourite, but I think he'll give some cheek.
$34 for number 5, Luna the Cruiser. Shay Wilkes riding for Jay Hopkins.
Very lightly framed, this filly by Prusson Saloon. She's a little warm around the edges also. Her runs 2 and 3 back were okay over the mile, and then last up they stepped her up in trip when she disappointed. Let's hope stepping back in trip can see her improve again.
Number 6 for the Kieran Maher yard is the filly by So You Think. She's only had the one start. It was 3 weeks ago at Hawkesbury when she was well beaten, but she got a mile back after an awkward beginning. Covert thinking, $6.50.
Envy.
If you're better than market expectation.
One rate of the 100 metres, went to the front from Zabella on a Galore BRB. Excess is clear, and Excess has won it from a
Six.
BRB. She's all shenanigans. Next, towards the end, Material Dreams, and last was happening.
Boom. 6-1.
Simon race number 3 that will come into the yard for the John Hall Stakes, and watch me win $3.10 in
6.
Multi with the winner of the previous into Buckanara. Both the short quotes, but both look hard to beat. On Buckanara here this afternoon. First up with a couple of trials. He looks sensational in the yard in tip-top order, and he gets his chance to get the maiden out of the way from Elavina, who would only be better mentally for the debut run where she placed. Tallfig Tom looks really well. We're up to provincial grade today, but we get the home track advantage, and Covert Thinking look the best of the rest. 1, 7, 4 and 6. Well, 2 chances here, but it does appear Buckanara's chance on paper.
Yeah, he's really strengthened up after that long spell, and he's trialled well, and he's coming here today in really good form, looking really well. So hopefully he can get up tomorrow.
Ultimate gear change. You're taking the blinkers off.
Yeah, just trying something different with him. He's showing a lot of honesty at home, so that's just sort of the way we're going with him.
And he's shown speed in the past. Do you elect to do that and take luck out of the equation today?
Yeah, I think so. The second favourite, I think if that takes it up, we'll probably just sit quiet. If it doesn't, then we'll sort of dictate it ourselves.
Canal comes here off a bit of a freshen.
Yeah, Canal same again, looking really well, and showing all the right signs at home. Hoping we can get there as well.
Do you think he's sharp enough to contest in a race like this, or does he need further?
It's probably not my decision to make. Probably would get further. It would get further, but he does have a bit of speed.
And later in the day, race 7 Fast Track was really good first up, and then last up felt the track.
Yeah, it did like the ground. So yeah, I think you can put a red line through that, and then she comes here today in really, really good order.
Good luck with the team.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Royal Pitchman from the John O'Shea Tom Charlton Yard with the 2 runners here, Buckanara, of course, and Canal Tree. What's happening with the bettingtab.com.au? Here's Jimmy Ryan.
Yeah, the favourite starting to firm, Buckanara. We had a bit of a go at laying it. This horse first up from the spell here. We pushed it from 180 out to 195, but they've just taken the 195 back into 185. Now firming again into a $1.80 chance. So the late money here for the favourite, Buckanara, a $1.80 chance. It's around about 60% of the total tab book, so that fits pretty closely with it being a $1.80 chance. The second pick, Lavinia, has also seen a little bit of support. Not huge money, but it's just in a few rolls, $4.20 into $3.90. 12 Tom's been easy today. It's been $4.80 out to $5.50. No money at all for Covert Thinking. It's been 6 out to 7. It probably starts even longer than that. Canalchi, a really big drifter first up from a spell. Stablemate to the favourite. It's been 13 all the way up to $31. And then we're out to $41. Lunar Cruiser, $51. California Comets. Favourite firms again. Buccanara now into a $1.75 favourite in front of Elvinia as a $3.90 chance. And Richard, it looks like the 50 to 1 chance there. California Comets just getting a little bit of farrier work there done.
Yeah, it just gives the punters more time just to get on with you at $1.75 there on Buccanara. Number one, I thought Tom Trolley. I've got to keep that on him just by the market. This is $1.75 now. Up around the 185 to 195. And that's when the punters said, if you don't mind, it will go again. But now $1.75 dominates here, the top one. And that is, of course, from the O'Shea and Charlton Yard. Buccanara. Just speaking to Keegan Lake, Belinda, after that race, he was really positive about Swag. He was beat. He said the problem was, he said he's just a miler. They sprinted, left him, but he was terrific late. They ran second at the Brew.
Yeah, they did. Obviously, the winner travelled really strong, Beedman, but he wasn't going an over fast tempo. And when he did put the foot down at the top of the straight, it just sprang Swag off the bridle, and he didn't look all that comfortable in the soft seven surface also. So I'll be following him up in troop and up on top of the ground. I think he'll be winning a maiden pretty quickly.
Only 13 minutes away from the next there at Randwick, over 1,800 metres. The favourite Flying Bandit there at $3. We might be there, Tim. We might even come back, Tim. You might better give the punters an early update for the next there at Randwick, race number 5 on the card before we come back here. There's the Tones at Eagle Farm, 7, 4, 10 and 13. What's happening, Tim?
Yeah, sure thing, Richard. Flying Bandit's a pretty solid favourite now as a $3 chance with Tab. We did get it out to $3.20, but firm up just in the last 15 minutes or so back into
More
firm favourite.
Great midfield behind Bold Paddock Express last start. It's a little step up in grade from that, and in general, it's been an easier grade than this. But I'm with your horse, Terry. Good luck to you and fellow connections here. Watch me win. Progressive going, but well suited at the weights. I think Bold Paddock Express is one of a couple of horses that's the market drift has been overplayed. I think it's a really big price. But I'll agree, get the map and has an advantage for her, but she's short enough behind. And songs to perform.
Let's get the man punters on top here after the first two races.
Is now on a Saturday they give you soft ground. On Saturday, this is what we deserve.
One day, James, it'd be nice to settle up a winner for the bosses, Anthony and Sam Freeman. Is Manolo winning the horse to do that?
Oh, she'd certainly have a chance. She was impressive at Bendigo a couple of weeks ago. She's come through that run really well, travelled down well this week. Really happy when I saw her here this morning. And yeah, she run well.
Have you seen the races panning out for her today?
I think she makes her own luck. She'll
Four in Morph.
It's obviously a bit tougher than last start, but she had the night way for Bendigo, and it's tougher. She can run well.
She was obviously ready to rock and roll at Bendigo first up, but was there a little bit of improvement there to suggest that she needs to find another half length or a length that's heading there today?
Yeah, I think so. I just had a look at their parading there, and she's definitely tightened up a little bit, so hopefully there's something a little bit of improvement. Yeah, just hopefully get nice run, not much pressure on, and should work stuff like that.
This would be nice, a Group 3 win. A Group 1 win would be nice, and you've got Osmar and Maiden going around a little bit later in the same stuff. How do we rate their chances?
Yeah, it's a big ask for them. They're sort of bigger priced runners, but Osmar's obviously impressive. Last start, it's trialled well, compared well today, so hopefully we'll run the
Thank you. James Peters there with JT. We have a stable with Manolo Blink here in the upcoming race. It's the second favourite, $3 with Sports Bet, $2.60 for Watch Me Win. Third line of betting, you've got number 3, Songs Dude. And Songs Dude presently at $8, $9 for number 2, Press Down, $12 Volcanic Express, your second selection.
I think it's a good price Volcanic Express. The map is a little bit against him, but he's got a very powerful sprint home, and we saw that with his win at Black Time Level and Oakbank. Even though he was beaten in easier grade first up, I thought he ran a fantastic race there. With a sectional set, he probably couldn't have done much more from where he was. The market has been very opinionated here that either Watch Me Win or Manolo Blink will win. And as a result, you're getting some big prices about a few of the other horses in the race. I think Volcanic Express is a very good price. I think London Fence has got out to a good price as well. The race map is interesting here. I think Manolo Blink will almost certainly lead, and Press Down will go and sit outside of her. They don't need to run the race at a very high tempo. There shouldn't be much pressure other than that. Watch Me Win's got an opportunity to box seat. If he's able to hold the box seat behind Manolo Blink, I think that gives him a very good chance to win the race. Volcanic Express, Salt Duke will probably be in the second half of the field. Lada Fence from an inside gate. I think the Clark and O'Shea camp would like to hold a spot midfield or a shade closer if they can from there.
Been easy in the market, John.
He's been very easy. He was super at Flemington first up when he ran good sectionals. Did a race where he probably wasn't his time to get as close to the winner as he did.
So we had some crowd shots. First of the Adelaide Autumn Races, as far as the Group 1 game, Watch Me Soon, $3, 2 Group 1s coming our way. A little bit later today, the Australian Oaks race set, and the Rock Sinister, 2 names number 8. These runs will begin slow on shortly. A number of these, John, will be hoping to line up in a Group 1 themselves in a fortnight time. We have the running the group, but it's 14 to go. 14.
Good looks shaping as though it's going to be a very good race. Giga Kick was beautifully placed in the race. He gets in without any weight penalty as his wins at Group 1 level have come before the time comes. So he's extremely well placed in the race. But there's a lot of these horses. I know that Watch Me Win, the horse that you've got an interest in, if he was to run well today, then he would go to the good win. Whether he could be a lightweight or SA value chance in the race, I'm hoping so. He's a really progressive horse that's come a long way in only, a year or so or less of racing time.
Yeah, absolutely right, John. So this is race 3, though. This is the Group 3 Sports Bet. Runners in that stage name racing, moving into race the name of the Australian Racing Hall of Fame, the John Hawke Stakes. This race, formerly known last year by Extreme, so we're heading Songs Dude. Again here this year. She's $7.50. Watch Me Win is the favourite on the fixed odds market. For Andrew Lewis and the team, currently $2.50. Manolo Blink, that's $3.10. For the Freedmans and Ben Mellon, second pick, $7.50 for Songs Dude. $10 Press Down. And then $14 Caracazoo. Volcanic Express still to move in. He's a $12 chance, down to 11. Lada Fence out to 16. So we're getting set for the John Hawke Stakes, formerly the DC McKay Stakes. On a legend trainer of racing in South Australia / Australia. I remember the day he brought Octagonal here to Morphettville for a track gallop, an exhibition gallop. Darren Beedman was aboard. Never seen anything like it. Incredible to see Octagonal burning down the home straight here at Morphettville all those years ago. Caracazoo still to come forward. And we await also for Watch Me Win, who's riderless at the moment. Stubby is in the saddle. Sorry, he's in the barrier, out of the saddle. Just getting a look. Caracazoo's still to move in as well, so just trying to ascertain exactly what's going on here behind this door. But it's $2.60 for Watch Me Win, $3.10 Manolo Bling, $8 Songs Dude. And now Watch Me Win is loaded into barrier 1. Stubby gets aboard. So I think A-OK with the favourite. The light comes on. Caracazoo to join them, and we're set for the John Hawkes
Group 3, third of the day. Ready at Morfordville. Set to go. Starter holding them. Now we're happy and they're off as Watch Me Win jumped away quite okay. Manolo Bling began like a rocket and shoots straight to the lead from Press Down. Garlib, Watch Me Win, Karakazoo. And then a gap has already appeared of 3 lengths to La Defence from Cool Magnum. Volcanic Express, Sons Dude, the last one validated. 750 metres to run. Manolo Bling by a half on Press Down, who's 3 deep outside of Karakazoo. Watch Me Win, Stubby with a lovely sit in behind the speed. A length to Garlib as they race up to the 600. Then La Defence, 5 from the speed. Cool Magnum, Volcanic Express, Sons Dude spotting them 7. Validated, they peel for home, and Manolo Bling left the fence. Watch Me Win can come through. Karakazoo and Press Down are joining in. Manolo Bling joined by Watch Me Win, Karakazoo, Press Down, and then Garlib validated. There's no Son Stoop. Volcanic Express is charging through the fence. Watch Me Win in front. Volcanic Express is rumbling late, but Watch Me Win will win the John Hawks by a length of Volcanic Express and Press Down. Manolo Bling, Karakazoo, Garlib, and then Cool Magnum. Next one in at the head of the others was Sons Dude from Validated, and La Defence has pulled up near the rear.
Watch Me Win, but we did just that. Progressive sprint.
That has a tendency to step slowly. Did that in France as well, and we'll just give him a little rub out of the gate, see if we can get him competitive, because there's a couple of genuine leaders and a couple of genuine back markers, so it might open up in the middle there, and if he is slow away, we'll ride him at the back of the field.
Right, just some gear changes there to maybe help.
Yeah, definitely. He's a horse who can think about things, and he has a tendency to lay in when you go for him. It's probably not a great habit to have, especially in Australian racing where you need to turn a foot. So hopefully the gear that we put on him today just helps him along in from about 700 onwards when he starts to be asked to improve. He doesn't lay in if he's on the rail. That'll be a bonus, but having drawn the outside, it doesn't really work in our favour.
Okay, and you're also using gear changes to try and extract the best out of Sakti, who I've only seen once in Australia, first up in the Emancipation. He'll go around in race 8.
Yeah, she's a lovely big mare. She looks terrific. She obviously thinks that she's going into summer, so her coat's only just coming to hand now. So she's going the right way at the right time. Bit of gear that she wore in Europe that we took off because we just wanted to start from scratch. Probably learned a lesson the hard way. She just put her head up in the clouds and opened her mouth when she jumped out of the barriers last start. So that gear goes back on, and hopefully from that wide draw she'll just flow across nice and controlled and then get into a nice rhythm. And one thing she is, she's very tough. So if there's a bit of pressure early, I don't think it'll take away from her finish.
And will we be popping the champagne after the last?
Well, hopefully. She was dynamic at Warwick Farm last start, and she's, again, a big, strong mare that handles the backup. She backed up.
That one is
in about 6 weeks last prep, so
danger.
she's a horse that can handle the backup.
Doesn't have management, nothing, but it is.
When they get in form, they just
It looks like
not get better. So she's at the start of her preparation.
We've
been granted another 12 months of training with her from the ownership group, which we're obviously very thankful for. So
4 also is there,
what she's
probably.
been doing at home has shown that she comes here today in great order. So hopefully she can get the chocolates.
Good luck.
Thank you, mate.
Ben Elam from the
But what happens to one and
I like number 5, Playvon. Should settle outside lead. It looks good speed on paper. Very consistent this time round. Love the way this horse paraded. So yeah, should sit outside lead and get in.
yeah, 3 I think, Lee.
I am
3 probably.
I'm staying with Sagandi here. He's becoming very soft late in the market here.
It's also a
Hot behind the barrier here. Not too concerned about that.
good looking horse.
Just needs things to fall into place here, there, a clean getaway. We'll just try and slot in behind those 2 fast horses, Roma Avenue and Vampire. If not, they probably have to right.
7 has a lot of pressure, but
For sure as a
5 kilo
I think they both done really, really well.
underweight.
Much better than each way odds here.
5.5 kilos actually.
Has to fit in there just with his upside.
Probably the 3rd position.
On his back. 3, 6, 8, and 7.
He's a rock
3,
solid favourite
6,
today.
8,
Flying Bandit, $3.10.
and 7.
Changed since scratching this morning. We did put him up pretty short on Wednesday at $2.50 chance. He's the horse we like. We think he'll get every chance from the barrier.
5.
It's important with the rail out at the 1,800 metre start. So he's the horse we like. I'm not keen to push too much past that 310 point. Sagandi was the one we were trying to lay. We got from 340 out to 390. Late trim up back into $3.70. Levon Pierce been a bit soft into $6.50 chance. The horses that Ron likes, Zapod, 9 into 7, a Miracle Spin, 13 into 10 are the two best back runners outside the favourite here, Flying Bandit.
7 win.
Flying Bandit, we think he's hardest to beat. He's hardest to lay Sagante late.
3.
Loading in well, and here's Darren at the 1800, right on the side of the course.
For the running of the Tom Bingle Handicap over 1,800 metres, Tom's been fielding for 58 years. He's had a good result in the previous, with both the favourites getting rolled. Ready to run now, and they're off. And a Flying Bandit about midfield out. So Fod jump well, so did Roma Avenue. Laybon Pier going forward now. Saganti's out pretty wide, and will stay there for a bit. Almania pokes through the middle. Saganti fifth out deep, then came Flying Bandit for the two Star Vega. State of America is the last one. So Roma Avenue leads in the early stages from Laybon Pier, and Saganti caught wide, so McDonald presses forward on the second favourite. Safod now fourth on the rails, a length off to Almania. Length and a half Flying Bandit on the inside of Star Vega. 2 lengths to Miracle Spin, and State of America is the last one.
357.
Saganti got the spot outside now, so Roma Avenue by a length to Saganti.
Is the 6 or the 1 in between?
Outside is Safod, followed by Almania.
Or the 1.
Last the fence Flying Bandit.
I don't know. The 1 has major management issues.
State of America sees them all. 800 to go. And Roma Avenue travelling pretty kindly by his standards. Leads by a length and a half to Saganti. Then Laybon Pier, Safod on the rail. Further back to Almania, Flying Bandit, Star Vega. Then came Miracle Spinner. And State of America is the last one. 500 metres to go. Roma Avenue being eyeballed by Saganti now, with Laybon Pier taking closer order. Further back to Safod. Ford's been hard at work at Flying Bandit for the last 200 metres, looking for the gaps as they come up the road.
He will come. He will come. He will come. He will come. Come on.
As Laybon Pier takes the lead away from Saganti, then came Safod sticking on well.
Man, that is just PC 5. 5.
Just in front of Laybon Pier.
5. Man.
Spins it up to run third. Flying Bandit in fourth there. If we hope in the straight, they beat off Saganti, who worked early. Further back to Star Vega. State of America. And Roma Avenue with it.
Laybon Pier, number 5, Adam Hieronymus for Gay Waterhouse, and Adrian Bott has won its second race this preparation off the back of a fourth in the Musselbrook Cup and a month between runs. Ronnie Laybon Pier in the winner's stall in 152.21.
Well, it opened up a few more doors for him now that he's got 1,800 right out there. So he's very one-paced, he's very tough. I thought the inside horse was coming to meet him there's the front, but he knuckled down and did his thing. I haven't seen him sort of weaken in a race yet. He really looked strong there, so maybe...
Lovely. 5, 6, 5.
2,000 metres, it opens up a lot more doors.
6.
As usual, good fresh, very good spin, did his thing
8, 5, 6, then what? That is...
The favourite there, Flying Bandit, and of the others, well, he did a bit of work early, but I still thought he was going to give a bigger kick there, Saganti. But yeah, all honest, the winner, he was well ridden, but he kept driving through the line.
It's about the ride as well, Ronnie. He made just James McDonald work to get across, sit outside lead, and he just had the smother up there directly behind the horse outside lead. So good ride, nice win.
5, 6, 8 and 7, 152.21, home in 36.89.
5, 6, 8 and 7.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm for race 5 on the card, the first of our listed races. This is the
See,
Callaway
the
Gallon.
7 went to 4th. How will that 7 win?
It's over 1,200 metres.
Can't. It'll be... Today it's a gambling day. Today it's a complete gambling day. See, that 7 is like that. It's got the pressure. It was if this was a good ground, you can't stop this horse. That is 68, 71, 76, 76, 103, 328. You can't stop this. But today it is sabotaged. This is sabotaged. The 3 should have won, but that did not happen. The 5 actually went through. Why that happened is with the advantage. And it had a dedicated jockey. The 5 had a dedicated jockey. Beautiful job, PC. Beautiful job. Yes, you did. Beautiful job. There's. It's one of those days today. Nothing. 139 has been scratched from 6. 6, 8, 4, 5. 6, 8, 4, and 5.
What would Bailey Wheeler?
Just the one start, she ran second at Grafton. She drew 11, and shortly after the leg, she crossed onto the rails very quickly. Michael, she fought on well. The eventual winner on her outside kept it tight against the rails. She battled on strongly. Obviously, this is harder.
Bulletar Queen is the 8. Chris Anderson, Ron Stewart.
Like that last Wednesday, Bernie, but they're going to have a crack at the stakes race with her today where she's drawn wide. Forget the debut run. Go on a trial. She's trialled really well and professionally, but I don't know where she's going to end up.
Misty Star will be the 9. Gets a tongue tie today for Paul Shadow and Michael Roll.
She was in the market for the debut back in December, and things went wrong, and she didn't pull up that well. So she's had a spell, a couple of nice trials. Again, the draw's not going to do her any favours, gate 9.
Carbonara's from the Rob Heathcote stable with Emily Lane.
Got plenty of time for this filly by Star Turner. I just wonder whether it's coming a bit quickly for her. She had trialled really well at Doomben and then played up a little bit in the gate. She had the trial. I believe she went around the jump out on Tuesday, but hopefully everything goes right for her today.
Listen, Sweetheart is the 13 from the John Sargent stable with blinkers on today. Kira McAvoy.
Filly by Piero. Yep. Sarge popped those blinkers on in the recent trial where she looked most professional. She pinged out of the gate, she backed it off and went in the straight. Not easy, 1,200 metres first start in a race, but she's got the right foundation behind her.
Snitstream is the 14, Stewie Kendrick, Kyle Wilson Taylor.
Filly by Snitzel, and I thought her trial recently on the dirt was quite good. She was on the outside, staying on okay. Just going to have a look at her today, the first start.
A nice sort, isn't she? Hackney Hatch is the 2. Let's go back and take a look at her now. Paul Shaler and Damien Thornton.
She's only had the 2 starts both here, and she won them well over the 12 and the 1400. Slightly back in trip, but that race experience, in particular here, should stand her in good stead.
All right, good money for Dragon Rouge, Maxie, but High Barbie is still the firm favourite, well supported at 250.
They're happy to go with her, Bernie from Dragon Rouge, so nothing fancy here. Listen, Sweetheart, the first start of the John Sargent, it's been very easy at the market, and then Hackney Hatch, 1, 3, 13, and 2. I think we're only a shandy off a horse spearing along the rails, Bernie. That previous race, Enterprise Lucia was closing off on the rails, and the runner-up, the Inflictor, was about 3 horses off. We're getting close.
We are.
Dares goes there.
Wins. All right, I'm with Barbie as well. I thought it was a beautiful parade. She's really come a long way since her last preparation. 3 to load, so let's get to Tim.
Thanks, Bernie. Hi, Barbie. Your solid favourite here, a $2.40 chance. That's in from $2.80 at preview time. But the better go has been Dragon Rouge 5 into $3.30. He's been smashed.
PC, the next time you don't type boom, type slay.
Enough as a $6 chance. But it's all about the 2 favourites, but Dragon Rouge, the better back to the 2 late.
Carbonara walks in, no issues at all, and now the field is right. Light blinking away for the Callaway gal. High Barbie, Mary won the favourite there. Racing, High Barbie jumped in the air, missed the start. She's alongside Carbonara at the rear. Instant Star away, well jumping in front from going forward, Hannah Bennett. Leading third, Dragon Rouge, and going forward, wider out, Come On Glamour, further back to Snitstream. A length and a half, 2, Sweet Pretender, Halfpenny Hatch, and they're clear from further back. Listen, Sweetheart, High Barbie now third last. A length and a half to Cooler Type, Wayne last of all, Carbonara. So come on, Glamour, the outside. Instinct Star, the first couple. A length and a half away, third. Hannah Banner, Dragon Rouge in fourth. Slipstream fifth, the outside. Further back to Halfpenny Hat, Sweet Pretender. And High Barbie's only got three behind her. Spots the speed about 7 at the 400. In front here is still Instinct Star. Second, the outside, Come On Glamour. Third, Working Harvest, Dragon Rouge on the outside. Halfpenny Hatch is making ground as well. High Barbie back on the ruck at the moment. Just in front is Instinct Star. Looming up Dragon Rouge. The far side, Halfpenny Hatch. But out wide, Dragon Rouge has grabbed the lead. Halfpenny Hatch is trying to get there, but Dragon Rouge in front, heavily backed. And Dragon Rouge has won the Callaway Girl. 3/4 to Halfpenny Hatch. 3 lengths away, third, Sweet Pretender. Further back to Carbonara, who is good late. Instant Star, High Barbie, Snitstrode, Listen Sweetheart, Come On Glamour, Cooler Tarquin, and the last one was Hannah Banner.
Dragon Rouge put into the right spot by Andrew Madian has won, beating Hackney Hatch, Sweet Pretender, and number 9, Instant Star, in fourth. Run about 4.5 lengths behind the winner. That was a big win, and the market suggested she would do that. She was $5 into 320 on the QOP, and she just keeps on keeping on. Dragon Rouge. She's a year-old 30 by Precarious from a new approach mare called Mondews, trained by Sean Dwyer, and this is the third rider. Mark Duplessis won on it, Damien Thornton, and now Andrew Madian. What happened to High Barbie in the gate? She went up in the air. She's got the inside barrier, so let's keep our eyes firmly on barrier 1. We see she leaps in the air, and she might have struck her head there. She may have. She's performed poorly nevertheless, so there might be a genuine excuse there with High Barbie. We'll let you know further, Bernie, a little later, but this little girl here, she just keeps on, doesn't she? Dragon Rouge.
Oh, Maxie, she was just wonderful, Dragon Rouge, and Sally Dwyer is going to chat to us. So Sally is the daughter of winning trainer Sean Dwyer. This is just wonderful for the family.
It is. It is really wonderful, and Dad honestly really deserves this. So
Sure does. I mean, when she won the other day, I think he was a little bit taken back. He said, she's just a plain little fit.
Right, this is the 6th one. We are on a losing spree, but let's see what we can do. The 6 is the favorite. 6, 8, 4, and 5. 6, 8, 4, and 5. So right here it is all of them are weight appreciation. 6 has a dedicated jockey. This is probably Chris Waller, one of the best jockeys on this. 6. The pressure line is on 4. The pressure line is on 4, which is actually the linear. But there's a problem with the jockey. That jockey is, I don't know whether that jockey will deliver. That's 1.5, 1.5. This is better. This is better, definitely. If that is better, the weight is out, the pressure is out. In that case, what happens? We've got a 2.5 kilo appreciation on this. This is a problem. This is a problem on 5. There's a management problem on 5 here. This one had a 2 kilo appreciation on 1, but there was a management problem. The 5 with the dedicated jockey went through. Here it is the same thing. It is the dedicated jockey with management and the weight appreciation which is there. But the one which is kind of intriguing is this 2, which is in better hand than this one. So 4 probably if that's that and this is like that, then I mean we either have to take in the 5, which is with the larger outer drift, which is 1.5 again. But this is also one of the best jockeys. So the chances are definitely with 6. The chances are definitely, but this 4, the 2 is a check, because that's That's an appreciation of 2.5 kilograms. This is also a dedicated jockey. This is also a dedicated jockey. So chances what might happen is these two are like neck to neck. This is, both of them are drifts. This is a larger inner drift. This is a larger inner drift as well. The other one is this one, which is here. That's a neutral. This is half a kilo. This is 6 kilogram. This is the largest outer drift, 10. Six, 5, neutral. The neutral did not get in here. The neutral did not get in here. We thought it'll get in, but it did not get in. 6 looks good. Moon Valley. Mooney Valley.
Down to the furthest reader. New York Luster's about a length away, followed by Get Along. The leader, Vexatious Dancer. Now New York Luster moves up on the outside to claim it from Get Along. And
3.
New York Luster guided to the line, hands and heels, one at will. 3/4 of a length to a photo. Get Along.
Boom.
Big Diva from Vexatious Dancer.
Frank is on fire today.
AJ, York Luster gets the job done there.
Frank, what did you have for breakfast today? And who did you pray?
I'm not sure. I'm sitting on the fence. I'm leaving it out. I'm not sure he's 100% there. $5 into 460, but he is back home, so the market suggests I should just ignore what happened in Sydney and stick with him. Sita Monte has been riding commission since betting open. $6 down to $5. An excellent prep. Round stable. Snoopy now $9.50 out to $10. The value of the Dolphin is 16 into 10. Opening address 23 into 19. Dubai Focus 21. Pressing's up defeated but drawn off the track 26. Saint Emilion at $34, along with Stewart Cup, Captain Hillfiger 51.81, Confidential, Gin Rummy and Reciprocal, along with Heaven Bend, a complete white ounce for punters. Athanatos favourite, 2 favourite over 1, 11, 5 and 10. I would say Citalonte's probably been the most solid in the betting throughout the last hour or so. Selections here for race number 4 as they come onto the track. 2, 5, 11, 6.
I think he's got out to a good price, Gold Rush Guru. He's the best horse in the race, and he's shown for this preparation that would clearly win this race. If he goes,
Frankie, please tell us, what did you have for breakfast and who did you pray today?
Overraced badly in both of them, so the big query is going to be that he can settle early. I think it'll be either chocolates or ball lollies with him, but the price that you're getting, I'm happy to play.
$4.60 with Sportsbet, the Norton bid going on today. Who's the favourite? And $2.70 with Sportsbet and the Matos.
It's been slightly easy today since he was very well backed after markets went up on Wednesday. He was excellent winning 2 starts ago in a Vobis race at Flemington where he was strong to the line. That was over a mile. I thought he probably had his chance last start. 1,800 metres genuine tempo, maybe just found him out slightly late. He is by Iron Immortal. That worries me going to 2,000 metres, but he's one of the horses with definite ratings on the board that can win the race, and he's going to get a lovely run in the race from that gate. $18.
McDonald's.
Coming into this with a tick over a month between runs. He's one of the horses that failed on that Mooney Valley track that a lot of horses did last start. So if you can forget that, he's got some handy form before that. Midfield effort in the Australian Guineas behind Feroce wasn't a bad run, and he can take a forward position in running.
$31 for the 4 Saint Emilion.
There's so many on this from the powerful.
Beautiful job, Frank.
He's going to have to improve his 2 runs this time in.
McMuffin.
Yes, they've been in good races, but he's been beaten a long way in both of them. And he looked a bit of a grinding type last preparation when he won the Geelong Derby trial.
Snoopy now, John. Of course, we've got a really good opinion on number 5.
I've got a little picture of him in my bedroom, Snoopy now. He was good last start at Northfield. Did want to over-race early, but he finished better than any other runner in the race. And even though he was a maiden coming into that race, he run a lot of good races where things hadn't gone his way. So I know the market wants to take a set against him because it looks like a peak run, but he had a lot of decent form leading into that, and it wasn't a shock to me he could win that race last time.
It's $11 with Sportsbet. The 6 due by Focus. Is it the leader, John?
Most probably. I know Aaron Bain and Ned Taylor like rolling along on due by Focus, and I think the plan is to set solid.
The 8 has 2 group races. Running neutral.
Just got run over by the place getters. 2,000 metres. I'm starting to get to
Absolutely disastrous.
$23 with Sportsbet. The 8 Caprice is actually outbeat in 2 runs. It's in the same point for the muffin and the other.
He's going to need some luck early from that gate. He hasn't obviously done anything
Well,
wrong in
13.
his racing career today. So
Where is this?
it's going to be him stepping up to this grade. He won at 64 level at Cranbourne last start. Interestingly, the study Luke is on him after being successful on debut.
McDonald is the breakfast of the Kings.
Happy to run him over a mile on debut, which he won.
9 Garden Confidential was a winner here too.
Yeah, it looks like that. Somewhere else, it's not us.
Tempo, which I think brought a couple of the favourites undone. Having said that, Duncan Confidential has been consistent to all preparation, and again, I think it's a representative run of where he's at last start, 5th beaten 4 lengths by Snoopy now. He would need a career best to win.
What about the Godolphin horse, number 10, Lavalier, with Jamie Mellon riding at this one?
Lavalier hit the line well last start at Sandown. That was a midweek race over 2,100 metres. Interestingly, getting over a bit of a trip being by microphone. He's got honest form, but you think that his form lines are a shade inferior to a few of the others.
$9.50 with Sportsbet. The 11's given a good chance here, John. Cintalante, $4.50 right at the moment with Sportsbet, and second favourite on it.
Lightly raced son of Sababil, who you would think would relish the 2,000 metres. Once maiden that sailed 2 starts ago, the horse that he beat there has since come out and won a maiden also. Had his chance last start when well ridden by Zach Spain when beaten the length by Snoopy now. I just don't know whether he deserves to start $4.50 or something stupid now to start double units.
We get to the 12, Captain Belfast, but the Paddock Gazette team.
It comes out a bit inferior form lines, but I reckon this guy's a good chance to like the 2,000. And I think he can run a cheeky race. He's a big odds, but he hit the line well over 1,700 metres last start. When stepped out to a trip in his previous preparation, he was solid. He travels well in his races. Yes, he's got to go up significantly in grade, but I think he'll run a decent race.
Okay, Sarah Rutten settles up the 13 Stirrup Cup.
It's a tough jump in grade for Stirrup Cup, but I really like the horse. And his win last start was outstanding. He showed a great change of gear after settling a long way back in a big field. He's a promising horse. This is the acid test, but you're getting a good price. I've marked him short of the market.
Okay, it's $51 into $35, and John's got him a little bit shorter again. The 14 is Gin Rummy, got a much-deserved maiden win last start, John, but he's a big price here.
He is, most of his ratings figures suggest that he'll be probably struggling to get within 5 lengths of these. But what he has done is kept improving this preparation. He was only beaten the length by Dark and Confidential, Snoopy now, and Co 2 starts ago, and then he won a maiden easily last night. He's going the right way, just it's too hard for him.
It's just a price for the other stage. 16-year-olds, they're on the track and heading to the
been battling away the last couple of runs, but this looks way too hard.
And 17 reciprocal.
Reciprocal's been fair in 2 starts this time in, but that's probably fair enough where he sits in the scheme of things. Been beaten 6 lengths by Snoopy now at the Narcos Co last start.
Before we get the Maddie for a market.
Oh man, this is Moon Valley showing.
The best horse in the race on paper.
We need to go to Randwick.
He can bounce back to his better form here in South Australia. He's back home. Jason Holden knows him well. He just needs to settle early. By putting Nakanatos in for second, he's going to get a good
After this, 10 minutes to go.
Snoopy now, I think, is a good price. I put Cintalante in for 4th. if you want a roughie or two around about the 50 to 1 mark, I think the best ones in there are Captain Hill Figure and Stewart Cup, and they're both around 50s or a shade.
Okay, 12 and 13. 2 good roughies for John, but Manning, the favourite is number 2, Anthonatos.
Arriving at the start.
Proud to see James Cummings in town with a couple of key chances this afternoon. James, just start with Lavalier, his progressive 3-year-old. Today.
Well, it's got to find a way to get off his rate being on since his debut, and he's been so consistent, but he just can't quite move through yet. I like that we've just tried a couple of different things with him. He's really been on his toes and bouncing going in this race, and he's taking some midweek metro form from Melbourne. Like against a mare like She's a Hustler's got a pretty good record, so that might be a suitable recipe to have him perform amongst these horses. But he just needs to go to another level.
He's by microphone. We obviously saw him at 2200 metres in the spring, and he looked like he was strong through the line last start. So you've got no sort of concerns with him at number 2.
Yeah, he hit the line well that time over 2200. That was in the Geelong Classic, and he was held up a bit. For one paced horse, that wasn't ideal in his chances. And last time he was good in the midweeks, as I said, behind She's a Hustler over 2100. So slightly back to trip, but clearly getting ready for the Derby next week if he proves to be good enough. And it'll be the right gallop that he needs this week, and it'll be great. With a good pace on paper predicted here, it'd be good to see it a good staying test late and give us some good guidance as to 7 days' time.
Essentially a Group 1A with Kim. Group 1A today with Commemorative, who does bring really good form for the Sangster.
Yeah, she does. Look, we felt like we were a bit scared to win the Sapphire, Group 2 Sapphire last time. She's had an easy couple of weeks leading into this as a consequence of the wide run last time. It looks like we're going to be dealt a wide run again today, but I know that a number of the chances have drawn out with her, and then the last 20 Sangsters have been won by horses drawn 9 or further out.
The loading side's just beginning now here.
As long as Commemorative gets flowing, right, she's got her stride, and maintain what would be a sensible rhythm. I think Commemorative still got a chance despite the likelihood she comes through
loaded in the gates.
She's well set up for this background spell. She's got
460 for the old rough.
she should be ready to follow.
So she's, maybe a 3 wide one cover run during it and pretending to clear running at the top of the straight. She's there to run the load up.
That'd be gold.
Race 4, the BFD Food Services Chairman Stakes.
Always great to have James Cummings on track and come out.
Group 3.
It is, we've got a few of the big race trainers here. We know James Cummings is here, Kieran Barr is here. If things go right for her in the run, she'll have something to say in the stakes.
With the chairman of the market, $3 continues to shorten the sit on top of that. With $3.90 now, the second favourite, and Gold Rush Premier number 1 and $4. 5 Ruby now. Standing $9.50, $10 there for James Cummings. It's a $10 chance. We get the proof.
The Hill Figer and Athanatos has drawn the inside. Snoopy now about to come forward, who rolled Athanatos in the final strides last start. Gin Rummy, Dubai Focus, who takes out the chairmans. Double Gin, Mummify, Rebel Raider, Dallasan, Jungle Magnate, Bold Soul won it last year amongst others. Only 6 horses have won the Chairman's Derby Double. Jungle Magnate, the most recent. Reciprocal's in. The light comes off. Athanatos favourite for the Chairman's. Gates open, racing. Athanatos jumped well. Opening address jumped better. And so too did Lavalier. And Dubai Focus deep out pressing forward to look for the lead. Dubai Focus with the speed to cross. Lavalier's going with him.
with opening address in third, and Saint Emilion now rolling up to be in the first half a dozen. Gold Rush Guru's going to settle down around fifth or sixth, alongside of Athanatos and Dark and Confidential Reciprocal in the middle. Two further back is Snoopy now from Gin Rummy, and then Captain Hillfiger. Compressing had to go back from the wide alley. Settles on the outside of Sibilante. Stirrup Cup, and the last one is Heaven Bent. 1,400 metres to run. And Gold Rush Guru, they've cut the ribbons. They've let him roll. Gold Rush Guru shows the way by a length to Dubai Focus. Saint Emilion is third. Opening address now pushes through to take third. Saint Emilion back to fourth. Athanatos running fifth alongside of Lavalia, and then Reciprocal, followed by Dark and Confidential. Captain Hillfiger's midfield the rail, a length to Gin Rummy, then Stirrup Cup. Snoopy now's 9 from the speed with Compressing, Cinderlante and Heaven Bent last of all. 800 metres to run, and Gold Rush Guru travelling sweetly, leads by 3/4 to Dubai Focus, who's leaving him alone. Opening address in third, Saint Emilion fourth, Athanatos, Lavalia, Reciprocal, Captain Hillfiger, then Gin Rummy, Dark and Confidential, Snoopy now and Compressing. Their riders are starting to get anxious. Stirrup Cup's a long way back, 500 metres out. Gold Rush Guru coasting along 3/4 on Dubai Focus as they wheel for home. Saint Emilion, Athanatos, and then opening address. Gold Rush Guru dashed for the judge. A length and a half on Dubai Focus. Athanatos is now launching. Athanatos, Dubai Focus. They get to Gold Rush Guru. How wide Lavalia storming home. Athanatos in front. Lavalia's charging home. But Athanatos in front and will win the Chairman's. Bring on the dummy. Athanatos from Lavalia. Third, Dubai Focus or Saint Emilion. Gold Rush Guru, then Snooper Now. Next in was Opening Address, followed at the head of the others by Gin Rummy, Stirrup Cup, then Reciprocal, Captain Hillfiger, Dark and Confidential in the...
This morning, since then it's been $5.50 into $4.20, and it should possibly get...
This is Randwick.
Mogul Monarch, so I think that's the theory behind the bit of a firm there for Mogul Monarch coming back in distance
6
from the Provincial Midway Championships final. Kingaroo So's just been a bit soft. It was actually favourite.
It's a dedicated jockey on 6 plus. Sam was flying.
So it's one we're just looking to push against as well as the favourite. King of Rousseau, as well as Step Aside, who now goes $2.80. Furious is an $8 chance. It's a firm today in from $9.50. Invader Sim. Pretty solid first up from a spell. 9 out to 11, back into 9. So just holding its place in the market there. Deprivation, I'm surprised there's been no money for it. It's a horse we like. After the scratchings, there's not a lot of pace in this race. It'll go forward, but it's been $9.50 out to 12. Maybe there might just be a little nibble for it late betting because it seems a big price for a horse that looks to get a pretty solo lead. Big Deprivation, $12. Then we're out to $15. He's been a significant drifter first up from a spell. The betting suggests he'll probably be the run. It's been $14 out to $26. And Marky's Boy, a $71 chance. It is the rank outside of the field. Still $2.80 here about Step Aside. It's very easy to lay. $2.40 across the Paramutual, so at $2.80 fixed odds, looking to appealing to most punters, but I still think you'll get a little bit better than that $2.80. We're just biding our time, pushing it out slowly here late, Step Aside. We're just thinking that it got a little bit too short, gives away a bit of race fitness, gives away a bit of racing style here. He'll be back in the run, and we thought it was a pretty good weight at the short quote here, Step Aside. So now going $3, so just starting to get involved here now with 2 minutes to jump. We've just gone $3. Mogul Monarch firms again. So it's been a pretty consistent go today, $4.80 into $4 for Mogul Monarch. And Furious is firmed as well. It's now a $7 chance. So some good money around for Furious as well. But the favourite, really popular, really easy to lay, but just drifting late here back to that $3 quote.
Okay, so there's Furious. We had a shot a bit behind the gates. One tricky race on here with 5 first uppers, 2 second up. And then you've got Mogul Monarch, who finish either first or second all this preparation before a last in the Provincial Midway Championships.
Interesting betting race. The thing that's probably captured my attention more than most here is Furious. Untapped sort of horse. He had his issues. This was whether it was going to be a start-off race or they quite fancy him. Like I say, he's had one run in a year or so, and he is a really, really nice horse. So he's only had the 9 starts, and when they're specking for these horse runners, you know that they're pretty well here to run well. He's a lovely big laid-back type, as you can see behind the barrier there. And I was only looking for a lead, but the leads come too late. So they went up at $18 earlier in the week, and just that last 15 minutes since the yard, or the 10 minutes, he's the big firm. Well, not saying a big firm, but he's 10 into 7. He's not soft, put it that way.
Yeah, so there's a trend there, Tim Ryan, for Furious Late.
Yeah, that continues now into $7, so that's in from high of $9.50. Actually, we were $9.50 up to 11 first thing this morning, so it did get to 11. So back into that $7 quote. Firms again now into $6.50. So as Ronnie said, interesting betting move for in. First up from a spell.
PC, if you get that 8 type play,
so that's
no
just
boom.
about the best you'll get for the favourite step side here, right on the jump.
Okay, let's get up to Darren for the Terry Marshall handicap, 1,200 metres, race 6.
Here's the last into the gates, and the light is on, and we're ready to run. Step aside the drifting favourite. Ready now. Racing, going a little slow, so is Furious. And Deprivation jump well together with Mogul Monarch. King of Rousseau lands in a great spot.
Man, if the 6 loses this, I am telling you, if the 6 loses this, this is going to be a disaster.
In between the pair. Deprivation with a soft lead from the well-supported Mogul Monarch. They're 3 in front of Victory Lane, King of Rousseau. Then Margie's Boys step aside. 1 off the fence, Furious pushing underneath, and Invader Zim is the last one. So Deprivation a half in front to Mogul Monarch, 600 metres to go. Then King of Rousseau on the outside of Victory Lane, Margie's Boys step
In
aside.
trouble, I can see that.
Invader Zim
That-
and Furious on the fence last of all.
But it's a dedicated jock. He knows what he's doing. Let's hope that.
Then King of Rousseau, Victory Lane, Furious taking a round.
Yeah, this is what you do, you moron.
300 metres to go shows the way. King of Rousseau's going after it. Step aside's into the clear now. And Invaders in down the outside. Deprivation still the leader. Here comes Step Aside on the outside. King of Rousseau between them. Step Aside, they moved up. Takes the lead.
682.
Long neck to King of Rousseau. Ahead away. From Margie.
Frank.
Local Monarch. The back.
682.
Number 6, James McDonald
Man.
and Chris Waller have won. First up here today. First up last preparation back in January. This is the horse that went through the running rail with Tommy Berry. And eventually won at the end of the prep in February. Went out for a short break. It's only been 63 days.
6-8.
At Rose Hill. So officially first up, but not a long break. Step Aside back in the winner's stall. Beats King of Rousseau and Deprivation.
Yeah,
2 and 5.
nice patient ride by McDonald there. Got enough speed up front and just launched on them late. That was his race. He's probably too good for a 78 field at this time of year.
Frank, where is Ascot now? Are they showing it here?
King of Rousseau. He was given every possible, but he did fight when the other horse got to him, and he's tried to fight back there. So maybe his turn's not too far off. I do feel the horse to follow out of this race might be Furious, who was just warming into his work.
2983.
With improvement to come. But yeah, not a strong race, but he's just found a beauty for himself here. That's for sure. Step aside.
6, 8, 2 and 5. 6, 8, 2 and 5. 1:12.58 the race time. Home in 35.68. The quaddie starts next.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm. It's time for the Mick Dittman plate for the 3-year-olds over 1,000 metres. Zoo Baby is your $3.90 favourite. And that's been a good move as well. 480 into 390 and very solid. Let's take a look at Cosmic Fire. He was the early favourite, Maxi. He's drifted $4.40 to $5. Billy Healy, Andrew Manuel.
Probably because of the map, it doesn't look good, but he's well above average, this fellow. I think if they go back and try and tuck in and hopefully they run fast, he can swap them in with straight. He's pretty smart.
Halifax is 2 from 2, track and distance here. Kelly Sweet and Michael Rod.
And the luxury of a good draw. And as you say, he likes being fresh, 1,000 here at home. And he's a talent as well. I'm sure he's going to be in the finish.
Benzu is the 3 for Billy Healy and CJ Brown.
Yeah, Billy's got some outside gates here. Don't know where this fellow's going to end up either. He won this course and distance 2 ago when obliged to race wide from a similar gate. And then good last start, went second. Things didn't work out. That was in that Boomtown Boss race. Remember, he started up. So back to the 1,000. He'll just need luck in running.
Belligato is the 4 from the Leah Birchley stable with Jag Duffman Chester.
Yes, he's obviously been really good there at the Sunny Coast. We just need to see him to bring that to town today.
State Texas is Jimmy Downs and Taylor Marshall.
Yeah, he was all right in that Benzu race over the 1,000. He was sort of at the rear really wide and he kept on finding the line well.
Yeah. Zoo Baby, let's have a look at this favourite. Number 6, Richard and Will Friedman and Kira McAvoy.
Yeah, barrier 2, I think she's been set to run well in this listed race. First up, got the right form. Everything looks spot on and she certainly looks the part.
To another Friedman, Michael Friedman has number 7, Seascape with Ange Jones.
Speedy filly, she's got a lovely pedigree. And first up, maybe went a little bit too early there on the Kenzo, was run down very late and then won there on the same track. Only just lasting. Is Speedy, won't want to use up too much gas early.
Spicy Martini is number 8, Toby Edmonds and Steve McLean with Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
She's a bit push button. She's not big, but they can get her up there and she can give a good kick. A little bit of give in the ground is good. She does have Equicast on again. And the form, we've said it many times out of that Sunlight where she ran 6th, has been outstanding.
They do like the Equicast down there. What's the other big horse that has all the Equicast on?
Oh, yes.
Sprinter. I'll
yes,
come back to it.
he was beaten the other day.
Number 10, Pride to Follow is, number 9, Hearts Are Better. Matt Hoysted, Nikita Berriman. Barassi.
Yeah, Hearts Are Better. She was up there. She sort of controlled the duel and beat Mr. Babalusky. Look, it was an okay duel, but I actually think this is a bit stronger than that.
Okay, the 10, Pride to Follow at $31, Brett Kavanagh, Damien Thornton.
Good effort from the outside gate there. You rarely see them win from gate 11 over the 800 at Ipswich. That was only on Monday. And beat a pretty smart short courser in an uphill, so respect him.
Lanterns Run, Rochelle Pereira and Ronnie Stewart.
Yeah, I think back and running on strongly here.
Couples Retreat, Annabelle Neesham and Rob Archibald with Robbie Dolan.
Yes, she'll be up there on the pace. Did finish 3rd at Warwick Farm last prep behind Zoo Baby, so I think that's a solid form line.
Alrighty, and Zoo Baby, speaking of Zoo Baby, Maxie, it is getting smashed, 480 into 320.
Yeah, I love the trials that Richard and Will have given this filly, and she's got to be mad fresh. First up over the 1,000, they've been soft trials where she's all coiled up. They haven't let her go in the heats. They're going to let her go today, and the market says she's hardest to beat. So I'm happy to go with her. I think everything adds up. She just needs a touch of luck in running, and she should get a chance to win. I've got Spicy Martini there. She's done absolutely nothing wrong. She got a lovely pedigree and she looks ready to go. Cosmic Fire to run on him and hella fast. He'll finish with a flashing light here, I reckon.
Yeah, I have stuck with Spicy Martini, but there are others. In fact, I nearly changed that horse being loaded there now, hella fast, because I just thought it was picture perfect parade. And then some of these other ones that look great have drawn the car park, so it makes it tough. I will stick with Spicy Martini. She's she's not the fanciest looking horse, but she looks in nice order, and I expect her to race well. So Spicy Martini for me. As we come to you, Tim.
Good go here for some baby. 5.50 after scratching this morning. I'm still 4.80 around 15, 20 minutes or so ago. Now $3. That $3 might not even last. It has been some go here first up from the spell. Cosmic Fire had been the horse that had seen best support all week. 8 into as short as 4.20. It's back to a $5.50 chance. Seascape holding firm as a $5.50 equal second pick. And not a lot of money around for much else. Big go here for Zoo Baby. The money was right in the previous.
And they jumped as one. Zoo Baby's right up there in search of the lead. We're going forward. Spicy Martini leading third. Hearts Are Better. Handy but trapped out. Cosmic Fire Rolling forward, Bellagato, the next one. Blanton's Run, Staten, Texas, Pride to follow. Hella Fast, Couples Retreat, Seascape and Ben Zoo. So Zoo Baby on the inside of Spicy Martini, the first couple. Cosmic Fire 3 wide, Staten, Texas 4 wide. Blanton's Run, Hearts are Better, Bellagato. Wider out Pride to follow, Ben Zoo and Seascape right towards the outside. They're stretched right across the track. Zoo Baby, Spicy Martini, Cosmic Fire, Hearts are Better back near on the inside, Staten Texas the outside, Bellagato trying to weave home, but Zoo Baby had a good kick, a length in front, trying hard, Spicy Martini, Zoo Baby lifting Spicy Martini, Zoo Baby, Spicy Martini, like Bellagato, but Spicy Martini goes home the best to win from either Zoo Baby or Bellagato. Further back to Cosmic Fire, Pride to follow, Hella Fast and Seascape, Hearts are Better, Ben Zoo, Blanton's Run, Staten, Texas and Couples Retreats. This could possibly be the buy of, well, the last 12 months or so. Bernie will elaborate on that. Spicy Martini, the filly with the great pedigree, obviously not the greatest confirmation, but that matters for nothing. She's good and she gets up and beats Zoo Baby with Bellagato by the looks of it. Back in third spot there. They were right across the track and she was right there up on the speed. Spicy Martini in the hands of Kyle Wilson-Taylor. Kyle was pretty happy with that. Zoo Baby gave a good kick. She's drifting back towards the inside. Not that that made any difference at all. She was there, but she's just been beaten by a better horse on the day. It's Spicy Martini. Bellagato at a big price. Really good. Gets that third spot. Looking for the rest of them. Staten Texas was very wide. That's him on the outside there. Zoo Baby had taken the lead at this point. Now Kyle starts to get busy on the filly, and she really responds in the middle of the track. Spicy Martini with the Equicast on Bernie. She's been too good for them again.
Yeah, what a brave gallant win. I mean, speared out, hit the front early, and then had to endure all that pressure from the inside, the outside. Winning trainer Toby Edmonds joins us for a chat. I want to start from the beginning because I just love the story, and I know I ask you every single time, but tell me how you bought it.
We bought it online for $8,000, I think, so.
How much?
$8,000, so very cheap filly, by Justify, so it was a great buy. We bought it off the back of a nice filly we have, a nice mare that I paid a lot of money for. This that never got to a level that it should have. So anyway,
did the same owners come in on this one?
Yes, most of them did. Yeah, so that was good.
That's blessed.
Yeah, well, look, it is a good story. She's a real good filly. She's very good. I've spoken before the race, and she's quite underdone yet. She's still got a little wiry coat and everything, and she's still got a long way to go. We got some high hopes for this preparation, so as long as she comes through well, she's in a good prep.
And just that sort of that cool demeanour that she's got.
Yeah, well, the favourite had a cold, on the court. I think it was the favourite anyway. Got away from it. She just digs in. She's tough and unassuming. But had a great pedigree. Justifies a great staying, and it just shows, she's terrific filly.
Terrific filly. I also adore Kyle's confidence in her.
Yeah, well, we've given him a good chance, Kyle, and he's nailed it more times than not, so that's good. We spoke about the race just on the way out. I told him to make sure he's positive, put her outside lead. That's how she mapped and got the job done.
Well done, Tom.
Thank you.
All right, Kyle, quick word. Your confidence when you gave me that smile in the yard, I knew it was all over.
I love her. I probably don't think I've ridden a horse that tries as hard as her. The other horse, Freeman's, had me beaten all the way to the straight. Kieran started roaring. I thought, I might try that. And then she responded, and yeah, she's a good mare. Toby's a good trainer, and we work really well together.
Great job, well done. There he is, Kyle Wilson-Taylor. 8 big 6, 4 and 1. That is the running of the Mick Dittman plate. 58.09 and a slick 33.52. Here's Newcastle.
Welcome back to Newcastle, race number 5, the first leg of the quadrilla. The race we've been waiting for, the 3-year-old maiden over 1,300, very open race. Impressionism and Bohemian Art, $4.40 each. Let's start with Impressionism.
Jack Turnbull is with us with a couple of runners in the benchmark 100 handicap at the midpoint of the Valley Medium. Thank you very much. They're about short lanes forward here and something doing right in the rail at the Valley. On a nice day from the Steiner was okay, yeah, stuff. He went and started almost more they attacked Lando who got out of the Rocco. He's got a Hill as a waiting process is underway. Moving into the stalls, they're getting set. Nicolini Vito is in, with also El Rocco, Steinem, Chartres, Chawton Lane. El Rocco here by Jeff Stanley, who had that major listed success at Mornington last week, his last day as an apprentice. He'd be very keen to get some winners on the board as a fully fledged rider. Chawton Lane going forwards. Fame about to join them, and Super Razi is going to complete the line. We go 1,519 metres here for the fifth. So Fame goes forwards, and Super Razi is the last one along. Set to run. Stand by for a start. And away they go. Steinem towards the outside, broke cleanly. Well, with Chartres on the fence. And then there's three horses between them. Chawton Lane, Nicolini, Vito. Fame is going to snag back. Steinem well back two with Bright Rose and Super Razi. To the back section, Chartres led at the 1,200 metres from El Rocco. About a length and 3/4, Nicolini, Vito, Chawton Lane. 2.5 to Fame outside of Steinem. Super Razi slotted in, one off the fence outside of Brighton Rose as they reached the 1,000. Chartres controlling it, 3/4 of a length El Rocco. Once they found their positions, they just to go out on a steady fraction, about 2.5 lengths away, Nicolini, Vito, Chawton Lane, about 3 lengths to Fame, followed by Steinem, Super Razi and Brighton Rose. So the leader is Chartres, leading out at an even speed from El Rocco, and then 2.25 Chawton Lane, Nicolini, Vito, 2.5 to Fame as they start to really ramp it up early here. Super Razi's getting going from the back of the field, Steinem next to the inside, and then Brighton Rose. Well, they got stuck into Chartres, and Chartres led by a neck to El Rocco before the corner. They speed along at the 400 metres. El Rocco left in front, but isn't vulnerable. Chawton Lane next, Super Razi got to fourth, and then Nicolini Vito. And behind those horses, Fame, El Rocco went for home. 200 metres to go, had 2 lengths on Chawton Lane, Super Razi, and then Chartres, but it's El Rocco. 100 metres to go. Led from about the 400 and races clear. And El Rocco won it well from Chawton Lane, Super Razi, Chartres, then Fame, a gap to Brighton Rose, Nicolini Vito and Steinem.
Well, all the dialogue we've had across the media this afternoon from 10 horses that will be by 20% for being a good form yesterday to a solid.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, just
Reverberates, open to improvement, backing grade.
714 and 11 for Belinda. 714 and 11, the first leg of the Podula. We'll get to Timmy Ryan in a moment. But
Okay, this is the 7th one, and if we look through the odds, it's 2, 9, 8, and 3. 2 is the favorite. All right. Now the way things are playing, it's very dicey. So that 2 actually came in third with that weight appreciation. The 8 with the neutral went in second. 6 was spot on with this, but what happened is none of the pressure points they got through. I don't know if 5 came in, but 4 definitely failed. So things are very dicey, and this is one of those races that Randwick plays. Same sex, same age. So here that 2 is the favorite. I don't know how that 2 is going to do anything here. Firstly, it is not any of those extreme numbers which are required. It's not that. And Secondly, it is the weights that it is, the appreciation on the weights are there, but the jockey is absolutely in a strangled position. The jockey is absolutely in a strangled position. So if this, we've seen a 1200 meter with this one. This was 1000 meter, but there was the weight appreciation was about 4 kgs. Here it is not that. It is about 1. And that, I don't know if that'll work. 3 looks in a better position with a better jockey. 8 looks in a better position, but again, there's no weight appreciation on these. 1 has 2 kilos of weight appreciation. It is there in some way or the other. It is there because it is the linear, and it's got a dedicated jockey. And this is 59, this is 32, so definitely this one has advantage over with this. So if 1 is a check, it's one of the highest pressures, 1. All right, that's one of the highest pressure with one of the highest weight appreciation on that with a dedicated jockey. Not extremely bad as a management, but that is there. But the other thing that happens here at Randwick is they play this, that 13. They will put one of the highest advantage horses here with the lowest handicapping, and that's the EW position. 1 is not a strong linear. This is there, but the kind of 45% drifting out. But those are 2 extreme points. This is 2 kilos appreciation. This is 6 kilos depreciation. And then you always have the 3. So they all are the outer gates. They all are the outer gates wherever the advantages are. So this is one of the best jockeys with weight appreciation. They're talking about the 2, which is there. Weight appreciation is there, but the jockey is handicapped. 8 is a good one, but how will this actually interact? I am not sure. It's a very good jockey on 8. It's a very good jockey on 8 from gate number 1. But how will that work? I don't know. And how? I mean, the 3 is good, but that 1 is also there with the dedicated jockey with the weight appreciation, and this is the highest pressure point, highest weight appreciation, and a linear over a 1200 meter. That 1. Even Morph is here. Five.
Well, let's look at another horse. I'm going to say it looks a little bit too hard for. He was good winning a Class 1 at Strathalbyn 2 starts ago. Hit the line okay behind Xantron last start, but he's going to need a career best and a big one.
Fillies won the past 3 Tobin bronzes and 4 of the past 5. There's only 2 3-year-old fillies in this lineup. 12 Kiranagi, one of them.
Kurianagi is another to come out of the Reserve Bank race. She had a chance in that race and finished just behind the place getters. I know that Will Barker and Nikki O'Shea thought she might have been a little bit underdone there, and they're hoping that there's a couple of lengths improvement in her. From the outside gate, maybe she's ridden a little bit more conservatively today. Her best form is starting to get a while ago, though. You're going back a year or so to find her best ratings.
And it's a massive price, the other filly, number 14, Madam Jimmy.
She ran a solid race last week at Oakbank behind Up the Den, but this is many grades harder. She's obviously going well in this prep, but this is a real fright.
John, your numbers here, please.
I'm going back right up to the top of the order here. I'm with Imperial Force. I think he brings very strong forward lines into this. He'll be right on speed. Jamie Bellum gets the sit. He'll take some running down. Reserve Bank and Gallant Sun flashed here 2 weeks ago. I like them into second and third. And Winner's Edge is so genuine and consistent. It's hard to see him getting beat too far. He's one of a couple of horses I think have got out for a good price.
Matty, 4 races down at Morphettville.
5 looks on morale.
Successful.
Tropic.
Big price to make it back-to-back wins in South Australia with Reserve Bank. Can he do it?
13 out of 13. We'll see what Blake can pull out of his hat. I did say to him when he came out, what are you thinking here? But all I can say is a flow forward colt. He's a big, long, striding horse, and he's not to be held up, he's not to be dragged back, and he doesn't need to be hunted up outside the speed. So he's going to be deep. He's going to be deep at some point, but just like to see him flow into the race late. If he wins, I'll leave him here for the good one, and we'll just see how he is after the race.
Has he stayed here since the Redoubtable, or did he come back to Granville?
No, I always bring them back twice. I need to see them twice, but I don't believe it's good for the horses to have 3 trips in one prep. Like if they were 2 weeks, I would not. I would not have start for running 400 metres for the 3-year-olds. The group 2 time from the States.
On display, run a cheeky race here.
Beyond Baker train. Cheeky race in the mile race. Yeah, in the fence is okay. Fence is okay. No work. And it was 6 over miles. It's a big strong fight really. And I think the mile suits. I think you can check the really close $9.
And Shanks's other man that goes around Charmstone's in the group 1 that for the same group. He spent a bit of time in the roads.
It has. Since you had taken on the Gold Coast, Changed the big fish, and that's fine. And then the Golden Road today, big length and a quarter, pulled up sore. Was that lady, I always thought she had good ability. She brought out again, 12 out of 16, so she'll need a little bit of joy. But I think she might do it.
Best of luck, PC. Arman, best of luck. Frankie, best of luck.
One of the good ones, the
key chances, especially for Mick Price always gives really good insights in his interviews.
Let's go.
2 minutes of Mick Price talking. It's a really interesting talk about how he likes to travel and what he thinks he can get out of it when they have to make these travels. It's sort of a 10 to 12 hour flight trip from Melbourne to Adelaide.
Yeah, extremely interesting.
Frank Gate 5, Queen.
For the group 2 sports for the 2-year-olds, it's $3.60 for group 2.
Imperial Force, favourite drawn the inside. Light on. Gates open, they're off. Imperial Force just fair to begin, but he's humping through on the inside. Beginning fast was Reserve Bank and Tropicus with great speed. Madame Jeanette likewise and Gallant Sun. Tropicus zooming forward with Gallant Sun. They're taking on Madame Jeanette for the lead, and they get it, the pair. Winner's Edge quickly into 4th. Imperial Force is going to settle close and handy.
2.
Enough Seduction likewise.
Best of luck, Lee.
Reserve Bank, a length away, Sweethearted. in company with Immortal Bliss, Sabage, and also Mellifluent in that group as they run to the 700 metres. And then further back at the head of the others is Kuro, Yanagi and Daggers. Up to the bend, the leader is Gallant Sun from Tropicus. Imperial Force is sweating on a run behind them. Winner's Edge and Madame Jeanette as they turn in. Sabage has got to the outside in company with Reserve Bank. Gallant Sun has it 3/4. Out wide, Reserve Bank. Winner's Edge, Gallant Sun, Reserve Bank joining in. Winner's Edge, then Sweethearted, Sabage. Reserve Bank takes the lead from Gallant Sun. Sabage and Winner's Edge, but Reserve Bank charging away with the Tobin Bronze. Reserve Bank, Sabage, Winner's Edge, Gallant Sun, Sweethearted, Tropical, not far away with Cupid running on. And then deeper out at the head of the others was Daggers from dropping off in the final furlong or so, Imperial Force to finish about midfield. Then Mellifluent, Immortal Bliss, Enough Seduction, back towards the tail, the last one in, Madame Jeanette.
Guys, an ice cold.
Just got a little tired up going out at Hawkesbury in front there first up. She's better off at the weights with the winner here, but still needs to just improve a bit. But she does look the leader, which could be to her advantage.
She's a real neat type of horse, well put together. She's not big and sort of robust, but she looks really, really well. Good, healthy coat again, and yeah, I love her attitude.
Another one for Matty Dale is Acapella's son, Chad Schofield rides.
Fitting well, very honest. She gets back, she charges home. I expect similar here again today. So she's got that form line through Lonrose Queen last start where she was second, beaten less than a length. So that fits her in quite nicely here.
Yeah, another mare that's a neat type, always looks well, nice, again, healthy coat, and she walks out very smoothly.
But the Victorian mare here, extremely rowdy, J Ford, Peter Gilligatis.
Yeah, it looks here for the softer tracks as well. Has had good specking, no recent wins, but still she's an extreme choice mare who's third up now and looks pretty fancy.
She's got a neat little step out when she parades. She really flicks those front toes out. There's not a lot of her. She's a nice, neat type of horse. Doesn't carry any extra condition. Looks nice and healthy.
Right, 13 Trafalgar Square, Winona Costa and David Payne.
Thought she did enough first up. She gets in here with no weight, and she was spec this morning, which is always a good sign with the David Payne horse.
Yeah, she's an unassuming type of horse. She doesn't really jump out at yet as far as her looks.
Free run.
She doesn't look, there's no negative towards her.
wrong.
But yeah, she's just one of those horses, a bit of a plain Jane.
Okay, Breaking Off has jumped up aboard. Lonrose Queen, number 2, now in the yard for Cam Crocker.
Yeah, lovely. Really have to admire the way she's going about her work, winning 2 straight back to the spell. Soft's okay. It should be in the finish again with what looks to be a good map.
Yeah, she looks terrific in the yard. First time I've seen her this preparation, but you could not fold her. You couldn't find a negative for her. She parades really well, very smooth in her action as well, and a great demeanour.
All right, now number 7, the one we're missing. Pagetti is there now. Tom Sherry on for Ryan and Alexia.
Yeah, she's had 2 trials. She did win the Mona Lisa on a soft 6 first up last preparation. So there are some places in the form where you could give her a chance here.
She looks like she's good to go as well. She's very forward in condition. I know she's been a winner first up twice before, and looking at her, you could think she could do it again.
Okay, Corey, who did you choose here in the first leg of the quaddie race 7?
Yeah, number 2, Lonrose Queen for mine. She's been ultra consistent this time round. She's drawn to get an absolute dream run, probably 3 back the fence, and yeah, she stood out in the parade, I thought.
I'm with her as well. 2, 6, 11 and 3. Markets all over the place here. I just think she's an informed mare. I can see that she didn't run any time at Hawkesbury last start. She gets the claim here back down to 57. I think the map looks okay for her. The sting out of the track's perfect for her, and I think she can't do anything bar run well. I think Monty Kate's a good long shot, number 6. She's second up here. She'll roll forward and try and make her own luck. 11 Acapella Sun is one of the finishers from the back if they overdo things up front, and she's always ready to strike. And the big query is Sparkling, number 3, another one of these Matt Laurie horses first up, but that outside draw is not ideal. 2, 6, 11 and 3.
Wide open here, race 7 at Randwick, $4.80 about your favourite. Now back into $4.60.
I'm going to go with one
It
coffee.
isn't firm today. It was 5 into as short as $4.20. Just now back to that $4.60 quote. It is very, very easy to lay. Ron likes it. Corey likes it. Brad Gray liked it on Thursday night on Form Line. It's very short across the pari-mutual. It's over 40% of the total tab hold. So that makes her a big, big loser in our book, considering she's a $4.80 chance in the race. But we're just looking to take her on a little bit. As Ron prefaced, she didn't run that great a time at Hawkesbury. She's got to get back run on style, which may not be suited here at Randwick today. So we're just keen to risk her a little bit. Just went back out to $5, back to $4.80. But she's very, very popular and easy to lay. Lonrose Queen. Martini Mama, rock solid as a second pick at $6. That is unchanged today. She's been either side of that $6, a bit short, a bit longer, but she stays a $6 chance. Third pick is Powerful Peg, who's a little bit easy. She's a horse we liked, Barrier 1, James McDonald. We thought she'd get the right run, but she's just a touch easy, 6 out to 7. There's been plenty of money around for Sparkling. It was 11 into 850 early in the week, and she...
J-Mac is on 3, right?
750. But Murray's already had one winner here today. Nash on from a wide gate. I guess that is the only little query. Then we're out to $10. Got Extremely Rowdy. He was the first horse we laid on Wednesday when we put the market up 15 into 950. She's just got out one roll today, 950 out to 10.
J-Mac is on 8.
For the other Victorian earlier in the week, Trafalgar Square saw some support this morning. She's a $12 chance. That's in from $13 today. Then we're out to Memoria, $13. Elba,
11 is a strong 11. I don't know.
For the Anthony and Sam
11 on papers, it's an EW Dow's. On papers, it is an EW. That's a huge drift on this horse. There's a huge drift on this horse. That's the largest in a drift. It's all green. That's 13 and 12.
$6 second pick.
PC is on 13. This is gate number 12. That's the largest in a drift. So definitely 11 is an EW.
He ripped plenty out of us in the previous 2 steps. So I took it on late. It's a bad result for us.
Lonrose Queen's got a great record, 6 from 13. Cameron Crockett trains at Scone, and the Scone lad Braith Knock on board, like he was last start when he won at Hawkesbury. Only a couple out. Let's get up to Darren for race 7. First leg of the quad.
Rowdy moving into line. $10 chance. Sparkling moves in. And they're all in. Ready to run. Neville Waters handicap, 1,200 metres to kick off today's pot.
It's a one-win place. I've gone coffee on that one. Out of 9. Where is that monkey one?
Nicely as well, and there's Memoria going.
Okay, there's one. One is on, baby.
Come across, body cape being restrained, star
one is on.
Followed by Powerful Peg.
I just hope that it delivers. That monkey is leading, yes.
Super Bright's going up the inside of Pajani. They're followed by Elba, the favourite. Lonrose Queen is second last, and 3 off to Extreme.
I just hope that it doesn't
Memoria gets to the front, out by 3
give up.
Sparkling. Then came Body Cape, Martini Mama's off the
It's a grey.
back on the inside of Star May.
It's not made for soft grounds. Come on, baby. You are good. You're a grey. Come on, run. There's a race happening, man. Run, baby.
They chop a rescue to get over the horses.
Run, and I think you are in, baby. Come on. 1, yes, baby.
From Powerful Peg, then came Square, Extremely Rowdy. Lonrose Queen was 2.
How many times will Randwick defeat us?
And Acapella Sun, the last to finish.
The monkey.
Board for Memoria, Ben Osmond and Chris Lee's been winning for his master. 1:12:03 the race time, home in 35.95. Big kick there, Duff.
Yeah, well, he held it together.
No.
Once Star May didn't go out as hard as expected.
Bro, I've been taking heat for the last 6 races. The only thing that happened was that last race 6.
The big kick so genuine and so tough. And that was the winning move by Ben Hoskin there. But Jenny was great first time.
You know, PC,
Got a win in her soon. She's hitting the line.
it actually did not work for me. I'll tell you why.
She just got a picnic up front and conserved energy for that.
So I had a very strong conviction on the 1, and you came up with 3. 3 looked good as well. I went with a 1 and 3 Queen, which was about to happen, but that 7 kind of knocked it out.
Time he let the horse round up once he got up the rise, and really put the pedal down from about the 200. So it was a really well judged ride.
1743, 1:12:03, 35.95, 3/4 of a length, the winning margin.
This was what I had, 1 and 3. But the 7 kind of knocked me out, and the 4 got through and all that.
It's Harlem Queen here, Maxi, at $3.
Bad luck, PC. Bad luck as in it's just not the day for me. Just not the day. I've been taking heat since the morning. PC.
Good spell, 2 runs back have been excellent for this. She probably positions around about midfield from a better draw and she'll finish strongly.
Number 2 is Plenty It's always close together, these two, when they meet. Richard and Wilfried and Andrew Atkins.
It becomes very unpredictable when it is not a good ground. Then you're prone to make mistakes. I'll show you what happened. So, this one was a dedicated jockey with all the physics on this horse, okay? With all the physics on this horse has the highest maturity on the distance. And it has a weight appreciation of 2 kilograms. It's the linear. There are quite a few things. The highest pressure point, the highest weight appreciation, linear, plus the physics. So there are 4 strong points on this. And I could not discount you, PC. When you came up with the 3 was with the best jockey with the weight appreciation, but that did not happen. What happened is that 7 got in. How? Is something that I have no clue right now. But it just went through. And the 4 also went through. The 4 was there with the weight appreciation. This 7, how it went through, I don't know right now. But I'll figure it out by tomorrow. How that happened. But this became a little... I'm sure the 7 is very good on soft grounds. That's the only logical explanation that is there. I don't know right now, but tomorrow when I run it, they did not expect that. What happened, PC, is they did not expect that the 1 is going to do what it did. They discounted that 1, but the 1 was... it has to be hand in hand. Today, that 1 was there, everything hand in hand. A dedicated jockey, the physics, it's a linear, and the weight appreciation on the soft ground. So the 1 was clean. The thing is, PC, when I start losing, I lose patience. When I start losing, I start losing patience as well, and that makes me make more mistakes than I would have actually made if I was not losing. That's a disease that I have, I think. If I start losing, then I start losing. Yeah. Anyways, we'll go to the next and see what's going on. Ten, 3, 13, and 4.
Bit of money for Felia, Maxi, 6 into 460, but obviously Harlem Queen is our $2.80 favourite.
And best back to that, 320 down to 280. I think she's got the right form with Harlem Queen from Meridiana. So I'm looking at the Sydney form here. 10 Panito, there's another one, and 4 Poster Girl for the locals. 1, 6, 10, and 4.
Yeah, plenty to like in the parade ring. However, I am with the 6 Meridiana here, who I thought looked terrific and had an electric turn of foot at both of her starts. Let's get to Tim.
Fave Harlem Queen, very, very popular. I was 280 out to 310, back into that 280, around about 50% of the total hold. She's a big loser for us, but the late money is for Panito here, 6 into 480. It's a good trim up late. Meridiana and Panito solid enough as the third and fourth picks. But Harlem Queen, very popular. Filly up, the late.
Alrighty, the last couple of these girls are loading.
Moon
now,
Valley.
so let's get upstairs for Josh.
The light turned on. Stand by at the mile. Gates open, racing, and Filly are away brilliantly, jumping in front from Heat Missile, going forward. Larkometer is third, fourth the inside, ready to ship. Handy also better than words, and further back to Meridiana. And next over on the outside there, a posted girl, likewise Propose, and further back to Panito, Sun Worshipper, wider out Miss Buslinger. Sir Kel, Harlem Queen's only got about 4 or 5 fillies behind her. They include Madan Lexus. Just in behind those fillies is Data Scramble. Autumn Girl second last and Pleasure Artist a length and a half away. So Heat Missile burnt clear by 2.5. Second Fillion. Further back to Ready to Ship as third on the inside. Further out there is Better Than Words. And they're clear from further back is Proposed, Larkometer on the fence, Meridiana. A length and a half further back to Posted Girl, Panito, Sun Worshipper nearer the inside. A length and a half further back to Miss Buslinger. And then Harlem Queen, who's got about 9 or 10 lengths to make up. Sir Kel creeping forward. Further back to Madame Lexus, Pleasure Runners. Data Scramble second last, and last of all is Autumn Girl. Heat Missiles in front, Filly the outside second at the 400. Nearer the inside, Ready to Ship. Looking for the way clear, Meridiana. Miss Buslinger down the outside, Poster Girl, but Filly has grabbed the lead here at the 150. Trying hard as Heat Missile, but Filly is well clear, 2 lengths in front. Panito's running home well, Meridiana the outside, but it's all Filly. And Filly is 1, second to Panito, third Meridiana, followed by Heat Missile, Miss Buslinger, then Sun Worshipper, further back Madame Lexus, and then we had Pleasure Artist and Ready to Ship, and further back then was Larkometer, Harlem Queen, then Autumn Girl, Sir Kel, Poster Girl, Better Than Words, Dark Scramble, and the last one was Propose. Well, Filly has blitzed them. How are they going to beat her over 1,800 in 2 weeks' time? Chalk up another win for Mere Lust. She's been a super mare in the breeding barn. This filly is the half to Dewis, a multiple Group 1 winner. Baccarat Baby used to carry those colours. Amity Gow. And here's another good one called Philia. She's by all too hard. And she set herself off the pace. David Van Dyke took the blinkers off her today. Just the wink is on, and she has blown them away. A brilliant win by Philia. And Karen McAvoy had to sit today, and I reckon he'd be wanting to stay on. Now, just have a look at the other horses here. Heat Missile went quickly in the lead. They're starting to feel the pinch. Panito getting through to get that second spot. And then Meridiana gets third. And then not much. You see way back in the field there on the outside, there was a lot of trouble at this point here.
when Harlem Queen was desperate to get off the inside, and there was a lot of horses sort of checked in that incident, Bernie, but it's all about the winner here. Philia, I know David Van Dyke's probably a little bit emotional.
Oh, this is just fabulous, Maxie. We all know that the breeding and this man's family, but let's first chat with winning trainer David Van Dyke. We know you can train a good horse. Where does she measure up?
Oh, gee, she's near the top, isn't she? That was pretty amazing. I mean, her three-quarter sister, back her up, Maiden, won this race. And she didn't win it that well. You know, I said to Kieran before the race, don't be afraid to let her go a bit early. She's got a big, long...
Appreciate your time. To Maddox Currents, what can you tell us about this guy's capability on wet?
I've got no idea. The whole team's got no idea. The horse is very well. Many times the race where
Good thing is that at this point, well, first campaign, let's go. When did this find out?
It's a nice time to find out. It's the second half. He doesn't analyst. We're not getting a hell of a lot of rain here in Victoria, so it's rolling forward. If he does, it'll take it right to the victory.
Quickly, the late got the previous here to go down. It's that hard to place.
Yeah, it's a lovely race for him. It's a late, but he's probably deserved enough. He's probably having a really good
Coming up from the way from the detail. And
so, we're there, setting up. He's very happy with it.
the open race to that hill. It's a 20 dirty grin. But still grappling with the way the track. Mizo to take its awkward alley and the field set. They are set. Ready. 1200 and away. Bordeaux took a backward step but didn't miss the start. Bold Response began well. With pushing up in between horses there, Bordeaux and also Rebellion along the inside. Barbaric Lads holding its position for now. Harlan Harley behind those horses. Primal Spirit, a length and a half, Dirty Grin. Dollar Chaser and Mizo last. Bold Response took it up. 800 metres to go by three-quarters Bordeaux. 2 lengths Rebellion outside of Barbaric Lad. A length and three-quarters Primal Spirit, Harlan Harley, then came Dirty Grin. Second last Dollar Chaser and Mizo last at the 600. Bold Response in front, just in front, but it has company from Bordeaux and they're 2.5. Rebelli, Barbaric Lad, speed's been pretty good. And they're 2 lengths in front of Highland Harley. Dirty Grin's getting going from the back and then Primal Spirit, Mizo and Dollar Chaser. Bordeaux really testing Bold Response before the corner. As they reach the 300 metres, it's Bordeaux drawing a half in front of Bold Response, showing the whip. Dirty Grin is presenting as the main threat. And there again, Barbaric Lad, top of the running, Bordeaux, grabbed by Dirty Grin on the outside of the 100 metres. Dirty Grin up to Bordeaux, who's trying to ride back, but it's Dirty Grin just from Bordeaux. They go Dirty Grin well back, and they've got the cash beat Bordeaux. Donald Jackson and last prevented. Well, the title is Dirty Grin number 6, 350 and 150. That was quite reasonable. Cloud for 24 hours for 10. That's going to the sideline speakers in the saddle. Straight here, but David became right ball. Terrific weekend. Yesterday, you have a city winners here on Dirty Grin and Bordeaux. To each one of those 20. Fighting on players with him. And Bold Response from number 10, we got a clear. Bold Response is selling 12.69, 112.69 on the day. It'll be 69, 13, and 8 on this day, and 350 and 160 on the other. 112.69 on the top 30. Bold Response. Not quite there. 10 points with the road. Chuck's going to buy the big right. The numbers at the moment, but if they're now probably like six, like Temple last start, when Temple form has been franked there, that Gallagher winning the last comprehensively at Flemington yesterday. Numbers are in the frame, late 6 to belly. 6, 9, 10, and 8. 6, 9, 10, and 8.
Plenty of Pete was pretty solid first up, beat the 3 lengths in the Victoria Handicap. It's a good form race. She's got a good place for a few pretty promising fillies here, fillies and bears here, and I feel maybe that was just a shade beyond her. She comes out the same lead up race. I think she ran really well. She covered a fair bit of ground. She got back to 2.8 lengths. Should have clearly finished closer to Nicholas and Vito than that. Hit the line well over the last couple of hundred metres also. She won this race last year after being given an absolute race by Billy Egan. Drawn a little bit side, but there's not that much speed here. Maybe she goes forward.
One of the 3 standouts now, it's the last start on the distance on the feature race. And one of the CS mates,
for a black type race, that was a pretty moderate standard black type race. She was well placed to come up here and win that. So she's been kept pretty fresh by the McAvoy yard. She's actually had one barrier trial around the Caulfield Heat track since then. She's carrying a bit of a penalty there for winning that black type race, and I think she needs to find a couple of legs.
Jenny Lala won the Group 3 matron stakes at Flemington back on the 8th of March. We haven't seen her in the races since.
Jenny Lala's very well suited this race because it looks like she might be gifted a cheap run in front. We know that she's a very honest horse when she gets a nice run at the front of proceedings, and she was able to win that race at Flemington a month and a half ago after settling just behind the speed and being strong late. She's been to Morphettville and won over 1,800 metres here previously, and also been placed at Group 1 level here.
$7.50 with sports bet. Likewise, the 5 Lady Jones, which ran second in this race last year behind Sione.
She's had 3 runs this prep, and they've all been comfortably down on what she can do.
Big bit
If she can
more.
do yes, she would be a player in this race, but her form leading into this is quite moderate. No real excuses for her last start. It was a race that the on-speed runners dominated, and she got into a decent spot outside lead. It was a bit plain late.
The 6 Wings of Song, JT pointed out CM Payne on scrapping duties for his uncle and aunt, David and Michelle Payne.
Wings of Song's got a very good winning strike rate. She's up from 17. She was actually 8 from 14. This preparation, she could probably brings just a plain run in last start, but that was off a 2-month break, so maybe she'll be fitter for that. We've seen her race well at Morphettville before. We know she's a very genuine mare. The market is letting you on. I think it's a big price.
She ran 4th in the Oaks last year, $27 with sports bet. The 7 is Ari. Now, this is not what you put on top, John, and I mentioned when we did the preview, it's the best on the program each way of the race called of Brett Davis. It's $7 into $5.50 in sports bet.
She also comes out of the Victoria Handicap last start. She was beaten in nose by Nicholas and Vito. Yes, she had a good chance in that race, but it's a good form line. I think if she goes like that again, she will go very close to winning. I think she maps really nicely just behind the leaders in the race, and I think will be run just at moderate tempo. She might have a little back advantage on the face of Swarties, and I think she'll be right at the
21 into 16. I'm giving this a knockdown chance, John. 2nd in the Oaks last year.
I'm not against her. She's got a big finish on her when she's right. But last start at Rose Hill, she had a chest run in the home straight. Not back before, she would have probably got less than half that. We saw her once at Caulfield over a mile back in the spring, go very close to being Cleansing and Bell at Group 3 mares level. She's, if the stars align for her, she's got a big finish. And I'm not against her. A lot of respect for the state. So I think she's starting to build a good career record. She's 4 from 8. She comes out of 4 races that are probably inferior to a couple of the other runners, but there are a couple of things about her. She always finishes her races off well, and her races throughout her brief career have gradually improved, and there's probably no reason, A, she can't step up to this grade, and B, she can't go to another career best.
With racing, as it's the 10 episodic.
Episodic's been well placed by the Clark and the O'Shea yard to get a little bit of time. She's done so twice recently. Very honest run last start behind Helsing. From this gate, I just wonder where they get to, though. They possibly go back.
Yeah, which is Seeking Star.
Seeking Star was the mare I've got a fair bit of time for. She's a beautiful looking mare, and she was right back to her better form last start. The benchmark 72 race at Morphettville might not look like a great level anymore, but that race is a very high rating race. Both her and Spirit of Camelot produced good ratings in the race. She finished the race off better than any other runner. But even though he put in a good rating there, she would need the comfort of this.
She's in at $35 and 12 Spirit of Camelot at $7.50.
Spirit of Camelot, we know Michael Whitlock's got a big opinion of this mare, and she's starting to put it all together. Got a very well-deserved win last start when beautifully handled by Todd Panel. Inside that may be slightly sticky for her. I'll give her a chance, but I might give her price the market has.
14 on display.
On display for the price of Kendall that we saw successful in the previous. She was second place by Stay Focus last time, and I think that form is inferior to what she requires.
Numbers, John?
I've got 7, 9, 4 and 2. I'm with Miss Aria to beat the favourite Smarties. Although I do think Smarties is not a bad price at around that $4 mark either. Horse number 4, Jenny Lala, I think gets a very good run at the head of proceedings. And Sione, we know she races very well here. We know she's a good mare in general. It's a great addition.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're going to match the market.
Chrome Beach Reigns, our favourite. Chrome, she ticked the box at 1,400 metres black type last start. Can she do it pretty sure a mile today?
Given every indication, we think that she can run a mile, no problem. She has had one start of the mile at Randwick, and the race turned out to be very impressive for her. Ran home well to finish. So, look, she's in very good form going into today's race. So, today will tell us a hell of a lot.
John knows that really well. In best case scenario, how does it pan out for the two of them out there today from the gate?
Told and ride very similarly to Alley Rover and Bendigo. Give her a chance to balance up. It's a bigger field today, probably. Pace may be a little bit questionable, but look, just give every chance to go through the gears. And, we're really on track to bring this
to 16. And JT chatting about the favourite Jelani. So, as you can see there, thoughts on the team. JT private legacy, a good chance as well. And it's trimmed up even further with the sports Jelani. It's the favourite here, horse number 9. And you'll see how further down the back. She's not too far away from her Group 1 assignment today, John. And we're going to get a look at your top pick yourself. They're going to the games.
The Stakes is not too far away. We've got the Oaks to lead us into that. The two good funds are coming up next. And they're both outstanding betting races. Percent paid races. You won't find many more open ones than those.
Right now, it's the Group 2 sportsbet point of the South Stakes Martins to run favourite in the horse. $3 $5 for the on-top selection. John, it's from
Jenny Lala, who's now out to $8. Spirit of Camelot, $8, $8.50. Lady Jones. Lady in Pink heads the rest. Now goes into the gates. Lady in Pink, Sione standing well. So 4 or 5 to loan, including the Sydney mare, Private Legacy, who's now about to come up with Sawati's Episodic, Lady Jones, and Seeking Stardom for the Queen of the South. Won by some great horses over the years. Rose of Kingston, Canilas, Salius, Sione last year beat Lady Jones. Silent Sorrento ran 3rd. She won the Adelaide Cup 6 weeks ago. So Episodic in, Seeking Stardom to join them. And we're set. Queen of the South. Group 2 for the fillies and mares. Light on. Zawati's favourite, Gates open, they're off. Sione missed it by at least 2. Private Legacy slowed. No real speed from Elphinston or Episodic. Best away, Jenny Lala. Have it early. Seeking Stardom. Lady in Pink. Spirit of Camelot. Lady Jones. All in close contention. Not far away is Zawadi. Settling about 6th or 7th. Miss Aria and Wings of Song alongside of her. 2 further back is Elphinston as they head through the bend at the 1200. Alongside of Episodic, Private Legacy, and Sione, last year's winners, back last, and now she's over racing as the brakes go on. Lady in Pink slides up at the 1,000 on the outside of Jenny Lala, and they basically run together. A length and a half clear. Lady Jones wide, Seeking Stardom. Spirit of Camelot behind the leaders on the fence. Then on display, wedged between horses midfield. So Watties is taking closer order. She's 5 from the speed at the 700 metres. Miss Aria's on the fence, then Elphinston, Wings of Song, Private Legacy, Sione, and Episodic. 550 metres to run in the Queen of the South, and Jenny Lala and Lady Pink. They up the ante now and sweep in from Lady Jones, Spirit of Camelot, Seeking Stardom, Miss Aria. So Watties has got to the outside with Elphinstone, and then on display, Lady in Pink goes to Jenny Lala. Lady in Pink, Jenny Lala. They sprint together. Spirit of Camelot. Miss Aria's darting back. So Watties wider out with Elphinstone. So Watties Seeking Stardom's getting a split late. Seeking Stardom after Lady in Pink to Watties. Seeking Stardom driving with Zawadi's at Lady in Pink. Or maybe Zawadi's got there in the nick of time. Zawadi's perhaps from Lady in Pink and Seeking Stardom. Elphinstone wider out in a classic
13,
finish.
I think.
On display was short for room. Miss Aria. And then
What is
Spirit of
that?
Camelot, Sione, Wings of Song was next in, followed by Private Legacy, Episodic, and Lady Jones photo finish.
What a finish.
Big
to
run. What is that?
Lady stage was not gets her head down.
1.
It was a very tactical right by George because he obviously had the same sort of speed map that I had.
9, man.
To take it more forward.
9.
He needed to because it was just through home. Second start has gone out. And Baker in the red.
Oh, they're already at the gates. I'll quickly explain what's going on. So that 10 is the favorite. 10 is probably with Chris Waller. That's the highest pressure on that horse. If this was a good ground, there is no stopping. But today it is soft. And it is not going this direction. It is not going this direction. The weight appreciation is here. 1, 2, 4, 3, 5 up till here, and then this is a neutral, which is here. I'm completely clueless. One will not get there, whether it has the weight appreciation or what. This jockey has never won a race. But that 2 is a check. That 2 is a check. If we look at the weight appreciation here and the pressure points, then I think this one, the 4, has the highest pressure line with the weight appreciation, and this is the largest inner drift. This is the largest inner drift. So that's the largest inner drift. This is the neutral. This is gate number 19. They're talking about gate number 12, which is here, but it doesn't have weight to move it through the. It'll get there. It's got management. It's a Chris Waller horse. It'll get there, but will it win? Is a difficult question, because the jockey is very good on this. The best jockey obviously is here, but this is nothing less. We've got the physics on this horse, but that's all for good ground. This is soft. If this was good, this horse cannot be beaten. But this is soft, and it has that problem.
$3 is over 45% the total tab.com.au hold. It's been a huge go for this imported French galloper. Tricky to assess. The money is absolutely relentless. Dukes is your second pick. He's a $6 chance and a big drifter. He had to get out for all the money for the favourite. He's been 440 out to 6. Green Fly, also a little bit soft, but we're not as badly as Ducasse. He's been 5 out to 6. The horse we like is Punch Lane. We thought he could go forward on the back up from that wide gate. He was 650 out to 8.
Stay out. Yes. I think that is the best idea.
It is bucking the trend with all the money for the favourite.
If this was a good ground, that 10 would have knocked it out. But it's not a good ground. And we've seen how things are playing. It's become so dicey.
2 bets for lunch. Empire, first thing after scratching this morning, it has been 19 into 14. So a bit of a firm for it. And at longer odds, Q's like.
It's 4 EW, 4 coffee. I'm not clubbing it. Just 4 EW.
$3. I'm really not sure how long that's going to last. Actually, it's gone now. Now it's $2.90. So south of 2 to 1 for this imported galloper. Wouldn't for any a big go. I'm quite concerned. I'm going to say it's a big stand.
Now, what price did you first mark at? $8.
$8. All right, that was a bit of a guess.
Yeah.
First up.
Yes, 4 is the only reasonable that I can find. The 4 is the only reasonable that I can find. The others, the 3 is good, but
Step up better to our way of racing. So I'm always concerned about these French gallopers, but I didn't imagine it to start.
we have to have a little pressure. Have to have a little pressure. The
5 wins and 2 places.
Louis C. Randwick. 3 is good.
Which was runner-up in the Group 2.
3 is good, bro. 3 is good. But I don't know what will happen. Best of luck to everyone.
And he has had
3, 4, 10. That, if that happens, Adaman, please type slay.
They who know Ronnie,
You deserve it.
Wooden Barney has been very, very heavily backed.
Yeah, it might be they knew after this. So it's
Something bad will
totally go off.
100 possibility. There's 100% possibility it'll.
James McDonald has already moved up into the gates for this 1500. We don't see too many 1500s running here at
5.
just on the point.
Yeah, 5 is another possibility. 5 is there.
Beyond the mile shoot.
The advantage with 5 is the dedicated jockey. PC. I didn't notice that.
For Green Fly, 6 into 550. And more money for Punch Lane. It's in the 6th. Strong push for Punch Lane late here. National Willow from the outside.
5's got weight. 5's got weight of precision.
Here we go with Darren Flindell racing.
Only a moment ago.
Cheeky red on 17. The 17 is.
Newcastle Q's likely all having a pop from the late Punch Lane going forward out wide. Right up in the thick of the action as well. Increase going forward.
Is the 14 running for no reason? Why? Man, that 4 is there. I think the 4 is leading. Is that the 4?
A gap of 2 or 3 further back there to Green.
Please, Mr. Horse God, do some favor on us.
Punch Lane got a length and a half clear from Sarkey. Then
4 is on.
A length and a half to Salt Lake City. And then came Albert Beard, the outside. Further back to Bold Macna. Wooden Birdie taking closer order in the 3-wide position. And advance at
4 is on. 4 is on. It just needs to survive the pressure at the last 410. Which unfortunately it is not the highest. Bro, come on. Don't disappoint everybody. Yes, run. Run, baby. Run. How long will Randwick beat us? Baby. Yeah, but I'm like a tube light. Bro, I'm like a tube light. It takes a little bit of time to...
Making ground. And Cosmic Vega from Major Bill. Then Fuse Local.
Yippee!
First Light, Salt Lake City, and Lavish Empire.
Man, nothing. It is 9 and 1 month.
First turn. Cross. It's all Nash. All Nash. Nash Willow, Anthony and Sam Friedman have beaten Bold, Mac and Albert.
That seemed the only reasonable one. I mean, I was actually... The 9, 4, 9, 1 and 3.
Had his chance after being perfectly ridden in the run. Wouldn't Bernie, maybe we'll keep an eye on him for later.
The 10 got nowhere. I mean, after the Doomben races, I was about to make changes with the ground readings, which unfortunately I could not do because of the problems that I was facing with technology here. But after tomorrow, we are not racing. Tomorrow there's a maintenance that will have to go through. But I'm going to fix this Monday. The soft and the heavy grounds, I'm going to fix it. This is enough.
Beating 9, Bold, Mac. Jason Collins. Number 1, Elmer Be Better. Today, best run in Australia after being caught wide no cover, 3 wide no cover throughout. Brace Knock, Nisham and Archibald, 3.
So what happened? So what happened is this, that you need some amount of force, right? So the force was definitely with 10. But this is made for a good ground. That's the physics. The physics is there. The physics is there on 10. But the physics is also present here, which is a relaxed one. Why? Because this is the outer drift. Now, if we look through the DICR, which is this side, where we have to look for what might happen. I mean, the largest appreciation of weights. So this one was a neutral. The 7, I think, got in. No, the 7 did not get in. 4, 9, 1 and 3. So 1 did get in. Okay, that's the weight appreciation. It was not in a position to win because that jockey has never won a race. So 4 and 1 that happened. That was anyway the largest outer drift. 9, I don't know how. There's nothing on this horse. I can't figure out. But it just went in. All right, so 4 and 9. Okay, so this is the other thing that is something that I'm still not sure. I'm trying to get this thing sorted as well. So this is showing, this is basically will compare the horses that has the handicapping plus the distance advantage is what this B plus is. All right, this is handicapping. If we look at this, then we'll get an assumption of if it is 450 or 400 meter, then 10 is rightly the right linear. It's minus 346. So this should be winning. All right, then it is this. But that doesn't happen. What happens on a, on any given day is you will have odd, even. So this is basically that. I am still not sure how it functions. When I have a little clarity, I will tell you. This is something that I'm trying to figure out how this is working. But this works. This works. This works, and we've seen this working in Doomben as well, especially on soft days. That day, this came up after that day. One and nine are just monkeys coming in. No, the one has 4 kilos of weight appreciation, Lee. You see that one? If you see that, that's one right here. I spoke about the one. I knew that this cannot win because this jockey has never won a race here. That's a bad thing, but I am so nervous today that I cannot. I mean, let's not even talk about it. So we had to look for a jock here. We had to look for a management and a jock and a pressure. So everything was present here. This one was low pressure. This was low pressure. This was the pressure with the physics, with the jock, and we had one indication at least that this is the largest inner. It is the largest inner. We have to have one extreme numbers out of all these monkeys. We'll go to the next 9. Ten, 14, 3 and 9.
Coda with Taylor Marshall.
Yeah, we sort of wait for him to strike a drier track. He was on a soft 7 first up, and he was okay behind Miss Jolene, but I just wanted a bit firmer for him.
Kershak, Banner Ends and Cody Collis.
Expected more from him first up at Doomben in that Miss Jolene race. He got back and didn't really finish off. Maybe he was in need of the run.
PC is on Eagle Farm 17.
A bit on edge first up. It's looking good enough.
Yeah. Mississippi Prince, Brent Gray and Ronnie Stewart.
He likes to roll along up on the speed. Might have to do a bit of work from that gate, though.
Tenzing, Tony Goll, Regan Bayless.
He's another one of Tony's team that's been going really well. It gets harder here, but he does drop significantly in the weights.
All right, Maxie, good move for Just Folk here. Who looked terrific, as did Port Lockroy, didn't they? Just Folke's been $4 to $3.30, so really solid favourite, isn't it?
Yes, you look at that Doncaster and you see Just Folk really fading the last 200. And Port Lockroy holding his ground, only beaten a length and a quarter, but the market's the other way here. This is different altogether, back to listed grade. Just Folk might be able to get into a lovely rhythm up on the speed and does get onto his preferred surface. I think that's why there's so much support, but I'm going to stick with Port Lockroy. He's getting out to a silly price, I think, on the QOP, $6. With him number 2, we can bet each way. To beat the 7, Miss Jolene. 1, Just Folk. You know, his form at the highest level has been really good. And then number 5, Williamsburg. 2, 7, 1 and 5.
I am playing a roughie here, more so probably for the place. That is That's Ollie with Kieran McAvoy on board. Let's get to Tim for a market update.
We go here for Just Folk. We got $9 on Wednesday. It was 5 after scratching this morning. Now a 5 to 2 chance. 5 into 350 today. It's almost 40% of the total tap hold. So it's been a really good go. Miss Jolene, your second pick, is solid as a $4.80 chance. Port Lockroy has the same 4 line as Just Folk. The punters don't want to borrow a bit. It's been $4.40 out to 6 while Mississippi Prince, the best long odds go all day at Eagle Farm. 41 taken on Wednesday, and it's been 9 to 8.50 today.
Goes up and the field's right for the Brisbane Mile. Light turned on. Just Folk the favourites. Well supported. Light blinking. Racing and Just Folk away well. Likewise, Williamsburg, Mississippi Prince rolling forward 4 and 5 wide. Port Lockroy right up there. Cronenberg is pressing on as well. Further back to Tenzing, Kerchak, Kabosh, Mitch Jolene's drifted a long way back. Newcastle Spur likewise. That's Molly the inside and Code have gone back to the rear. So Just Folk in front, second Cronenberg, and third of Mississippi Prince, and fourth the inside Williamsburg. Fifth the outside Port Lockroy. 2.5 to Kerchak, and next the inside 10. One further back to Mitch Jolene, trapped out 3 wide. Kabosh the next one. Further back to that's Molly. Second last the outside Newcastle Spur. Last of all is Encoder, so working Mississippi Prince in front now. Second, Just Right the inside. A length and a half away. Third, Cronenberg, followed by Williamsburg. Fifth, the outside Port Lockroy. A length and a half to Tenzing. Next, the outside Kerchak, still creeping forward. Miss Jolene, 3 and 4 wide. Kabosh the next one. Wider out Newcastle Spur. That's Molly, second last. Encoder's at the rear. At the 450, Just Folk in front. Second, the inside coming through. Williamsburg away from the rail now. Mississippi Prince the outside. Sneak up the inside, Tenzing. Mitch Jolene down the outside. Cronenberg further back, but Williamsburg has grabbed the lead. Just Folk is trying to go with him. Mitch Jolene down the outside and getting up the inside is Tenzing. Tenzing the inside. Williamsburg. Tenzing. Williamsburg. Mitch Jolene the outside. Flashing letters in Coda, but Tenzing's in front. Tenzing's one from Mitch Jolene and Coda. Just Folk, Williamsburg, Kabosh and Port Lockroy. Followed by Newcastle. Molly.
Slay, right, slay, PC.
Today, there was no pressure on him, opposite pressure on him in the easier races to perform. Nothing there today, and he wins. Miss Jolene loomed as the winner. She just might have peaked a little bit late there, getting to the 1600 second up, and appeared to be very close to the rails there, and he's hit the line very hard, and then perhaps Just Folk. So Just Folk led. He was heavily supported, but he didn't get a lot of peace. Mississippi Prince was caught out wide and was annoying him all the way. So he's probably done a pretty good job to hold on and get that 4th spot. But number 17, Tenzing, Regan Bayless, here the inside has lasted the score. Williamsburg just feeling the pinch a little bit late. He's in second, just losing it there. Kabosh was okay, just something a bit easier. Port Lockroy was only fair. He was off the bit a long way from home, suggesting that he wasn't
huge PC.
Tenzing, the good old boy, in the Australian bloodstock colours, close to the rails at this point. He's too good for them with the lightweight.
Yeah, absolutely, Maxie. He enjoyed getting down in the weights here today and just letting everybody do the bullocking work for him and dashing through late like he can do. Just an extraordinary, surely a PB for this horse, Tone.
I think the prep, Bernie's been a PB for him. Like he's come back his preparation with different horses. A bunch of work's gone into him at home for various different reasons, and he's really found his groove again. He's got that sharp turn of foot now, and when he can draw those low draws, I was desperate to get him down on the weights, and you can see what Regan was just coming up behind him nicely. Unfortunately, had to present the wrong part of the track. Shades of being lost from last week, but
and it's not the wrong part if he's winning there.
Correct. You are right. It's the shortest way home anyway. But with the lightweight, he can sprint really quick. He's only got a sprint of, a furlong or 250 metres, maybe not quite even 300, but it's fast when he goes, and that was the difference. Really, like he's a fit horse on the scene early in the carnival. He can handle cut out of the ground. I'm sure the second horse, there's others in the race that they'll probably go on to better races, but for him, look, he deserves it for his ownership group. They sort of stuck by me to run him in this race, and everything's worked out well. She's apples.
You actually, I remember back in January when he won here, you said you had much bigger, better things in store for him this preparation. Like you did spruik him early towards this prep.
Yeah, just probably to get to something like this. I don't know how deep in the carnival I could go, or if I might even go any deeper than this, but. I just thought if his form's up as good as what I could have, and I was happy to space him along a bit. And if we could draw the right gate, get down on the weights and get the right run, which we have today, we could get a job done like this. And that's what's happening. And a great result for the team. A good horse out in New Zealand for us, one of the first horses that Aussie Bloodstock become involved with us, and he's done a great job.
Superb job, well done.
Thank you.
All right, there he is, winning trainer Tony Gollan. As I come back to you, Maxie.
Having a look at the head-on vision And Coda's been a little bit stiff there. Now he's following Tenzing, and Tenzing was all over the place like a drunk the last 100 metres. Let's just have a look at this vision here. Now, Tenzing's going back towards the inside. Not that there's probably anything in it, but I just thought we'd show you this. He's run up behind. Now, Tenzing shifted out, and then he'll go back in towards the inside. Now, Taylor on and Coda's got to stop around heels. Can't go there. He's got to go back inside the heels. And he runs into, what, half a length or three-quarters of a length at the end. Miss Jolene, very good. She split them, of course, finishing second, Birdie.
Yeah, you're right, and we all know that, you know, this kind of surface is not ideal for Encoder also. They've run home at 35.56, a total 136.12. Regan Bayless just really in need of a quick drink of water, so we might leave it there. But 17 beats 7, 14 and 5. Here's Newcastle.
Thank you, team. Welcome back to Newcastle, the second last race of the day. The Pete Evans Solicitors benchmark 64 here at Newcastle. A good little betting race here. I can tell you the favourite, $3.40 Strawberry Impact, been well back. Let's get stuck into them. The top one is Owen County, barrier one, $15. Olivia Chambers for Nathan Doyle.
He's been off the scene for a good while, around 61 weeks. He's had a couple of changes in stables also. He's with Brad Witter. He's had a time with Lou Mary, and now he's with Nathan Doyle. He looks great here. The trial suggests he's on track, and for a stayer, I love to kick off over the 1,400 metres.
Yabby Pump, $4.60 in from $5. Richard and Will Freeman, Nick Haywood, I'd imagine they roll forward.
Yeah, geez, he looks well. He just needs to come back a peg in the mounting yard. He's up on the toes, giving the strapper a bit of trouble, but that second handler is only helping. Forgive him for last start, but he does need to overcome the gate.
Number 3, Marcella, she went to the Paddock off a win back in January. She comes back here first up for Kim Wall, Mitch Stable for $8.50.
Yeah, looking at her in the yard, she'll take a bit of improvement from this. She's starting to look a little bit wintry, but she's a horse with a really good turn of foot. Just whether today's her day, they're not making much ground.
Robert Quinn, I was going to say Rod Quinn, Jeff Penzer, skiing. It's only had the 2 runs this time back in, $17.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad first up behind me, assist, and then got right
Around
back.
416 Envy. Envy.
Harry's Yacht, Stage and Screen, and Untapped not too far away. And behind those horses, Versailles settling down with Brinzinger's Son. Harry's Yacht, Blast to the front from Stage and Screen, and Let's Face the Music wider. Between horses, Untapped, 2 lengths Versailles. Brinzinger's Son, El Tercero, Flyer, and Coco Pop is last. 750 metres to go. Harry's Yacht in front by a length and 3/4. Let's Face the Music is very wide on the outside and doing the work from Untapped at Stage and Screen. Next is Brinzinger's Son. Further back is Versailles El Tercero. Second last Flyer, and Coco Pop is at the end of the field. Harry's Yacht from Let's Face the Music, 450 out. Then came Untapped, Brinzinger's Son trying to get going. Very deep on the course is Flyer as they approach the turn. And they were followed next in the field by Stage and Screen under pressure. Harry's Yacht, Untapped, with Flyer around the outside. Into the running, it's Harry's Yacht at the 150, 3/4 of a length in front of Untapped, and then came Fly, Brinzinger's Son. Still Harry's Yacht, 50 metres to go. Untapped is trying, but Harry's Yacht extends and leads all of the way.
5.
Sprinted them, Untapped second. Photo third between Let's Face the Music, Stage and Screen from Brinzinger's Son. 14, 15, 16 and 17 are all out. Sanded Vision, Karen and Maddie Owen, $151.
Yeah, Goats had one run back where it got back and never really figured over an unsuitable trip. May need this and it's further.
And the bottom one, she's in the market at $9 Fast Track. She only had the 2 career starts. She's got plenty of upside about it. Tom Charles and John O'Shea, Keegan Latham.
You just didn't handle the firm deck last start, so back on a soft 7. Has a capability to hold some kind of position, and that'll help her chances here. She's every chance of turning things around.
What do you like in race 7? Not an easy race, Belinda.
I've got a change of the yard. I'm 8, 3, 7 and 2. wary that the favourite's going to be hard to beat, but I think Laners with the claim, racing well, market support's there for her, and she's looking absolutely sensational at this stage of the preparation. Mazella will be getting back, doing her best work through the line. I love her kicking up over the 1400, but they're going to need to overdo things here for her to bring her into the race. The 7 Strawberry Impact stepping up in grey, but he looks progressive. He's a lovely type, and the win was impressive in maiden company last start. And Yabby Pump, beautiful type, gets a tongue tie on 3, 8, 7 and 2.
7 and 2. Belinda's done 6 interviews. 5 of them have won. Blake Ryan, no pressure, but he's alongside Belinda with Strawberry and Pump.
Well, coming out of maiden company, but that maiden win couldn't have been more impressive.
No, he was impressive, you know. Had him in a few times since, and he's been...
Right, this is the 9th one here at Randwick. So if we look through the odds, that's 10, 14, 3 and 9. If we look through the odds, that's 10, 14, 3 and 9. 10 is the favorite. It's the largest in a drift. But if we look through the appreciation, then that 3 with the highest pressure point comes up. It is also the linear with the management. The team is okay, not very bad, not very good, but it's okay. That is well. The other one which is here is this one, the 4, which is also with weight appreciation. This happens to be a BB. So probably a place somewhere, I don't know. The 7 is the neutral with a very good jockey. The 7 is the neutral with a very good jockey, but a very bad management on that stuff. That's the second highest pressure point, and it is the neutral. If we look at the pressure, then 3 and 7, this is higher, this is neutral, right? And that's that. 3 and 7, 11 and 8. Now, what are the possibilities that can happen? I don't know why 10 is favorite, because it's a 1400 meter. It doesn't fit into any bill. It doesn't fit into any bill. The other thing that is quite possible is this, that that's gate number 3. All right, there's a physics on this race, on this horse. This thing has been on the distance, on the forever. This thing has been on this distance forever. Plus, it has the physics. Now, so if we look at back here, then 11, that's 3 from gate number 11, that's on. This is the second highest, 4, and the physics is on 3. So that's a possibility. But I'm not going to get adventurous. I've had enough at this track. I've had enough. The soft tracks, they kill us like nobody's business. This is there, but this will... There's something that is going to be in between, and that probably could be the colt with the jockey. That probably with the colt with the jockey. It's a Chris Waller horse again, so probably this will get in. Or 17. This thing has no races. Whether you give it advantage, no advantage, what will it do? So that's not there. 14 is 11, 17, 4 is the other weight appreciation. This is neutral, but they kind of are suffering. This is suffering. 10 is the favorite. This is 11. This is 12. This is 4 in between, or 7 in between. Probably 7. I don't know, but I like 3. Randwick. $18. One morph. Ten minutes. Morph is now.
Rather an inside game than an outside for her, because she does need to relax and switch off early. You've got a good rider with Ben Mellon on board to help her do that. Horse number 4, Cinch, if she can have some early luck and get outside lead or lead the race, she might take some running down. She'll be fitter for a most recent run, and she's been a market improver over the last few months. And 2 down Lizzie in before will get a run on speed, but the distance is the query.
Matty, the market, it seems like punters are concentrating on that Sydney.
Yes, a play bet.
Glenn Thompson trains our favourite Benagil. Glenn, how are you feeling? 3 minutes out from your filly lining up as a leading champion in Group 1.
I'm pretty calm at the moment. So it's just good to be excited to see how she's running.
But the punters are thinking that if she turns up in the same sort of form as we saw, when she ran second to the Treasure of the Moment, the Group 1 level last time, she's the horse to beat. Will she run up in the same sort of manner and conditions that we saw last time?
Yeah, look, I'm in great order. She's arrived over here as well as we together. So she hasn't turned her hair all day. It's good at orders with better, so I hope she runs up today.
It sounds like you've done your job. Now it's up to Mark to do his. How does it pan out for him? Or what's the best case scenario in your head?
He just didn't want to rush across. He's going to take his time and try and slot in midfield somewhere. It's just, that's the tricky part. He hasn't drawn the best, but, hopefully he can work his magic.
Have you been buoyed by what we've seen the last couple of races? Those horses sort of finding the 3 wide line with cover, building momentum in the middle part of the track have been the ones that have been strong late?
Yeah, well, I've definitely been watching them closely, and it seems to be sort of like it's going to pan out in suitor, but you never know. It's a very strong race. It's a Group 1 race. They're hard to win, and got to need things to go away.
This is a filly that you and Mike have nurtured for the last 12 months. She's always shown that ability. She's been close at Group 1 level in your heart of hearts. Do you think today's the day?
Yeah, I think so. This was the plan a long way out. It's sort of like the perfect race for us. And so it would have been nice with a bit better barrier, but we've got to no worse than the team would be dealt. And I hope that things work out.
When you beat with your corner, mate, good luck.
Thank you.
There we go. Glenn Thompson with JT puts the polish on Benagil, which is the favourite here for the Oaks. A race first run back in 1982. It was run as a Group 3 back then. Became a Group 1 the very next year, John, 1983. 19 out of 43 favourites and won the race. So they've got a pretty good strike rate.
They do these set weights races for the staying fillies and Colts and Geldings, the Oaks Derby. Generally, you want to have a look at the pointy end of the market because the form lines are a fair bit stronger up there. And I think Benadryl is the right horse to start favourite. Paddock's really zeroing in on both Yit and also Olivia. She's been very well tried since markets open. There was a big push for $2 Lizzie when she went up double figures, got into nearly a favourite. She's sort of gone back and doubled that price now.
Yeah, so $2.90 for Benadryl, $4.60 for Olivia, $6 for $2 Lizzie, third pick. Let's try and bring
2007, the mother of the almighty Animato won it in 2007. Maybe discreet for Dominic Tenor. Toffee Tongue Affair, the Sweeper and Vibrant Sun last year. The market says Benadryl's the one to beat, with Comanche Mist to come forward and Preliminary to join them. $2.90, Benadryl drawn wide for the first of two Group 1s. The Group 1 Australasian Oaks, Benadryl favourite. Horizons comes in, field is set. Race 7 Morphettville. Ready to go. Set in the Australasian Oaks. And racing. Benadryl, pretty slow away. She's going to settle back towards the tail as most expected. Cavity Bay, one of the first to appear. Phenom's also got some good speed with Beautiful Jewel and Two Darn Lizzie's whipping up around them. All Kinds of Folk is also going forward with Cinch, and so too Comanche Miss as they settle fully into stride. There's plenty of pace on. And Two Darn Lizzie has it at the mile by 3/4 of a length. Cinch has gone to second. Comanche Miss much closer today in third. Phenom settles down fourth. Two back, Beautiful Jewel. 3/4 Cavity Bay. 1.5 further back to Wolfest from Georgie Sweltering, and then Feminile. All Kinds of Folks at the 1200 metres is about 10 lengths from the speed. A length away, Pellavecchio from Benadryl, fourth last. Preliminaries third last. Half away to Horizons, and two back last of all is moving out. And moving out 16 lengths off Two Darn Lizzie. Two Darn Lizzie for Gay and Adrian leads 3/4 to Cinch. The pace has been solid. There are a couple of lengths on Comanche Miss on the outside of Phenom. Cavity Bay's had a good trek in the race with Beautiful Jewel. 2.5 to Wolfest, then Georgie, Sweltering, Feminile, All Kinds of Folk, Pellavecchio, Benadryl, still 9 off them with Polymnia. And then a length and a half to Moving Out, and Horizons last of all. Business Time in the Australasian Oaks. And Two Darn Lizzie, 2 lengths under a good hold. Shows the way. Cinch is under pressure. Getting past her now as they race up to the bend is Comanche Miss with Wolfest, and then All Kinds of Folk, Beautiful Jewel, Cavity Bay, Feminile. Benadryl's cruising up wider out, and so too is Moving Out. Benadryl quickly raced up at the 220, took the lead. Comanche Miss, Cavity Bay, then Moving Out. Further back, Two Darn Lizzie and Feminile. Benadryl at the 100, clear from Cavity Bay. Getting out late, Polymnia. But Benadryl, the gods have spoken. Benadryl wins.
Gods have spoken.
Polymnia or Sweltering for the Miners with Cavity Bay Moving Out. And Feminile close up, then Pellavecchio. Next in attiring Two Darn Lizzie. Followed at the head of the others by Wolfess, who finished in the second part of the field in company with a tiring for...
Way the track is today, he'll be able to put himself in the first few and just see what the speed's like, but he should be close enough. And what about Yankee One?
Oh man, the 3 is getting tailed.
A little bit disappointing second up, but then got the blinkers back on at Warwick Farm and bounced back to form up to the 1400. So she's definitely come on from that run and will benefit.
Bad luck. That was...
Good luck. Thanks, Greg. Luke Hilton there. Corey, who did you pick?
Yeah, number 17 for me, Scorching Legend. Obviously a lightly raced horse. Drawn a fraction awkward. He's a back-marking horse anyway, but just loved him in condition-wise. He looked fairly forward, very healthy in the coat, and his demeanour was terrific.
12, 14, 7-4 for me. Look, she stayed firm enough for me, Lady Boss, here. I think she's going to get a more positive ride.
This guy who's on the commentary, he's actually talking sense.
In a very difficult race to beat.
7 and 4 we know, 3 is getting tailed.
Probably have to give start here and charge home low. I'll throw in 7 Spione and 4 Mickey's Medal, but any number of chances, 12, 14, 7 and 4.
It's pretty wide open betting affair. Colophon had
12.
been the best back runner all week. $8 I put up on Wednesday. That was
14.
quickly snapped up. It was into as short as 3.
7 and 4. 3 is getting tailed.
Starting to take a bit
I like the
against
3,
it,
but
which
3 is getting
350
tailed.
out to 4. Look, we don't normally like lane leaders, especially with the rail out the 9 metres, but we think there's enough tempo here that this horse may be
Then
taking
what'll
on a bit.
happen?
He's stepping up a long way in grade off that Kembla Grange run last time out, albeit it was quite impressive. So 350 out to 4. Maybe we might just bet you a little bit better than that $4.
41, 38.
The horse we like is Yankee 1, and it is the
Then
first
7 probably.
today. It at least won a midweek race last time out. And it draws barrier
If 3 is getting tailed, if the 3 doesn't win.
One just gone back to $6 now. Still a firm
So this is where it gets tricky. So 3 is the weight appreciation. It is getting tailed, right?
No, today it's just been
The 4
440 out to
is the second one in line.
the run, or at least maybe that barrier.
And 7 is with management problem. This one is with one league race. It's one of the BBs. But the pressure is not going to be adequate on this horse.
It's hard to lay late. I stole
The pressure is going to be less. Like the 7, but they like that.
First thing this morning, we actually
PC is with 12, which is here.
So a good move today for it. Mickey's medal. Rod, your tip, Lady Boss. There isn't really much late money for it. Out to 13 now. That's from 11 this morning. And she probably starts a bit longer than that.
No, I'm out.
Market's trending north with her. So $13 probably just trades a little bit longer than that in the last 60 seconds or so.
I'm out.
No real money for her. First up from a spell. Scorching legend.
If the 3 delivers, the 3 delivers. Otherwise, looking at the horse getting tailed, I'm not going to get on with it.
$4 the fave. We're equal top. We're just a bit over the NOP there. $3.90 on the NOP. $4 tab.com.au. So we're equal top price.
There are 3 horses that the 10 needs to beat.
Out of it later. It was the big
3, 4, 7.
Got in too short. So just looking to play against it late. Best back to beat it late has been Yankee One off a high of $7.50 this morning into that $6 point.
Here they go, up they go, and Mighty Myrtle's about to move in. They're loading away well here at the 1400 down the back of the chute. There's Mickey's medal breaking off. He's ridden the winner earlier today. Let's get up to Darren Flindell for the second last race 9.
And Autumn Tree.
Autobahn 3 getting tailed, bro.
Got Spioni going forward. And Ivana getting set with Anderson Bridge, just getting a towel rubbed down the neck. And the remaining
go
runners,
14.
Lady Boss.
14 is the
top
pole.
on. Mountain Top. And I Stole a Merc. Stole a Merc has won 3 of his last 4. Son of William Rupert, trained by Bjorn
Frank,
Baker,
10 and
raced
3
for
Queen. 11 and 12 gate number. McDonald more reliable.
The ladies on standby for a start.
Yeah, 14. This is the best jockey on 14. That's there.
Well, looking for the early lead. Mountain Top being sent forward wide out. I Stole a Merc is pushing through into a prominent role, followed by Yankee One. And Mickey's Medal will park 5th in the early part. Then Spioni in the orange jacket. Lady Boss the outside, further back then to Divana Autumn, 3 Scorching Legend. A gap to Mighty Myrtle and Anderson Bridge, the last one. Mountain Top went across to lead. It's Mountain Top 2 in front. I Stole a Merc pushing through on the inside of California. Boy, they're dominant, the top trio here at the 800 metres. It's a gap job. 6 off to Yankee One, 4 off to Mickey's Medal. Then Lady Boss. Autumn Tree continues to improve on the rails. Further back then.
This is going nowhere.
Skewed on the outside. Yes, that's Divana
This is going nowhere.
Scorching Legend, Anderson Bridge and Mighty Myrtle. So Mountain Top's got the whole field chasing coming to the turn. It's Mountain Top just in front. I Stole a Merc, went up to eyeball it.
That was not necessary on that horse.
Boss Divana and Autumn Tree slipping right up on the inside as Yankee One storms to the front. and kicked away at the 200. It's a Yankee 1, 3 lengths clear from Spioni, and then J. Mickey's
9, 7.
Yankee 1 in front, charging home at the end of Spioni. Yankee 1 though will see it out. Yankee 1 by
9, 7. I don't know what is that.
to Mickey's medal third. Then Dubana, Anderson Bridge got home well. Further back to Autumn Tree, Scorching Legend. A gap to Lady Boss, Mighty Myrtle. Colophon couldn't stand the pressure early and dropped right out. So did I Stole a Merc and Mountain Top. They all busted up, all three of them. Yankee.
Well, Yankee 1, Jason Collett and Bjorn Baker.
9, 7.
Of course, the chopsticks, the arms and legs of Dash started to come out after you. It looked like it could have been dangerous there for a stride or two. There's nothing worse than you home and then Nash's arms and legs are going everywhere, getting out after you. But Yankee 1's going to beat Spioni, and third home is going to be...
God knows, 9, 7, 4. 9, 7, 4. And then 14. 16, 19,
Jason Collett, and he was the big
12.
of that. There's no doubt in the mind.
So what happened basically is that 4 and 7 very well got in. The 9 was with the management and it was not far. 4 and 7, they did not have... This one definitely was not in a... I mean, it's a dysfunctional team. So they cannot win, but they had the physics with them. The 3 was getting tailed, so the 3 was not ready to deliver today. 3 is busy in watching Netflix. That happened. And then then the 14 came in. $63.88. See how 5. Just because they don't have the management, they lost. These people they need a consultant, relationship consultant. Two, 7, 13, and 17 scratched. It's 1, 5, 12, and 9.
A terrific run in the King of the Mountain behind Steady Red. He was really closing in, charging on the outside there. So he'll just need a touch of luck today from that wide gate, but I'm sure he'll finish well.
I Am Artie is number 3 from the Paul Jenkins stable, Michael Rod.
Lovely horse. He's just a winning machine, this fellow. He's won half of his races, 7 of 14.
2, 7, 13, and 17.
Town last prep with ease. He's had a couple of barrier trials to have him pretty forward. I'd say there's still more to come. But he won a trial at the Sunshine Coast and a recent second placing there behind Demon Award, who, from memory, won since that trial. So big tick for the 3.
Rock ribbed is Tony Gollan again with Emily Lang.
Yeah, he's without winning here. He's had 3 starts for 3 placings. He's third up today. A natural forward runner, and sock track is just perfect for him.
Ned Scully jumps from the inside gate today. Paul Wallace, Cody Collis.
Yeah, I might forget that he went around in that bottomless track at the King of the Mountain. He's better than that, and from the inside gate, a couple off, he can run better today.
Art's Object is from the Kurt Goldman stable with CJ Graham.
She's first up over the 1300. Her first up record is nothing flash, so let's wait.
Poetic Dramas first up also, Tony and Maddie Sears, Andrew Mallion.
She's out a little bit in the market, but I'm not waiting for her. I think she's got a good chance here because she always gives 100%. She's had a couple of nice barrier trials to have her pretty forward today.
Tidal Creek, Stewie Kendrick, Bailey Wheeler.
Thinking maybe wanting further.
Here's Warby, the 14, Tony Gollan, Kieran McAvoy.
I think the improving track conditions today, I wouldn't have liked it to be heavy for him, but the 7 is probably good. Here's another one that's, good here at Eagle Farm. He'll settle back behind them, I would think, and a nice soft run, give him a chance to finish strongly.
Here's Hatchet, Rob Heathcote, Damien Thornton.
Good support for him. He's down 2 points on the QOP. I like to see that. He's just ultra consistent. Although he hasn't won here in 7 starts, he's had 5 placings. I like the little gap between runs, and the draw gives him a top chance to get into a good spot.
It's not Damien Thornton, it's Noel Gallows. Damien Thornton's on Eaglemont, number 17 for Matt Duck.
Yeah, he's first up here and probably wants something a little bit longer than today.
An open race, there's money for a few. Rock Ribbed, Maxie's been $5.50 into $4.60. I am Artie, $4.60 into $4. That man should put that horse head on his head. I think that's how it's meant to be. And zip it up.
Yeah, I don't know them be able to see. Down. Oh, you get all sorts up here, don't we?
Oh, you do. It's banana country.
Oh, yes. A whole lot of fun. I am Artie's been well back, Bernie. 480 down to 4. Good support for Warby as well. And then we've got Rock Rig. There's been money for him. This is a terrific betting race. Support for Hatchet. I'm with him each way. Number 16 to beat the 11 Poetic Drama. Number 3 I am Artie. And
2 in Eagle Farm.
I don't really, Maxie. I'm sticking with Warby. I really adored the parade of Mullane, but and then I think to myself, is Warby a better horse than Mullane? I'm not sure, but I just think Warby gets exactly the same run as he got here last time, and let's hope that they look to come up that inside versus the middle that's been churned out today.
Yeah. You saw that in the previous race. But as the day progresses, when we're on really wet tracks to start with, the inside becomes a lot better.
It's the best place. It's Josh.
The light turned on. I am Artie's into favourite very late. Racing, Dan Scully, coin toss both away well. Mullane dawdled out, missed it by 3. Rock Ribbed and Hatchet both going forwards. They're the first couple now. I am Artie's cruising over up into 3rd. Coin toss 4th and 5th. The inside is Ned Scully. Wide round there, Total Creek. A length and a half to Arch Object. Warby's on the fence. Further back in the field, 2 Poetic Drama. Mullane second last on the inside of Eaglemont at the rear. Rock Ribbed in front. Second is on Armadi. Hatchet 3rd. Coin toss 4th. Ned Scully 5th on the inside. Wide round Total Creek. And further back to Arch Object. Creeping forward, Poetic Drama. Shuffle back Warby, 3rd last on the inside. A length away, 2nd last. There are the inside, Mullane, and last of all is Eaglemont. So Rock Ribbed in front. I'm Artie on the outside, 2nd. Hatchet 3rd. Further back to Ned Scully. Towards the outside, Coin Tosser. Total Creek is even wider. Rock Ribbed in front. Trying hard, 2nd is I am Artie. Hatchet down the outside. Further back to Ned Scully. But Rock Ribbed at the moment's got a good lead. About 3 lengths in front, Rock Ribbed. I am Artie can't get there. Hatchet's gone past him. Rock Ribbed in front. Hatchet's about 3 lengths away. Rock Ribbed in front near the line. It's all Rock Ribbed. And Rock Ribbed has won 2nd. Hatchet 3rd. I am Artie 4th. Might be Mullane on the line, but not much between he, Ned Scully, Warby. Further back to Poetic Drama. Coin Toss, Tidal Creek, Arts Object, and the last one was Eaglemont.
Alrighty, Rock Ribbed going all the way and using plenty of the home straight, drifting back towards the inside in the hands of Emily Lang. And he gets up giving Tony Gollan another winner, 470, 170. Hatchet tried really hard there, but he just couldn't bridge the gap. And I am Artie was good first up. And 4th, it's Ned Scully by the looks of it. Warby's over on the inside and Mullane on the outer. But Rock Ribbed has bounced back following the King of the Mountain. He gets the money 3rd up today. Good use of Emily Lang's claim. A little kilo and a half off. Has been able to see him go all the way. Now, what happened to Mullane in the starting gates? We might have a quick look as Emily comes back on the big fella. Gate number 15. And let's see what happens here as the gates open. And he got a very awkward start. All of a sudden, he was 2 or 3 lengths behind the second last horse. There's Emily. Horse with the big white face, just coming across with Hatchet after they go about 200 metres. So he set up shop in front, Bernie, and he's too good today.
Too good today, Rock Ribbed. I'm going to say Tony had this race sort of sonar. We didn't know which one, but we did think one of yours was going to be winning it. Turned out it was Rock Ripped today.
Yeah, well, I guess it's a tale of the horses that get through the ground, isn't it? You know, like, out of my 4 runners, Rock Ripped and Mullane were the 2. I really like this horse. He's a nice horse. The King of the Mountain, unfortunately, the track was just far, far too heavy for him. Got back on, effective ground for him today in the soft range, and he loves Eagle Farm. He likes this sort of trip, and Emily and him have got a really good record together. We talk most weeks about rider-horse combinations. I think this is a really good one, and she was able to assert a bit of authority early, put him up there, couple of chief sectionals, and I wasn't keen to get too far off the fence. We saw that with Tenzing in the last. By the time we get to this stage of the day, this track's well worn, so he was able to save a bit of ground in the corner when they come out, and he won dominantly. He's a really nice horse, and he could play a part in a low-level better race throughout the carnival.
Absolutely. Obviously, the carnival officially starts next week with the Guineas. How's your team lining up for this year's carnival?
Yeah, it's coming along well. I mean, with 3 stakes races in the bank these first 2 warm-up weeks, so that helps us. But the big guns are all sort of pretty well still to come out. So, no, I'm really happy where the team is at home. I think we've got a really nice team of horses. We've got good depth, through our ranks throughout the carnival. So it only gets harder every week. It's tough when the carnival gets here, but we'll do our best to repel the Southerners.
And just on High Barbie today, obviously bombed the start. Where are you at with her? How did she pull up?
Yeah, when they do that, the heart rate goes right up, and it just makes life hard for them. They're not able to get in the rhythm you want, and we're a little bit of a reset there. We'll look at the next few days, come up with a plan, but it wasn't the ideal start of the prep.
Right, well, you finished the day on a bang. Well done, Tone.
Thank you, Bern.
Let's have a chat to winning jockey Emily Lang. Superb effort.
Yeah, he was great today, Bernie. I think he's just been absolutely itching to get out to the 1300 now, and you can see it definitely suits him a lot better.
Beautiful, strong horse. He must feel lovely to ride.
Yeah, he's great. He's definitely furnished even more now, having that first prep with Tony, and now, again, he's a totally different horse than he was last prep.
Well done.
Thanks, Bernie.
All right, there she is, Emily Lang. For Tommy Dolan and Rock Red, they take out the lucky last here. 4 beats 16, 3 and 7. Home in at 34.56 and a total of 117.29. Hope you found a winner or two here today. It's time for us to say goodnight. Here's Newcastle.
Thank you, team. Done a great job up there in Queensland. We've still got one to go here from Newcastle. Belinda and I, she's been on fire with the tip. You're still alive in the quaddy. Hope everything's going well. And the lucky last, we've got a favourite, Eclair Concours, from the Chris Lee stable. We'll hear from Danny Greer in a few moments' time. 1 is out. Number 2 is General Soho, Paul Perryman stable. For a 4-wing friction up coming from the city back here, and it's 5.50.
I suppose a slight little question mark is does he get the 1800 metre trip? Last start suggests maybe no, but just hoping the fact that we're back to the provincials, this looks easier, and he loves to get his toe in the ground, can make all the difference.
Number 3 is Hills Itch, Johnny Thompson and Mitchell Bell. $8 and been bouncing between 8 and 8.50.
Oops. Sorry, PC.
Be the last. 2040 for the Dynamic Print Group. They're sets and they're racing. 4 from barrier number 4 away. Okay, it was a pretty even line. In fact, they're stretched across the track. Out wide, War Chime and Sunsets are showing pace, and Hoodie's horse up on the inside as well. So at the post, there is 7 across the track. Ampactor just getting slightly squeezed out as they leave the running. 1,700 metres to run. Hoodie's horse in front of Muktamil working around them. Roguery. Core trying to find a position. Ampactor the fence. And War Chime wider around those horses, followed by Fagan, Sunsets, Denmark and Galileus last in the 1,400. The leader is Hoodie's horse by a length, Muktamil, and War Chime still working up around the outside. Spending some gas to get there. Ampactor is 4th theatre, followed by Core, who's just trying to over-race. It's 3 wide around them at the moment. Roguery is keeping the favourite deeper. Then 2 lengths to Denmark, and then came Fagan, Sunsets and Galileus at the end of the field. War Chime works up around the outside of the 1,000 metres. It's had no peace yet. Led by a neck to Hoodie's horse. They're a length booked to Meal, and Core is still 3 wide. Ampactor next on the inside. Few of these have worked hard. Fagan joins the 3 wide train on the back of Core, and they were followed by Roguery. Snatched up between horses. Denmark next on the rails. Sunsets is well back, and Galileus at the end of the field. Off the back section, 750 metres to go. It's Hoodie's horse just in front of War Chime. 4 3 wide will sleep well tonight. Fagan 4 deep is coming into it. A length book to Meal, Ampactor, Roguery. A gap in the field, Denmark, Sunsets and Galileus. Core goes to the front, but it's vulnerable. 450 metres to go. Played by Fagan. Warchime going backwards. Woody's horses battling away. Factor's got a gap and is starting to come through nearest towards the rails. And Roguery on the outside. It's Fagan at the 300. Almost joined on the inside by Factor, Roguery, and Book de Meals coming into a 2 on the point of the corner.
Come on.
Fagan with Book de Meal took a tight gap. Back to the inside, and Denmark is coming through. Book de Meal at the 100. Factor and Denmark are finishing hard. In particular, Denmark drove through it. Denmark with it. Denmark a half length. Book de Meal around back to the second, then Fagan Galileus. Next to the field was Roguery in company with Course Sunsets, and towards the end of the field, Warchime and also Hoodie's horse.
Denmark victorious.
Denmark
the Valley Roguery.
What a sight it was. There was second and a big track. Going past the contested the first 500 metres and plenty of horses that work over top. That's the horse that was smoking its pipe and out on the field race. Weaved through consistent conveyance, Stonebird getting a notable ride through the pack, through an outside edge there, but it ended up one off the fence in the Cape Darlberg back to the inside as the eventual winner in Denmark. Denmark, who's running twice in race for a while before the European Galloping and almost the one game today. Second either Factor on the outside or stage, although we did see it was ahead on to the race. The rate of knots at the 250, and it's got a little bit of a problem at the point of the field. Jesse coming back the end of the last couple of strides. Some number 11 has had a big 4 and number 9 Galloway. The place teams at 2, 13, 8 and 11. 2, 13, 8 and 11. Second last. Number 8 Denmark. Victoria's got a couple up win on excess earlier on this.
There we go.
Yeah, Belinda's rushing back in. Belinda, your numbers in the lucky last.
On 3, 8, 13 and 5, gone away at Hell's Witch as a value play here. Saw it as a good opportunity to go for a bit of value. Wary of Eclair Encore. Eclair Awesome can make it a hat-trick to wins, and Your Temptation gets up for a better trip. 3, 8.
Okay, so this is the last race today at Randwick. If we look through the odds, that's 1, 5, 12, and 9. That's the one. That's the appreciation of 3 kilos on this horse. This is the linear. That's the highest pressure point. That is the highest pressure point. It's in beautiful condition. This very good team. Very good team. There are other things that are possible. The 3 is there, but it's a neutral with the jockey is not supportive on this, so that's not the scene. In fact, I like the 4, but that will not happen. It will not get back to back. 1 and 4 will not happen. Something else like maybe the 8, which is another neutral but with a very good jockey. And if we look at these 2 horses beating, then 5 is 32. This is neutral. 53, 52. On 38, 97. It'll go further down. It'll go further down. I don't know. The 12 is the neutral with a fabulous jockey. That's gate number 18. So I do not want to speculate in all that, but 1 looks good. 1 should win. If it doesn't get tailed.
Pressing forward, Your Temptation not that far away.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy.
Drops back to the tail. So General Soho goes on with it past the 1600 metres as they head into the back straight. And General Soho, a clear leader over Eclair Awesome in second. Bird Spotters, OTM trying to slot in. Hell's Edge pushes up the inside. and they were followed by Your Temptation back second last, and Claire Awesome is back at the rear. So General Soho, Rider looking to take hold and back off the tempo as they run past the 12.50. General Soho by a length and a quarter over Eclair Encore in the second. Otium third on the outside of Hell's Hitch, who continues to save ground up along the inside. A length and a half to Your Temptation on the outside of Eclair Awesome, who now pushes it up on the inside. So they were about to run off the back straight inside the 1,000 metres, and the order hasn't changed since they found their positions at General Soho. General Soho leads off the back. Eclair Encore in second spot. Hell's Hitch third. Otium fourth. Eclair Awesome is in fifth. And Your Temptation, after being up there in the firing line early, it's back to last. But as I say that now, takes off 3 wide from the tail. With light rain falling here in the last, General Soho comes up towards the home bend at the 500 metres over Eclair Encore. Your Temptation moving up makes a line of 3, then Hell's Hitch, followed by Otium and Eclair Awesome, trying to work off the inside, and does so now. General Soho tackled by Eclair Encore at the top of the straight, and Eclair Encore ran to the lead. Hell's Hitch, Eclair Awesome starting to run on, and then Otium. It is Eclair Encore leading. Eclair Awesome is the one coming. Eclair Encore in front. Eclair Awesome going to it. Eclair Awesome hits the lead out wide, and Eclair Awesome comes away, wins the last. Eclair Awesome over Eclair Encore, General Soho, Otium, and then Hell's Hitch, and tailed out Your Temptation.
Numbers in the lucky last: 13 Eclair Awesome, 8 Eclair Encore, Eclair, they're everywhere. 2 General Soho and 6 Otium, 13, 8, 6 and 2 the quadrilla on numbers 1, 4, 8 and 13, $475. And that man wins the Jockey Challenge. Keegan Latham on 9 points. Bill, you got the quadrilla.
Thank you, Rich. Yeah, you know, it's a nice turn of foot from that man here this afternoon. That's a hat-trick of wins. She's a man of really going places, and that was a nice performance.
It certainly was. The numbers in the last: 13, 8, 2 and 6, 13, 8, 2 and 6. The winner just got the lovely run. Well done to Keegan Latham. Well done to Matty Smith. His stable on fire. Keegan Latham wins the Jockey Challenge, the quadrilla, $475. Congratulations to Bill. She had a great day on the kick. You had a winning day on the punt. We're going to take a quick break. That takes us all the way. Thank you to everyone here at Newcastle. I'm back in the studio. We're heading back to Greg and the team at Randwick for the lucky last on the other side of this break.
Metres, it's a benchmark 78, and we've got 15 to line up here in the final event. There is Aaron Bullock, who rides the favourite. The first one we look at for Harvey Norman, all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology, that's No Light Shelf for the Sarah and Gavrinage.
Well, you won't have to worry about sauntering today, Aaron, with 61 kilos here. He's look, the soft track suits him. He was very good winning his past 2, including the final last start. The mile should suit him better. Looks a lovely little map for him, and he's got a good chance continuing on his winning ways.
Yeah, he's a little superstar, this horse. He's a gross type of horse, always holds really, really good condition. He's always a casual customer. Parade's the same again here today.
There you go. Sorry about that, PC.
Slow out. Just got back in a bad position. She was strong through the line. Different race today. But she's fit well. We're confident she's going to run a good race. Oh, definitely. Like, I want her up on the speed, further forward, but she's good if she could just build from the 600 and have a clean run through. So that's the aim. We don't want her getting bottled up and looking for runs.
So you would have it lines up fresh. Can she run a cheeky race at a bit of a price?
Well, she's run 2 behemoth stakes, first up in her last couple of preps. So I know this is a step up from that, but she's certainly probably the forgotten horse for the race. We've set her for this. She's well, she's had no problems. Drawn the inside, which is going to be a bit
Eight
tricky
morph.
getting off the fence, but look, certainly her best is good enough to be very competitive.
What are the emotions like at the moment? Is it excitement, nerves to have a couple of key chances in one of your late runs at the start?
Oh, look, I'm pretty relaxed. Been doing this a long time. I suppose you think about it a bit more than the normal kind of benchmark 68, but
Arman 8 and 7.
certainly good if we can.
Best of luck, PC Arman.
JT, yeah, so 2 runners for Richard, daughter Chantel, Chris on screen there with Jake Torake in the saddle. The exciting news we read yesterday, Jake and Chantel expecting their first child in October. And they've also got lining up here, See You in Heaven with Zach Spain in the saddle. John, it looks like Commemorative will run favourite on wide market.
It's an amazingly wide stakes down the road. For set race races, this market is one of the widest you'll ever see. It's an extremely even race. Luck and running is going to play a big part. I'm sure we're going to be using plenty of this track and they'll be fanning wide here. We've seen the last couple of races there having to avoid those inside couple of lanes. And a lot of the horses either winning or in the finish have made their runs from midfield down to centre of the track. It's a fascinating race. I'm sure it'll be a big, even finish with a lot of horses looking at sharks at the 200-metre moment.
Okay, it's time for
Big bet 7 more.
It's time
Big
to go
bets.
Moves forward. She was brilliant in the Irwin here. Only a week or so ago over the 1100 metres. The 1200 metres, obviously the question mark for the Royal Ascot winner. And she win a Group 1 in the Northern Hemisphere and follow it up at the other end of the world here in Adelaide with the Group 1 Robert Sangster. Prairie Flower, who's arguably never raced better, is the outsider in the field with Amina coming forward. Commemorative will be one of the last. Fillies and mares. No filly or mare has won this twice. Climbing Star is looking to do that. The Stokes Yard have already had a big day. Can they put a cherry on the cream pie and make it back-to-back with Climbing Star? Or will it be Stretton Angel, amongst others? Now, looks like we're just about ready. Group 1 Robert Sangster Stakes. Commemorative has been well back to win at $5. Many differing opinions, and Commemorative is now the last to load. And the light goes on. Here we go. Group 1 Robert Sangster Stakes. Set. Ready. Starter holds them. Now he lets them go. It was a patchy start. Roll on high and See You in Heaven, slow to get going. Prairie Flower, Stretton Angel, Charmstone's gone back. Best Away was a little deep, and a little deep is going to push through and lead with Estriella. In close attendance, Osmar coming across. As for a Climbing Star, Aviatrix, she's got Pizzazz, a gap to Amina, Commemorative, See You in Heaven. Then Stretton Angel, 2 further back is Roll on High, who's third last with Charmstone, and Prairie Flowers last, 600 metres out. Osmar was able to cross and leads the way from Estriella and a little deep. Adspura, Aviatrix, she's got Pizzazz, Climbing Star, Commemorative's off the track, but we thought that she'd be out there. Then Amina as they come up to the bend and sweep into the stretch where Osmar turned in front with a margin. A length and a half, a little deep. Asfura, Estriella still near the inside and still in the hunt. Estriella belted through. A little deep. Asfura, Charmstone, Commemorative. Charmstone, Commemorative. Charmstone, Amina starting through late. Charmstone with Amina. Charmstone.
9.
Charmstone narrowly from Amina. With Commemorative close up in third, a little deep, and then Prairie Flower, Roll on High, Asfura, Estriella, Stretton Angel, followed by, at the head of those, a tiring Osmar, Climbing
provincial championship final, and 18 Front Chime, a really good 50 to 1 chance here. 5, 1, 12 and 18.
Yeah, it's a good go earlier in the week. Know thyself, 350. I put up about this horse on Wednesday. Only a 1 cent deduction, so plenty of punters secured some big overs, really well backed. It was 220 after scratching this morning. And I thought it'd have to get out. I was keen to take a bit of a set against this horse late. Got it to 230. The punter said that was too big. So back in at 225, really, really easy to lay. Pushing 60% of the total tab hold, and I'm struggling to lay much else around it. There have been a few moves, but no real strong pushes about anything to give me any confidence about pushing too much further against Know Thyself late here. So 225 about it. Sukabana hasn't budged from $6 all day, and I agree with you, Ron. It's too far apart in the market from the favourite. But hold-wise, I'm holding 5 times as much on Know Thyself as I am on Fukabana. So they sit there now, 220 at $6.50. So just got a bit further apart. Kind Words is unlayable from the wide gate. It's been 6 at $7.50. Now, it's been a good firm for Peace Officer. It's got a nice soft gate. I think it'll get a pretty economical run. To also put up $11 on Wednesday, but it was 16 after scratches this morning. It is now back into its opening quote of $11, so 16 into 11 today for Peace Officer. Poppin' Champagne did see a bit of support, 14 into 12, but it's back to 14, so it's just starting to get a bit soft after an early firm this morning. There is a little bit of money around for McGarton, up from Melbourne, 26 taken Wednesday, 18 this morning into 17. And the horse that I thought was massive overs here is Space Age. I put up $15 Wednesday, $23 this morning. It's a small firm today, 23 into $18. But it looks the only leader in the race. It did run some good races over the mile at Randwick last preparation when leading. I thought it'd lead here, and
I've got a very strong physics on that
money for it. Just a small firm there,
PC, but
19, good banter.
God knows what will happen. If this was a good ground, it is very difficult to stop that 15.
$26 or longer about the rest. We've just given you a little bit more about the favourite. We've gone 225, and he's on a 220 NOP. So Tab, actually the best price anywhere in the market about this favourite. So I thought we'd bet bigger, but only 225. We're still top odds about this favourite. Know Thyself, 225. Fukabana now firms back in. It's back into 550 from that 650 quote. Kind Word 7. And more money Peace Officer. It is into 10. So if I was going to give you something outside the favourite as a good late firm, it'd have to be Peace Officer. Now into $9.50. So good concerted go for it. $16 into $9.50. National Willa, we saw him win the last Saturday, beating all the way. I don't think Peace Officer will be leading all the way. But
one looks like one is in.
Know Thyself took out the $1 Million Country Championships after winning the wild card at Scone. I was out of a place in the heat at Tamworth, but after that was perfect in the series for the country championships. Fukabana ran third in the final after being unlucky in this heat at Lismore behind the stablemate Tribeca Star. The one that finished between them, Listomania.
That's a grey. 15 is a grey.
Tamworth in the cup there during the week. There he is, Know Thyself. Aaron Bullock, 61 kilos for Paul Massara and Leah Gabrinich. And they're loading in well. There's Fukabana going in. Tom Sherry jumps aboard today. Here's Darren for the last.
Into Space Age. Chestnut Dales Murphy in the white cap. Space Age has the first set coloured cap. Good banter in, so Dazzling about to move up. Along with Sun Chime, so Dazzling in. From Sun Chime, Know Thyself, Shahzad. And McGarton. And Kind Words are the remaining runners to go forward. So 2:15 the call here for Know Thyself, the weight carrier. A lot of them have got the weight, but Know Thyself, 61 equal top weight. So
Arman, 1-5-15.
the last to move in now. James McDonald in the saddle there. Aaron Bullock on the favourite. And a big field now to run in the last. And they're all in, and we're ready to go. Know Thyself, a clear favourite. Ready? Gates are back now, and we're off and racing, dawdling out of the gates, walking, painting a clear last space age jump. Well, Fugabana's going up to test it early, and they go stride for stride in the early part. Poppin' Champagne away well, looking to get into a spot on the outside of Know Thyself. Peace Officer's gone down to the rails to improve. Tippett has jumped over,
11.
drifting back a little bit as Kind Words goes up on the outside. A length and a half then to McGarton, followed by So Dazzling. Couple of lengths further back in the field, then to Arcana has taken a spot down at the rails, and Nails Murphy's well back in the field. Then came Good Banter from Shahzad, Sunchime, and after the tardy start, Walking Painting is last. Well, they're decently strung out here. Fukabana got to the front. Out by a length and a half on Space Age. Poppin' Champagne parked on the outside of Peace Officer. 2 up for the favourite Know Thyself. Then came Tip and Erst, a length then to Kind Words from the garden. So Dazzling starting to improve on the rails. Boy, there's plenty of yardage here from top end to the back marker as they come around the turn. Fukabana in front narrowly from Space Age. Poppin' Champagne, Know Thyself. Kind Words gets cracking now coming around the turn. Fukabana coming up the rise in front from Space Age. Then Kind Words, Know Thyself. Poppin' Champagne. McGarton getting to the outside. Fukabana, Know Thyself goes up to join it now. Then Kind Words has got a bit one pace. Know Thyself and Fukabana fighting it out.
Run, baby.
Pushing it clear. Know Thyself will beat Fukabana.
One.
Garton finished in third. Then So Dazzling and Good Banter late on the scene. Poppin' Champagne dropped off.
1, baby.
Then came Shahzad. But Murphy, Arcana, Peace Officer, and Timpanist has finished well back, along with that midfield Nails Murphy.
Happy ending.
He's so strong, Know Thyself. Got a mile today, 61 kilos. Bullock had to get everything out of Know Thyself, but he's just so strong. And he beats Fukabana. He's got the wood on Fukabana, for the time being anyway. I wonder if the hometown cup of Massara and Gavranich in a few weeks' time at Scone is on the agenda.
1, 5, and then what?
1:38.9, they've run 37.48.
Well, he's just got desire, hasn't he? He's got desire. That's the advantage he's got. He fell into that spot where most expected, especially the punters, and they've collected big times. They've taken the shot.
1, 5, 11.
Forward of the game. That's 3 in a row for him. He loves the jar out. I thought he was brave, Fukabana. He just overdid things in front and just got a little aggressive, which is hasn't worked for him. And when he was entitled to just fold up the last 4 or 5 strides, I thought he fought back hard. So, and the Victorian has done a really good job there. McGarton, he's just run into the wrong 2 horses. But Bill Honest, the winner, landing big bets.
Yeah, another terrific win there, Ronnie, and it was just class the last probably 100 metres there. Aaron Bullock was a terrific ride. He elected to come back from the 1-1 to sit 3 back, 1 off. Just for
11 and 20 or 10? 10.
A little bit jammed up in between runners, and I thought he was going to sit back there.
11 and 10.
Last 100 metres, class took over.
All right.
Very nice.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen.
The training combination of
That is it. We had 10 races today, out of which we've been losing from the very first. And finally we picked up at the 5th one, the 6th one we kind of picked up. That's where we started fighting back. Anyway, but that is it. That is it for today. I won't be able to race tomorrow. I have a scheduled maintenance, and if our political conditions do not get worsen and I do not get bombed by the neighboring country, then I'm going to be back racing on Tuesday. And if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, Lee. Thank you so much for being there, my friend Dawes. Thank you so much for being there. Yes, even I hope to race on Tuesday. Dawes, thank you so much. Lee, thank you so much. Adaman, thank you so much. PC, I can't thank you enough, PC, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much, bro, for being there. Frank, thank you so much for being there. I think that is it. I think that is it. That is it. That is it. Azhar, thank you so much, Azhar. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'll see you. I hope to see you on Tuesday. Thank you so much for being there. Have a great day.